Fireworks were great last night too. Whole show was excellent. Huge crowd. Huge crowd. Gets bigger and better every year. So you can see the details off to the left-hand side on your screens. We only have the top 10 for you at the moment, but that's basically qualifying. So you'll see the lineup a little bit later on, and then it's an hour 40 grind or thereabouts. It's about 6 laps, I think from memory, about 13 kilometres per lap. Whole lot tougher than what you're seeing right now. Gosh, just doesn't seem to be many places we can't go with the drones this weekend.
Not at all.
Open the door up, Liam. We might get him inside here.
Top 10 in Prologue, as we mentioned just before. Bjorn Cardenas, Dylan McDonald, Harry Gilbertson, Cameron Shaw, Bo Tripconey, Marcus Nolan, Drew Kremer, Joshua Whitehorn, Toby Huston and Jackson Rossi thus far on the 117, but looking for people to break into that top 10. These have all been relatively early riders in the Prologue list. Now, they do just funnel in really at their own discretion when they peel in behind the ATV.
Oh, jeez. Shut the door pretty hard then.
Bike might have buttoned off.
Yeah, I think it stalled. Oh, it's
going, thankfully.
Now. Yeah, it's the 181, I think, but that wasn't an ideal launch by any means. Hope a lot of people are tuning in on our live stream today. Great service that's offered by the event organisers just to continue to grow this concept. Look at the dust through the top of the Mallee. We've still got nice, moist, loamy areas, and then then there's that. Furiosa. And there's the city of Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Just comes up out of nowhere.
It's just nothing like it. You've got nothing to compare it to. The closest thing is, of course, the Finke Desert Race. But as far as size is concerned, they're not at all comparable. Everything here takes place in a fairly small radius as the crow flies. The laps are well over 30 kilometres for the senior event tomorrow. But as far as the crow flies, it's a much smaller area than the Finke Desert Race. It is more of a to and from type race event. This with laps is a totally different setup, so it's very hard to practice any kind of event like it. It's just one shot a year. You take a big swing at this.
Don't think I can see any changes in the...
No, not so far. They've all timed in fairly early, and the track does degrade so much over the Prologue lap alone because you are pinned through that. It's not so much like the race that maybe you can button down a little bit on some of the straights and get to stretch. There's no piece of that whatsoever in the Prologue lap, so it uses up so much of the racetrack that there could be a major difference between the start and finish of this. If you sent, say, some of our top 10 we're looking at now, if you sent them out at 150th in their Prologue lap, it could be a very different day for them. So it's absolutely critical to try and be in those first, say, 50, 60 bikes. But you really don't get a choice when they're stacked in 10, even 15 deep across the racetrack on that look lap.
No new names that I can see inside the top 10 at this point. At this point, too, when you're back in the field and you're 200th or something, I don't... Oh,
just get through it.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much point about worrying. Ollie Gear, there you go. Now we go back to 11th, 12th, etc. Jackson Rossi, Oscar Harris, Jet Avard, Harry Mack. It was just outside, so the Gears are in that top 20. Archie Salapayevs, we're going to go with that one. Tyson House, Mitch House, Zach Henry, Hunter Roosh, Liam Egan, Asher Morse, Clyde Carey, Ryan Carey, Clancy Gelbert. Back to Cardenas, who's currently number 1.
What are the chances out of so many bikes that the two house boys were back to back? There was really nothing separating their times whatsoever.
There was a couple of them, actually. A couple of families consecutively in that lineup. Great coverage already today. I think every year Toph and the boys and Tex and everybody just get better and better at this as they understand the intricacies of it. Matty Simpson's 31st. Levi Rossi back in 32nd, who was our small wheels champ. Lachlan Coppin, Toby Garwood, Logan Stevens, Harrison Tatchell, Cody Eve, Tanner Verhees, and Riley Delaney. That's 40th.
Riley's an absolute gun in the arena cross. It was really hard to catch, and he's been right up in those top threes over the last couple of years. Oh, nearly a big high side by the bike on screen. It's going to be awfully difficult to track who that was, but that was nearly a very different Saturday morning for that rider. It's fairly soft, that dirt, but the bike's coming behind. There's nothing soft about those when they get up and over you. And there is going to be plenty of that. There's no doubt about it. But incredibly, there really isn't a safer event that you could get speculated by another bike, because the hospital setup, the temporary hospital that they have here, I'm sure will come into view later on in our drone footage, is really incredible. The amount of teams of doctors and nurses on site and the ambulances that are spotted right around this event. It's really incredible to think that this is all just set up for one weekend a year, but it is a township, that hospital alone. There could not be a better event if you're going to be injured or have anything happen on track, and the SUVs that are carting riders and bikes around right throughout the day. Tomorrow in particular is that massively taxing main event race that will be plenty busy in that temporary hospital. It's not the place you want to find yourself, but
no, but you're in good hands if that's where you're going to be. Billy Ryan is into the top 40 now. Levi Rossi, we mentioned Levi before, as defending small wheels champion. Back into the fray, but in a more senior class as it happens. So we've at least got our top 40. It's just a sea of activity out our window. So many pit crews, so many family, so many media officials, the track officials, the medical team, the broadcast team. Quite incredible to see how it's like a big aircraft carrier, this place. The way everything just sort of, they press go and everything starts to rock. Toby Garwood, Logan Stevens, Harrison Tatchell.
And we can now actually see an end of this prologue. We can see bikes with none behind them, which means we're getting much closer to wrapping up prologue for junior big wheels and small wheels. Oh, there's a big get-off on screen.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
That was kind of always going to happen, and the rider ahead of him just stopped to check on him as well, which was good sportsmanship, and thankfully got over the line as well. That happened right after the timing stripe.
That's how hard they were pushing. So like you said, it's actually thinning out now. We're getting closer to kicking off our racing program. All the green jackets, and if you see people in green jackets walking around, they are the ones that spend a whole year planning this. You might think, that's a cool jacket. Where do I get one of those? I assure you, you don't want one. You don't want one.
By any means. The people that have them, though, absolutely love it to bits.
Yeah, they do.
There's no reason that you would do it otherwise.
Thank God they love it. So, mate, Bjorn Cardenas has just sat at the top. That top 10 really hasn't changed a lot.
No.
Except
I
for
think
Ollie.
that 10 were really in the first top 50 bikes thereabouts. Ollie went bang and locked himself into that top 10 at 9th so far, but really unaltered, I think, from the first 50 or so bikes home. They knew what they had to do, get stuck in behind the ATV early and get a nice sight lap, if that's what happened, if they retained any sort of information. It's been pivotal in starting the race nice and early. Oh, that is a big up on the back wheel. For the Yamaha there on screen, runs the headlight. And we're down to, say, 12 bikes remaining to take off for their prologue lap. I'm sure we'll have a chat to our first place getters in prologue at some chance if we can throughout the day as well. Our junior competitors, another of the T-Dub merch team, taking off as we're into our last 6 riders. Now to take off with Brock Gates, who just bare arms this breeze out here. how could anyone be in a T-shirt at this point of the day? But Brock does.
You've met Brock, haven't you? Special's not a word I use
Those
often.
Oakley goggles are glued to him. I'm not convinced Brock has eyes under those.
Jackson Rossi 11th, Oscar Harris, Jet Avard. Nate Munro is 21st, Archie Salapayev in 22nd, Tyson and Mitch House, as you said, Liam, 23rd and 24th, Zach Henry, Hunter Roosh, Logan Stevens back in 36th, Harrison Tatchell, Lockie Roach, Cody Eve. So it gives us an idea of the top 40. Feel the horns getting
Love a
around
hooter, yeah.
last night at the Show and Shine, and there's a few of them still here. Fantastic.
I'm sure shots will start to happen throughout the day. I love the message boards.
Gee, Bryce Wilder's got up there too. Billy Clark.
Big move. Xavier Moore. Big stamp. I really do love the message boards that Penrite were getting around last year. Hopefully there's still a ton of those.
Yeah.
Some of the colourful messages on signs I have loved to bits over the years. Some heartwarming messages from family.
Heartwarming.
And then there's the messages from mates that don't really help the confidence, I wouldn't think.
But gives you a smile sometimes when you desperately need it.
And an hour into the junior race in particular, just any sign of something familiar would be really nice, you'd think. When your hands are cut to pieces, you're blistered up, you're freezing, or you're sweating bullets, whichever it is, any sign of home or familiarity is ultra pivotal to get you through those last couple of laps. As all riders have left on their prologue lap, there's still obviously 20 or so to bring it back home and lock in their time for prologue, but every rider across junior small wheel and big wheel has set off, and those yellow helmets now in screen. Our sweep riders, there are so many of those.
Oh, we're back to 50th now. Billy Ryan, Riley Delaney, Spencer Miles, Chris Williams, Nate Egan, Chase Tuddenham. Now back to 60th. Good work. Charlie Mitchell, Charles Smythe, Geordie Breaks, we saw before, Reed Chapman, Duke Smith, Jade Shellis. Oh, look at this. Loving it. Back to 70th. The timing is starting to come good for us. Vincent, Martin, Lowe, Houston, Brown, Stones. You need a set of those to ride this. Ollie Glover, Cody Breen, Fletcher Ryan, Josh Farr, Blake Lorna, Zev Hughes. Just love it. On the pin.
There's not a bit of give up in that Husky, is there?
Up over the duckbill. So almost wrapped up our prologue, which if you're just tuning in for the first time, if you're kicking back in the tracky dacks, sipping a hot coffee and sitting in the sunshine and watching our...
any reason you shouldn't be outside of the house if you're not here.
Maybe we're in the motley grey tracky dacks and sipping a coffee, tuning in. Prologue is effectively qualifying. It's the way we line everything up. Clancy Gelbert, Matty Simpson, nice job from Matty, 32nd. Tatchell, Roach, Eve, Verhees, Lees, Brown, Smart, Finch, Tuddenham, Egan, Williams, Miles, Delaney and Ryan.
spectators, please remember there are certain zones to cross in. They are the official areas to cross through. Please make sure you work with us and all of our officials here this weekend to ensure safe transition into those areas. Remembering, of course, at the start of the event, there are a number of zones where we will be walking through and using the main thoroughfare for competition. Please make sure you stay off those lines. There is a 6-metre width rule. You need to comply to that. We will have people out there patrolling, and we will be looking to make sure that your transition across there is safe. Four-wheel guys, please make sure you are ready to go when we give you the call, okay? Fueled and ready to go. We'll give you the call shortly.
It is Hattah Desert Race time of the year. And I'm here with Memphis and Shane Carriage. Memphis, you must be pumped, mate. First time riding here. Forget the older brother, mate. Who's he anyway, right? He's got a bit of experience racing here. What do you know about Hattah?
Fast, sand. That's really it, to be honest.
Well, being a West Aussie, mate, sand is no stranger to this industry. If you're from WA, you know that almost all the motocross tracks are sand-based. So is that pretty wide enduro stuff like in WA as well?
Yeah, some of it. Like they try to mix it up through different rounds. You know, hard packs, sand. You don't want anyone to be good at any one discipline. So yeah, they mix it up a fair bit. But yeah, in the sand stuff, just take the brake pads out because you won't need them. So.
Just tap it out. Exactly right. The Sherco looks absolutely sweet as usual. Sherco do such a fantastic job. Yeah, your boy Jethro was ridden several times, like 4 or 5 times.
He did well. I think his best result was 20th outright in juniors. Unfortunately, then we got hit by COVID and we were landlocked into our state, so we had to we couldn't do it for quite a few years. So, but now Memphis has jumped on board with Sherco. They've been fantastic for the junior program now, and big things to come in the future.
It's really cool that Sherco are doing a junior program. It works really well for someone like you in particular. You can grow up with the brand, yeah?
Yeah.
How many rides do you have a year? Like, what do you do back home, and how often do you ride over here?
I don't know. I think not as much over there, but a lot here.
Yeah, good. You kind of fly in, fly out. You sort of FIFO with that deal, with the bike being based in Altona, around the Sherco sort of headquarters. So, what are you expecting from Hattah, Memphis? What has your brother told you about it?
Just give it a go fast.
It's a pretty good attitude. You don't want to overcomplicate these things. Have you watched a lot of video of it and stuff like that?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you got an ambition for the weekend? What is it?
I don't know.
Be safe, top 10, top 20, top 50, anything like that, or?
Top 75, I think it was, or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, good. Why is Hattah a big thing even for West Aussies? Like, why? What is the appeal of this event, you think, Shane?
I think it's travelling over. It's become sort of a travelling festival for West Aussies. Like, it's a big commitment, you know, coming over here, time off work, the cost of it, accommodation, training, getting used to everything over here, then travelling back. Like, it's to come across, like, I don't think people understand what it takes to get to an event, let alone us we're doing all AORCs, all VORCs, plus Hattah. Like, just to come across for this one race, you know, it's tens of thousands of dollars, basically, you know. So for us, it's special. We really put the time and effort into it, and with, you know, along with Sherco and the support they give us, like, we really couldn't do it without them. So it just becomes a riding festival, and for anyone in WA who wants to come over, I highly recommend just doing it once.
Yeah, I tell people over in the West, you've got to come to Hattah, and I tell people over here, you've got to go to Manjimup.
Oh,
so you know what I mean? That's
I know they're two different disciplines. Motocross and desert racing are very different. Do you do much motocross stuff as well? Or?
I did when I was younger, but I don't really remember much of it.
Yeah, you pretty well do one or the other, don't you, in this case? But Manjimup is still pretty cool. Good luck this weekend, guys. Don't forget to get around the merch. The new Hattah merch looks fantastic, and good luck to you too, Memphis.
Through my experiences, one of the most simple and yet overlooked things on the bike is our chain care. Penrite have these amazing products, starting with their chain cleaner and their race chain lube. I personally use each of these products every time I go riding on my bikes. A well-oiled chain is less friction, less wear, and longer lasting on your chain and sprockets. So lube your chain and get in the game.
Junior Small Wheels due up very shortly for their race. I want to say a big thanks to so many of the sponsors that make the Penrite Hattah Desert Race possible, and also the incredible people at the Northwest Victorian Motorcycle Club, who are the heart and soul of this event. When you flip through our program, big thanks to our friends at the Gold Hotel, the Golly, goldgoldpub.com.au. Anlin Network Management giving us the live timing throughout the weekend. Our friends at Optus, Just Say Yes. Audi Sound, we're trying to track down Mango. Real Air, specialised imagery techs and the team living it live. Big thanks to GBM Consulting, massive supporters of motorsport events in this region. Miller Quarries as well. Mototech, Mildura's #1 motorbike team. Malley Motorcycles. Ronco Motors, big thanks to them. Great to have them in town now in 15th Street. K&W Earth Moving and Concreting. Big supporters of Olympic Park Speedway as well. The Gateway Hotel. Verdi is a ripping place to grab a bit of a brisket and a coldie as well. Coates Hire, big thanks to that fine group of people. The MCA, Mildura Cranes and Access. Total Tools. A1 Hay Sales for leading laps. Sunraysia Petroleum and Shell Redcliffs for all your quality fuel and oil requirements. Monahan Logistics. Louis Monahan was a star at the Think Desert Race recently. Decentralised Demountables. Fresh back from his banana and caramel apple pie last night at Macca's drive-thru. Shannon Moyler joins us in commentary. Total Waste and Recycling Solutions. Big thanks to Mildura Waste and Recycling. You can see the small wheel bikes will come up here shortly. M1 Tyres Mildura. Align Trading, FWG Concrete, Deacon Motorcycles, AgTech Machinery, Costa, Pastoral Panels, Lindemans, and also, of course, Optus, Just Say Yes. And Sunnyland, more than just print. Not too long before we get underway. with our small wheels to come up. You'll see them very soon make their way out onto the track, and we'll have our first race of the day. If that looks like it's a warm shot, if you're tuning in, no matter where you might be watching from, in the Tracky Dacks with the coffee, that is not warm, just so you know. It might look like it's summer. That driving breeze from the left-hand side of your screen, it's chilly.
All the junior four-wheel riders should be tagged up behind the back of that four-wheeler heading through the pits now. The junior four-wheel riders for your race track booklet. Hey guys, good morning. How you going? Good, mate. Right, we're up there. So I need my 6'8" guy.
Penrite, a truly great Australian success story. They compete and succeed in a dynamic global compete and succeed in a dynamic
So look lap for the junior small wheels heads out onto the racetrack for the first time. Of course, that lap will be different to their prologue lap and be much longer. That map is actually in the program as well. If you haven't already got yourself one of those, you absolutely must. Has the full riders list, and cool to see some of the junior big wheel kids down there geeing up the junior small wheels. Such a cool part of the weekend is our junior races. This is junior small wheels taking off. And then, of course, followed by junior big wheels shortly afterwards. Now, the race time thereabouts to 1 hour and 15. Last year's winner, Levi Rossi, on bike 138, did it in 1 hour 13:35. So that's thereabouts the race pace. He was 2 seconds clear of Declan Smart and Chase Weston last year. And that look lap now out on the surface.
I think it's actually got colder. I just stepped outside. I think it's actually got colder.
Regretful move.
The wind has picked up, and that's what's gone on there. Just a chilly day, but a clear day. Last year we had all kinds of fog. Literally held up a lot of things, but this morning she's crystal clear. Last night we had a tremendous night at Redcliffe's Oval, the annual and compulsory show and shine. So you must have your bike there to get scrutineered. So you think there's almost 900 bikes there. And quite remarkable. Ending with a very cool fireworks display at the end of it. It's just a massive boom for tourism in this region because a lot of teams roll in earlier in the week so they can do some practice riding. So it's not just about rolling in the day of. Track conditions are perfect. You can see a light breeze just blowing when you take a look at the various, there's hundreds of Penrite teardrops. Great chance to grab some Penrite merch. And also we'll try and get you the QR code later on too, because you could win oil for a year. That is a tremendous competition. I know that the hoodies and the fist gloves in particular and the beanies will be very popular with people here over the next 2 days. You were talking before, Liam, about how we just packed this whole concept up, and maybe later on when Tex is up in the air, we might be able to get a nice wide pan shot over the road and just show how close the actual senior track is. The Mallee Scrub, inhospitable 11 and a half months of the year. If it's not searing heat and driving wind, it's searing cold and driving wind. Oh, I said searing, and Siri just kicked in. Earlier in the week, we talked about how riders were out doing a lot of testing and practicing wherever they could. I caught up with Jack Simpson. He's just come back from America. He's been back in the country for about a month. and was actually working on his brother's bike at the time when I caught up with him. But he gave a great explanation of the culture of this race and why it's so important to him.
The unique part about Hattah is that you can't ride the track prior to the track.
Yeah.
How does that work for or against you? Or you just try to ride similar conditions to get you tuned in?
Yeah, similar conditions obviously help, but yeah, it is hard. It's hard for anyone because it is the same for everyone. You can't do the Prologue track.
Yeah.
And you can't do a sight lap of the racetrack. So that's sort of part of being a seasoned Hattah rider, because if you've done it a couple of times, you do have the upper hand a little bit on some new competition that are coming across.
So tell me about the difference between a dirt bike and a bike that's set up for desert racing.
Ooh, there's a lot of differences. The tank is probably the biggest thing on most bikes. Other bikes have them up the front. My Yamaha has it underneath me, that's been unique to get used to. And then you run the steg pegs. Sometimes you can run wider foot pegs, the steering dampener, and the steering stability is tighter.
Yep.
For the higher speed. There's little things to like different gloves just to be able to last for the 4 hours.
Right.
They might not feel as great at the start, but after 4 hours you're thanking yourself for trying them. Your camel pack, sometimes like I would run water, but now you can run, other supplements in it just to help.
Gels and things like that,
You've got your gels in the pit stops, small little bites to eat of certain things that you prefer. Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff to do.
There's two things, like from an outsider's point of view, immediately the start is next level.
Oh yeah.
Like what a concept, where you literally can't run at the back of
the buggy
or your day is turned to sugar honey iced tea straight away. But also the way that the gradient in the pit works, where you go from full speed to intermediate to in the trench. There's not many sports in the world where you race through the pits.
No, not really. See, in America, luckily we race through the pits. They call it a hot pit, and they do that here. But we're allowed to stay on the bike, which is dangerous. But when you're trying to save seconds and bits and pieces, that's what works over there. But here you have to get off, which does, sort of getting off the bike and stretching out, grabbing whatever you need off the bench, waters, Gatorades, whatever, and jumping back on. That reset is always difficult. It always is hard. But I've done it for many years now and used to it. So.
Why is Hattah so special? Why is it so different to any other form of desert racing, motocross, anything? Why is it different?
I think it's the format. As you said, the start is different. There's no other race like it with the start. The length of the race is really long and grueling. Track conditions can be whatever, but this track's obviously sandy and it gets very rough. That can be the unique part of it.
In motocross, Americans are certainly well aware of Aussies because they've got no choice. Because the Lawrence boys are kicking ass and all that sort of stuff. But how is desert racing on the radar from an American point of view for Aussies?
It's different. American desert racing, you have sort of American desert races, and they are aware, like they're friends of mine now, and they are aware of what we do here.
Yep.
But it is a lot different. It's just, America and Australia, desert racing is a lot different. That's probably the hardest part, is obviously being American desert racing and Australian desert racing is completely different, but then similar in the same way. I don't know. That's a hard question, that one.
So Hattah and Fink are two vastly different animals, yet they both have huge profile.
Yeah.
Why are the two different?
I don't know. Fink is probably because Alice Springs is a very remote area and hard. Like, it's an effort just to even get to the race.
Yeah.
Let alone do it, and then let alone be competitive doing it as well. So there's that. But I believe Hattah really is starting to take over. It's getting bigger numbers. It's a little bit more affordable to do. It's a lot easier to get to for most of the east side of the country, and that's where the majority of the riders come from. I'm hoping just with the the media guys like yourself can make it bigger and sort of sort of make it seen, so everyone can really get on board and focus and hopefully come and do the event.
So Prologue on Saturday, it was always critical. How important is it?
It is. So for me, luckily, I'm going to be starting first rider on a dead smooth track. So my time logged straight up will be pretty decent, unless I, drop it or do something stupid. But
that won't happen.
Nah, I'm not planning on that to happen. But then the top 10 shootout, that for me, this race, see, again, that start is not super, super crucial if you're taking off first. Honestly, isn't. Like, sometimes being first or second's a bit, shit, where's the track going? And you got all the heat behind you.
Yep.
But then being like third or fourth, you can sort of get a bit of a gauge on your competition early, and you make some passes if you want, or just sit back and sort of chill out and let the others run out of the track and, you know, blow turns and bits and pieces. So, yeah, that can be unique. But I honestly, definitely get a good qualifying lap. I want to be in the top 5 to be able to take off, you know, top 5 and then see how it pans out from there.
So look lap on screen. As we mentioned, both small wheels and big wheels will get their look laps, which is super critical to the main race. They do a full look of their race distance. Now, of course, for the small wheel, that is a 15K loop. They'll do 6 laps of that.
Look at them around the lead vehicle. It is just incredible, isn't it? So 6 laps of 15 kilometres for the small wheels. So, we got a very big bunch up going on there. Uh-oh. I think we've dropped a couple down. It's bottlenecked big time. Junior big wheel is 6 laps of 22 kilometres. So you're doing 132 Ks, these kids, in the scrub, tapped out. Crazy. Crazy, amazing, crazy.
So head past that Great Lake out here in the Nwinji Hattah area. Such cool shots from our drones and our standard cameras to be able to perceive just how big this area is. It'll be absolutely chockers with spectators shortly in these areas you're looking at right now. Everyone's pretty well packed in at the start line, and then as soon as that race gets going, they head for the hills and go right out to their favourite viewing locations. There are so many to choose from. So much ground to be covered by our sweep riders and photographers, media teams. Such a cool shot. So they head back towards the pit area, and that is through the timing stripe. On screen right there, another bike gone down at a less than ideal location, metres before that timing stripe. So they're back in behind us now, just outside of the commentary box, directly on screen to the left on screen of that boom. And that brings back in junior small wheels for their look lap. And then we'll bring them to the start line, attempt to seed them into their starting positions. So no doubt a dash of fuel to get topped up, back to full again. So you'll see them start to peel off into their marquees, particularly here on this front stretch where the main chunk of factory teams are. And they'll just stream in for the next few minutes and have a chat about their look lap. The teams will call them in. One last hurrah pack, couple of lollies in, a bit of Gatorade, whatever supplements they're running. Chuck the camel back on and then get set to get after it for the next hour and 15. Might stretch right out to about the 2-hour mark as well for some of the back markers for this junior small wheels race.
So we're going to take a bit of a look back at big wheels taking off for their look lap. There's the highway. That's cool shot just then. Look at this field. There's only a look lap. It's not even in race conditions. So you have no idea the intensity that we're about to see. If you're tuning in for the first time on our live stream, or you've wandered out to check out what all the fuss is about, this is a bit of a look back at just the look lap. So it's Casual Motors here. You just got to back yourself at this point.
Yeah, there's a couple of our signs.
You are mid-pack here at the moment. And this is just an observation lap, let alone when we actually get after it shortly. So, just to reiterate, the small wheels will do 15K laps, and there'll be 6 laps of that. Love the way the kids are up on the back wheel already. 90Ks worth of desert racing ahead for the kids. And then we'll move into the big wheel, 6 by 22 kilometre laps. And we're starting to bring in small wheel here shortly to put them on the grid and get underway. Whoa, that was a decent sized wheelie just then on the look lap. You got to be awfully careful not to step the thing off the back before you even get started. That shot right there, don't know whether Tex has any contact at all with what we're talking about, but to the top right of our screen is the highway. So we'll get a look at the senior track. So over the highway, there you go. There's the start. At the top left-hand side is the start area. There you go. Top of your screen, it's centered. That is where the... Oh, thanks, Tex. Thanks, Dove. That is... And we're going in the opposite direction, Liam. This year, we're going to be actually going anti-clockwise. So we're zooming over to get a look. That's the hospital you were talking about, Liam, that white tent near the highway. That is like the MASH Army Hospital style setup that the team have right there. And that big area just there, that is the starting area. 400 riders will leave from there tomorrow. They'll peel hard right. So they'll head towards the highway. They'll turn right. They'll head towards the highway. They'll go right-hander. They'll go out into that 34-kilometre track, but they'll actually come back towards the highway and come back at the left-hander. That little bit of Armco, that corner you see to the left near the highway, that's actually going to be the final corner. So they'll come back the opposite way to us. And that scrubland, gee, the drone technology has just been a game changer for this event. There's the medic base right there, right near the highway. And that is where we are at the top of your screen. So what an amazing concept to be able to have two totally different tracks. So we're going to try and find where Penrite Hattah Desert Race Furiosa is right now, where the big wheels are out on their sight lap. So that's currently what we're doing right now, the look lap for big wheels. We're trying to find them out there somewhere. They're still nice and green.
Isn't it? Yeah, been a very wet season. There's no doubt about that. The lakes are full.
That's beautiful. What a shot. Hopefully tomorrow afternoon, we have had some forecast of a little bit of moisture, but hopefully that won't be until late tomorrow afternoon when we're all safely back at the Gateway enjoying the presentation night gongs. So cool to have the Penrite exposure that we've got on the back of the... Back there, the boys have done a great job, Liam, with the signage that we've had today. This is the... By the way, that is the Penrite Hattah official hat. Super, super cool. We'll get our fist gloves, thanks to Penrite as well. But get her out to the merch tent because there is plenty of official Penrite Hattah Desert Race merch. It really does look cool. There goes the sweep vehicle. We're getting ever closer to our small wheels first race of the day. This is where it all starts, Liam. A lot of our champions have ridden for 10 years. Cal Norton and guys like that, they started in this junior class. So this whole concept, this whole weekend is not foreign to them at all. I wonder where Ado is at this particular moment.
Ran a little earlier, near enough to the commentary box, but boy, he covers some ground throughout the weekend.
He does a great job.
Doing episodes for Blokes World. It's been a remarkable addition to the Penrite Hattah Desert Race community for the last couple of years. He lives and breathes all things motorsport and some of the wildest events in the world. And to have Ado here at our home base is really cool, to bring a massive aspect of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race to TV throughout Blokes World has been really remarkable for us over the last couple of years. Highlights some of the really cool things that most of us just don't get to experience whatsoever of Hattah. So right at the back of shot, if you are watching on the live stream, you can see all of them forming in. That is the junior big wheels look lap, as we're starting to try and sort out the junior small wheels starters. That is no easy feat by any means to try and tie together that and set up all of our Prologue times and grab all of the riders in order from the way they qualified out of Prologue to set up for their main race. As we mentioned, will be 15K laps, 6 of them for the junior small wheels. And those wheels are absolutely the depth of some of these ruts. They are massively formed, even after lap 1, let alone by the end of this. It gets super grueling just to be able to ride through it at any pace, let alone at race pace for 6 laps long. So in frame, out the back, still a nice, easy pace to try and take in some of the scenery around this course. And they'll be back into the pit area shortly as they wrap up that look lap. And then we saddle up junior small wheels for the start of their main race. Last bits of fuel going in, checker tyre pressures, all these sorts of things, particularly the rider fueling themselves. Try and pack some carbs in, because you're going to be sweating bullets and freezing all at the same time. For the next hour to hour and a half, through those rolling plains here in the Murray. Epic, epic shot. And on foot, you just will never see the parts of this racetrack. It's so remarkable to be able to race on it. And none of that would happen without the local farmers on all this private land that give their land up to this race every 12 months. So that is the crop directly in the middle, and they race right around that. So this is their livelihood that they give up to this remarkable event every year. A couple of the packing sheds and all the tractors right around this place that make it possible. So junior big wheel look lap getting wrapped up. Last few bits of the racetrack before they're back into the pits, and we're sorting out junior small wheels. We're not too far away from the first main race of the weekend. Both our prologues are done for juniors. And then we're going to crown a 2024 Penrite Hattah Desert Race champ for the first time this weekend. Of course, you'll have class winners and all these sorts of things as well. And our overall champions across junior small wheels and big wheels. So many wonderful sponsors that make all of this possible, particularly in our small wheels side of things. Mallee Motorcycles are remarkable sponsors of that. Mototech as well. The Kawasaki, Husqvarna and KTM dealers. GBM Consulting and Miller Quarries. Ronco Motors, of course, long-time sponsors of the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. KW Earth Moving and Concrete. They've always been long-time sponsors of motorcycle racing here in the Sunraysia area. And that sets us up for the junior small wheels race. Last year's winner, Levi Rossi, steps up into the big wheels, and this is ages 7 to under 13s for the junior small wheels.
So yeah, there's a bit of a process involved here at the moment, Liam, where we just have the look laps, which are extremely important. It just gives them that one chance to try and memorise a 15 or 22 kilometre lap real quick. And then we'll get into our first race for small wheel. I caught up with Emma Milicevic just recently, or Emma Wilkes. Of course, her husband these days, just like Emma, very handy rider mentor and rider coach. I caught up with her at Deakin Motorcycle. She was hanging out with Brodie Waters and the team at Deakin, and Emma Milicevic, still absolutely one of the rising stars of this sport and an outstanding young lady in many forms.
Emma Milicevic, it's always good to catch up. This is where we met, actually.
Yes.
This is our anniversary. We met right here at Deakin. It's good to see you, as always. And you even had Ado from Blokes World organised there before. Like, do you want me to set up the camera here? Or this is what a pro, media person looks like, Ado. Gold Logie. Do you have a blokey?
Yeah, we do have a blokey.
So maybe she could be a blokey.
Blokey winner. A gold blokey.
I would love that.
How has your last couple of months been?
Yeah, good. It's been flat out because obviously I race motocross as well. That's my main discipline, so I've just been racing with that. And obviously the last few weeks I've been dedicating some time to get ready for Hattah. So it's been good. It's on the road a lot, racing, because both obviously myself and my husband Andy race. So it's been full steam ahead.
We bumped into Andy a couple of days ago. He's doing the full, coaching experience, which is something that you do a lot of mentoring as well.
Yes, yeah, sure do. We both love mentoring the youth, but also obviously a lot of other riders too. So yeah, we love it. Passing on what experience we have, what knowledge we have, especially with Hattah. It's such a big race. There's so much knowledge to gain for it. So could make your life a lot easier, that's for sure. So we really enjoy that, and yeah, he's done a great job with it.
So motocross is not a discipline that I would expect to see more of it here than I do. A lot of it is off-road, a lot of it is desert racing specific. There's not many motocross specific riders here.
Yeah, not really. Like I think because of the way the calendars are, they don't exactly clash, but you need to really dedicate some time to come up here into the desert and put the time in just to make it worth your while. So I think a lot of the male motocross races, they have obviously 8 rounds of nationals, so they're a lot more flat out, or they might use this time to go to America or Europe to do some other training.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's definitely more up the alley of desert or enduro riders, just with the 4-hour race or 8-lap race, should I say, and just the way they set up their bikes. So yeah, definitely something different for us motocrossers, coming across, but I've got a few years experience at my belt now, so yeah, it's good.
Emma, your socials are amazing. I love following them. You always do such a great job with those. I noticed something, it was pretty deep, you put up the other day, talking about, about your state of mind and spirituality and things like that, and was more about where your head is at compared to training, which is equally as important. Tell me about that.
Yeah, it's something I've really dived into this year. I felt like I kind of reached a bit of a crossroads, a bit of a halt in what I was doing, and I feel like I really just needed something more to kind of, give it some more purpose and things like that. Obviously, racing means the world to me, but yeah, I'm a woman of faith, and I've kind of been able to integrate that into what I'm doing, and it's made it a lot more enjoyable for myself and Andy as well. It's, for a while I had like a lot of nerves and a lot of, questioning myself and questioning what I'm doing or not believing in myself enough. And that was kind of started to interfere with my riding in a sense of like, I wasn't kind of striving for what I should have. So I kind of, took a step back, really worked on my mentality and, where I'm at with all that. And just, I found it's been really, really complementing my riding. I mean, so much more calmer at the track and just being able to really, let my riding do the talking, let's say. So I've been loving it, and it's been a really good step forward. I'm loving it.
I think a lot of people that meet you would think that the last thing you would lack is confidence, right? Because you're so glued to that bike and it's such a huge part of your life. You think, Em just lives and breathes this, but it's a confidence game, isn't it, this sport?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the same with most sports. Like I watch a lot of series and documentaries on other sports, whether it's running or cycling, and it's such a mental game, whether it's yourself or with your competitors, really knowing how to have that good balance of, not letting them interfere with what you're doing or vice versa. So yeah, definitely, especially with riding, you have to be confident in what you're doing. As soon as you question yourself out there, especially at high races, pace races like Hattah, it can make things difficult and dangerous at times. So you have to really have that confidence to be able to make that split-section decision to go for it or to pull the reins in a little bit. So, confidence is massive.
So is it managing that intensity? Is that sort of, the way that you need to bring some sort of calm but not lose the intensity that makes you a great rider?
Well, I think sometimes I had too much intensity in a sense of like I was almost doing it out of nerves, like just trying to push and not thinking on the bigger picture on a track, let's say. So I kind of like backed it off a little bit mentally and just tried to think about the flow and the feeling, kind of bringing more flow to it, and that helped my overall speed, the way I feel on the bike, like my fitness has improved a lot, and just, the love for it has just grown and grown and grown. So it's just bringing a lot more enjoyment to it, and it's been flowing a lot easier, so it's great.
Well, I'm excited to see how you go this year with this newfound stability, perhaps. It's exciting. Where is your steed, as you called it?
Right here.
Oh, there it is. That 84. It's iconic. It's iconic.
Yeah, I love it. No, it's been great. I've spent this week on it. Hopping off the 250's been great. So spent some time with it, some bonding time this week, some testing. So we're going well together, I think. So it's been good.
Can't wait to see you get after it. It's always wonderful to have you back here at the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Good luck to you, Em.
Thank you so much. Can't wait.
She's such a pro, Ado. She's such a pro, mate.
You've got this nice. You've got the nice.
All the angles.
And you've got the nice seat.
Well, you got to keep it moving a little bit,
She's such a great character, Liam, no doubt about it, and a tremendous rider with a different viewpoint, a different approach to everything. Just Sounded a little bit like Happy Gilmore. They're feeling the flow. Happy,
Yeah,
feeling the
feel
flow.
Happy.
So small wheel race riders are now coming to the line. You're watching the end now of the look lap of the big wheel look lap as they were coming in. So it's a bit of a quick Penrite look back at the look lap. And I can see right now the starting area is starting to fill up with nervous parents and excited kids. And you see some of them just look so relaxed, and others are totally amped. It's a busy, busy starting line. It's a very unique system how they start these races, Liam. It requires a lot of concentration, and it's remarkable how few incidents there are. The system is so well oiled now as to how it works. They don't just let everybody rip at one time.
No.
That would be complete anarchy. But it's a very streamlined system where the patrol, the lead vehicle, just slowly moves off and they just peel off behind it. You can see Johnny Contract in the distance here with that hat on. He actually had that hat. That was the hat he was wearing when we had the flood back in 2019. So it actually survived, and he wears it with pride. So shortly we'll get some live shots for you of how busy that grid is down there, and lots of excited kids. Johnny Contract being one of them. Ado just popped his head in before from Bloke's World. Very, very tight. That's actually here we go, live pictures right now. That last corner just there where we saw that little white trailer is the timing caravan. That's where you lock in your lap. It's extremely important that you see that bit. I love this bit. These little tackers. Let's see how many are in the zone where they're just okay and throwing the shuckers. And
I think it's normally when the bike's fired up, that's when it starts to really set in. That natural energy starts to really show its course. A couple of kids pretty...
There you go.
G'd up. Begbie on bike 35. I've seen that name plenty throughout the last couple of years of Hattah.
Very laid back. Anytime you see them throwing it down, you know that they're as relaxed as they can be. Not too many parents throwing the shuckers at this point.
I think there's a little bit more nerves behind them more than anything.
It's so important to get a good start in any form of motorsport, but in desert racing as well, you want some smooth track and you don't want too much dust. That's another thing that can factor into this.
Yeah, and then lap traffic late in the race as well becomes a pretty divisive factor. This is pretty long and wide open, this track, but when it tightens up through the mallee trees, the mallee stumps, it gets very tough to make passes happen. So that is super critical to buy yourself a little bit of space at the front if that's where you're running, so you can actually have time to make those decisions with lap traffic if that becomes a factor, which particularly tomorrow in the senior events is a major factor. In our juniors this morning as well, that will definitely become a chance. So looking at the front row, of course there'll be multiple lanes tomorrow. Well over 100 riders per lane of the starting gates.
Time last year for this event was 1 hour 13:35. Ages 7 to under 13 years. Junior small wheels winner was Levi Rossi, and we saw Levi in the big wheel class earlier on.
It's really pretty similar conditions to last year as well. You'd expect times to be thereabouts the same. Nothing too spectacular to speak of in terms of the weather or the track conditions.
So we'll roll through our lineup that you're going to see in this one for Mallee Motorcycle, 65cc to 7 to under 9 years. Levi Campbell, Levi Begbie you saw before. Freddie Malloy, Nash Lamb, Riley Robertson, Ted Smith, Max Legary, Jack Van Hooft, Lincoln Mays, Nate Circa, Dylan Poole, Jack DeWent and Declan Thine. That's your first page.
And then 65s, 9 to under 13s, well backed by Mototech. Thomas Hathaway, Dean Henry, Mason Ezegales, Harrison Hood, Harry Clark, Bodie Austin, Archie Black, Reese Thompson, Max Morley, Harrison Davey, Chad Warland, Elijah Newton, Nikolai Marchant, Blaine Challant, Ollie Cale, Jack Rust, Travis Donahue, Joshua Gluth, Seth Brooks, Lachlan Devlin, Cruz Ebden, Mitchell Horwood, William Michalak, Chase Maul Dunn, Rolly Lister, Cooper McCulley, Ollie Bramble, Carter Branford, Brodie Brown, Will McGinty. That's most of your riders for 65s, 9 to under 13s. Pretty sure Mototech.
Pretty sure Carter Branford is Ryan Branford's son out of the Alice side of things. Got STE Racing on board as well. The girls 7 to under 12s, GBM and Miller Quarries bringing you them. Sophie Midling on the 5 bike, Asher Wilson on the 52, Nova Pilkington aboard the 100 Yamaha, Priya Kinsella and Stella Harding. You go over to 100 to 150cc two-stroke, 13 to under 16 years. Ronco Motors sponsored. Archie Salapayevs, Mitch Ford, Anthony Weeks, Jesse Diffie, Hugh Stone, Liam Egan, Ryan Couch, Thomas Gotts, Xander Goyka, Brady Cork, Reed Chapman, Riley Tung, Landon Robertson, Jack Montgomery, Chase Glover, Hamish Crompton, Cameron Pappen, Callum French, Mitch House, Kai Austin, Lewis Hewitt, and Jackson Fitzgerald.
Back over the page, also 100 to 150cc two-stroke, that 13 to under 16, backed by Ronco Motors. Malachi Middleton, Thomas Devlin, Valerian Bunda, Darcy Hines, Toby Garwood, Xander Brown, Cooper Edwards, Lockie Roche, Jake Grace, Judd Long, Chad Woodbury, Harry Clark, Braith Goody, Slater Goody, Tom Duncan, Henry Jack, Kingston Cox, Hayden Detling, Jason Kirkbride, Sid O'Brien, Trip Smith, Tom Mitchell, Clancy Gelbert, Toby Waters, Luke Welsh, Kane Wilson, Jack Penny, Safin Clark, Caleb Harris and Asher Murphy make up that 100 to 150cc two-stroke, 13 to under 16, sponsored by Ronco Motors.
85cc two-stroke and 150cc four-stroke, small wheel only, 9 to under 12, so KW Earth Moving and Concrete. Finn Mellerick, Lockie McPherson, Ambrose Fraser, Riley Hood, Travis Canning, Angus Summers, Hutto Wilson, Nash Zamet Harvey, Felix Burgess, Charlie Fox Ashwin, William Rickus, Riley Mullen, Lachlan Sweeney, Ollie Peach, Nate Hargraves, Jack Renfrey and Chili Rutherford. It's a good name for this morning.
Not bad at all.
Your then next page is Zach Kellett, Ryder Plum, Hamish Finch, Benji Hagi, Zach Mays, Mitchell Carter, Zane O'Connor, Brax Pollard, Bailey Poole, Felix Brooker, Eliza Dennis, Hugo Kinsey, Banjo Watt, Caleb Gurry, Bodie Bennett, Tate Williams, Ryder Stafford, Cohen Gammon, Cruz Cowan, Brax Bunsma, Jed Hitchcock and Zach Wilkinson, I should say.
Continuing on, 85cc two-stroke and 150cc four-stroke. That's small wheel only, 9 to under 12s, backed by KW Earth Moving and Concrete, Kobe Munro, Will Munro, Charlie Kirk, Parker Gibson, Benji Brown, Jonathan Moon, Van Nooshaffer, Ryder Lambing, Finn Westbrook, Riley Boyle, Bentley Clark, Chase Bamford, Seth Hutton and Mitchell Thompson. And that will wrap up all of your small wheels field. On the line, looking at the first of our starters. Still got the vest on.
Yeah, got to stay warm. 265 on screen right there.
Here's Eliza Dennis on the gas.
Eliza got the thumbs up. Eliza was quick before as well. Yeah, she's pumping. She's like, let's get this done. There's Berserk Kirk on the 647. He gives us the thumbs up as well. They're so relaxed, aren't they? If they're not giving away much. Burjo, just down there on board the 80 bike. Some kind of nervous smiles.
There's a few that are fairly reserved.
Bobcat rider. Can I have you to the Bobcat, please? Thank you. Ladies and gents, we're about to get underway with the proceedings for the race. No one's starting engine yet, all right? Just yet. There's a couple of bits I want to tidy up. First things first, all right? Parents, the moment that we get to the stage where we're ready to start, which is straight after we finish the national anthem, that's your cue to vacate this pit area, or rather the start area. All I want in here after we finish that national anthem is the bikes, the competitors and the officials. That's it. No one to the back, everyone to the front. Now this gate here next to the pen ride area, that'll open up and that'll give you an opportunity for all the parents to vacate out. Alright? That's really important. So we want to make sure that everyone's clear other than bikes, competitors and officials. That's all I want in this area. Very shortly we'll be having our national anthem with Olivia, and she comes down and does an amazing job for us. But prior to that, I have something pretty important I want to go through. So recently we lost one of our very instrumental members within the club, and this guy was so driven by what Hattah was about, it was his life. Colin Woodbury was an amazing guy, a great club member, and somebody who took this event from being a club-style event to the next level. He was an amazing operator, a guy who invested everything that he had into what was going on at this place, and more importantly, he was a bloody good guy. Today, I ask you all to take a moment's silence to remember our mate, Colin Woodbury,
and all that he did for all of us and inadvertently for all of you. Can I please ask you to remove your hats for a moment's silence?
Australians, oh let us rejoice, for we are one and free. We've golden soil and wealth for toil, our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts of beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains then let us sing, advance Australia fair.
Round of applause for Olivia. Well, that's the final call for all of the parents and crew members to vacate the area. And I do thank you in advance for making sure that you follow those rules for us. Well, ladies and gents, we are about to get away.
All of a sudden, that peaceful Hattah morning air has been shattered.
It's long gone.
This is going to be cool. First race of the day, first race of the weekend. Happy Hattah, everyone. A bunch of combined classes for small wheel. This is the pointy end of the field down here, Liam.
No doubt about that. Your pole sit up first in this race, Eliza Dennis. Out of that strong Hattah Desert Racing family, the Dennises. Long-time factors, particularly in this junior program. Previous winners are now a little sis, Eliza Dennis.
On the Honda Froth. Look at it, just banging a helmet. Let's go, let's go. How good is this? Great moments, wonderful shots here from Hattah. Liam Ornger, it's going to be a tremendous weekend. Eliza's good to go. She's like, let's do this. And we are off. Time to launch. What a shot that is. Good morning, Hattah. All the rest of it was fun, but now it's time to make some noise, Liam.
Absolutely. 6 laps, 15 kilometres per lap. And it's going to take a couple of minutes to get the whole field launched. The way this all works, so they will time in. A couple of gaps will start to form, particularly when we drop back to that next row of riders. Stacked in deep, this is junior small wheels. They'll race for 90 kilometres, thereabouts to an hour and 15 minutes. We should be expecting the complete race.
They are away on this four-wheels race today. Can I pass on a note of congratulations to all of those parents and support crews that were out on the line today with those kids before they started. We asked you to move off the line and not to the back, but outside of the start zone and into the pit lane. And you all did an amazing job of following those instructions. So on behalf of the club, I do thank you immensely for following the instructions and clearly doing what you need to do to continue to create a safe race here. So important to us, and our congratulations to each and every one of you for keeping that area safe for us. Really appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
Good to have our monitors back on right now as we are into the first lap of small wheel competition. Eliza Dennis was our #1 qualifier from Prologue. You can see now the spectator access allows folks to meander across into the various spectating areas, and we'll endeavour to pick up as much of this 15K lap as we possibly can for you and identify who is where in our field. Enormous bunch of riders across the GBM, Miller Quarries, Ronkamotos, KW Earth Moving and Concrete, sponsored field, Mototech as well, Mally Motorcycles involved as well. Beautiful shots of the lake here at Hattah. Just what a tremendous view we've got. It's a beautiful part of the world, even if you're out on a motorcycle and doing it with a degree of intensity compared to everyone else that just settled back in. And although a lot of the families, it's not a relaxing experience, they watch for their kids and have to wait for that first lap before they come back into view. You can see already we're spread right out. Small wheels race, big wheels race to come up after that. Then we'll get into senior look laps and prologues to come as well. So we'll endeavour to get some race monitor timing up for you shortly as well. Just waiting on race monitor to kick back in and give us our data feed. But you can just see how vast this junior track is. So we get a bit of elevation with Tex. You can see already the amount of grooves. Anytime you're ready, Matty, love to have you drop by a bit later on for sure. Brett Metcalf is here, one of the ambassadors for Penrite, an Aussie motocross legend, and be great to have a chat with Brett a bit later on for sure, as the kids get after it on small wheel. So as soon as I can get you some information on timing, we'll endeavour to let you know that as soon as we can as to who is where and get you some live action shots. Great to have your company wherever you're tuned in from. I'm sure the coffee van's getting a hammering this morning here at the track.
Charlie Kirk.
They get penalised if they don't.
Charlie Kirk.
They get penalised if they don't.
Felix Burgess, Ryder Lambing, Nate Hargraves, first of the 6 to complete their first lap. And you'll see the teams jump out to grab them now. You wouldn't expect too much of a pit stop here on first lap, but indeed second and third and after that. So you'll see we're about, say, programmed to have an actual stop or where they'll just roll right through. And it wouldn't be a race if you weren't trying to close in as much distance as you can in your slow lap here through the pits. And then maintain fairly well that distance to Riley Mullen has Eliza Dennis.
Yeah, got to be very, very careful here. Very sensitive to your speed in the pit area. Banjo Watt in 11th. Brax Pollard 12th. Angus Summers. Zach Mays. So it's Riley Mullen, Eliza Dennis, Charlie Kirk, Felix Burgess, Ryder Lamming, Nate Hargrave, Stella Harding, Kobe Munro, Ollie Peach, Bodie Bennett back in 15th, Finn Westbrook. And we ride on board with Tex and the boys. This must be just agonisingly slow when you come into the pits like that.
Incredibly.
I mean, you know, for those that are struggling with fitness, and that's not a case with most of these kids anyway, it's a chance to have a little bit of a breather, but it must feel like you're just crawling. Now, back underway. Back out into the desert. Boy, it's a really good match up here. So, Elijah trying to come back at your leader. Riley Mullen, Elijah Dennis, Charlie Kirk, Felix Burgess and Ryder Lamming, your top five. And Liam, there's nothing in it between these two.
No, by all means. Man, have a look at the ruts in that section alone. For these small wheel bikes that do not get through that section as well as the big wheels do, and much longer suspension travel. Now, Riley Mullen will look to put a bit of distance back to Eliza Dennis and Charlie Kirk, but that three are well and truly locked together, and that's going to be an exciting watch. So, top 10 on them. Banjo Watt at 11th. Benji Brown, Hugo Kinsey, Jack Renfrey, Archie Black, Elijah Newton, Zach Kellett, Ollie Kale, Hamish Finch, Bodie Austin, Bentley Clark, Max Morley, Nikolai Marchant, Cruz Ebden, Felix Brooker, Cohen Gammon, Tate Williams, Ollie Bromble. And on to Bailey Poole, Seth Brooks, Will Munro, Lachlan Devlin, Dean Henry, Ted Smith, Chad Walland, Lachlan Sweeney, Lachlan McPherson, and Thomas Hathaway at 50th.
Oh, they're pinned there, aren't they? Great shots. Out onto the second lap. We have 5 laps remaining. That first lap was in very, very quickly. Race Monitor giving us an excellent detailed list right through the order. Back to 55th, 56th, 57th. So very, very cool. That is where you lock a lap in. And you can ride this race at your own intensity. You're either out there to win the thing, you're out there to PB, or sometimes you're just out there to actually enjoy the ride and have some fun with it. Elijah Dennis was your number 1 qualifier out of Prologue, but it was Riley Mullen that took the lead. Charlie Kirk, Felix Burgess and Ryder Lambing, they were the top 5 from Nate Hargraves and Stella Harding. How about Elijah and Stella? Right up there.
Big time, isn't it? Now, no real pit stops that you would expect
Not
on
the
lap
first
number
lap.
1 unless anything has gone wrong, which is always a massive potential. So unless they've had to pull back in for anything or a goggle malfunction with their roll-off tear-offs.
Yeah, no tear-offs allowed to actually, you can't drop anything artificial onto the property. Bear in mind, we are on farming property, private land. You can see the Bobcat already just grooming the start
That is
area.
brand new, isn't it?
For the big wheel. Can't say enough about the huge effort that goes into the running of this event. Committee works all year on it. And it is a massive effort by so many people. And those people there on the left with all those vans and pop-up tents and marquees and everything, they make this the essence of what it is. The mums and dads, the families, the nans and pops and aunties and uncles that make this so special, that give the kids a chance to ride their dream shot and compete in the Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
You could really watch all day, just tune into the pit cameras alone, and you wouldn't be bored for a moment when this thing really gets underway.
We're into lap 2 of the small wheels, this 15K course. They will do 6 laps. Benji Brown, Hugo Kinsey, Jack Renfrey and Archie Black, 21st to 24th respectively. Up on the pegs for as much as you can. They teach you in dirt bike riding, stand when you can, sit when you have to. I spent most of my amateur career sitting, You're supposed to stand. Steg pegs, a big part of this, particularly in a senior competition level. Those pegs that just sit back and allow you to rest your legs back on the bike and sort of transfer your weight balance on the bike. You'll see that more in the senior competition side of things. You can see how sandy this area is. You don't get to practice here. You just roll up, you do your look lap, and you try to remember what comes next. Chase Bamford back in 78th. Mitchell Thompson in 79th. Declan Thine, Dylan Poole, Freddie Malloy, Mitch Horwood and Harry Clark. We go it over the top of the lake. Just so cool how we keep so much of this race in our view. We're just trying to find the leaders right now. You can see sweep riders all the time through the middle, just making sure they're keeping an eye on how everybody is going. Currently, Riley Mullen still has that lead, though we'll wait to see what that looks like when we come back. Mullen, Dennis, Kirk, Burgess, Lamming, Hargraves, Harding, Munro, Page, Rickus, Watt and Pollard, your top 12.
About 90 have timed in so far on lap number 1 of the small wheels race. There'll be 6 laps. They should be all but halfway through their second lap now with our leaders as we're still ticking them through. So officially bike number 90 home on lap number 1 is bike 132, Harrison Davey. And that's a 7-minute, 22-second distance to your leader. Now, given that they get thereabouts of probably a 2-minute buffer, I think, on the leader from the time they launch to these riders at about 90th. So still that bike number 90, the last time in.
Oh.
It could be a goggle change there. Already been an off.
I was going to say that. Never good when you come in with the goggles on the bars like that.
Yep. Visor missing off the helmet, so it's gone head down at some point. Rarely do you choose the Ronnie Mack no peak on the helmet.
Just chasing through our list of riders, the 132. We have pages and pages.
So that was actually Harrison Davey that I was talking about.
There you go. You've done that 3 times today. You're off to a good start. Harrison, the Unforeseen Decals, and Gove Real Estate sponsored Husqvarna. Bailey Poole in 41st, Seth Brooks in 42nd, Will Munro, Lockie Devlin 44th, Dean Henry, Riley Robertson 56th, Rolly Lister 57th, Benji Hargy 58th, Charlie Fox Ashwin 59th, Ambrose Fraser 61st. So as you said, Liam, 94 bikes so far have timed in on Race Monitor. Look at that shot right there, pinned. The lake off to the right-hand side. One of the few straight sections. Cool to see Lee and Kylie Adams here, and also Dave Parker, and also Timmy Osmond here as well, legendary motorcycle engine builder. And all right, we think this might be the battle for the lead right here, Liam. I think it might be, as we were looking at it before, Riley Mullen and Eliza Dennis, Charlie Kirk, Felix Burgess, and Ryder Lamming was our top 5 the way we had them. So we think this is our lead trio right here. Good on your work. Nice work, Tex, as usual, keeping us up to date. This thing
so
is
taily,
flying. Absolutely pinned here. How's the confidence? Great riding style. Just trying to work out if that is Riley. Can't quite zoom in. Wow, catching lap riders already. Run very, very wide out there. So Tex is doing his best to try and zoom in on the number plate for us so we get some kind of idea. Boy, it's really bunching up here in this top 3.
We're about to know. Last couple of corners before the timing loop. We get ticked in. So sweep back past that lake. And our leader that should be Riley Mullen.
Is that Eliza back in second? That's
so he timed in, and I've now got Eliza Dennis showing up on the timing.
So Riley is
second.
Correct. Riley has 10:30.4 as a previous best lap, but you would think that that might improve as this race goes on. Riley has the quickest lap time. Riley Mullen currently doing the job. Here they come to lock back in.
So that's Charlie Kirk that just went through on screen. So Mullen
There's
on your
Riley
camera
there.
now. The all red gear.
Riley's honking. Absolutely honking. Difference is 3.23 seconds over Eliza. There she is. Got the ponytail. I love the way she was geeing herself up before the race, banging the helmet. So there's nothing in it between the pair of them as they come out of this pit area here. You can see the camera crew, how committed the camera crew running along on foot to keep that shot for us. Nate Hargraves fourth, Felix Burgess and Ryder Lamming now back in sixth. Kobe Munro, Ollie Petch, Stella Harding still ninth, and William Rickus in your top 10.
So Mullen showing that he's the one to beat right now. Dennis is still well and truly in this. They are tucked right in behind each other. There's probably 10 bike lengths as they roll through the pits and then head back out into the lap again. So that is going to be iconic to watch throughout this race. Mullen is backed by Banks Race Development, Next Racing, Mullen Lawyers, John Mullen Building and Concrete, Nanny and Grandpa Shep, Mullen Lawyers, Thor, Gas, Daily Moto and Moto for Life. Bike 118 on the 85cc Gas, and they're straight back into it. And have a look at Eliza Dennis, Wado, tucked right in behind as they head back up and over the hill.
She's not going to give this up.
Not by any means.
Riley is going to have his hands full, that's for sure. What a great battle we're going to see from these guys in small wheel. What a way to kick things off. Icy conditions here this morning, but it is July. It's July.
Yeah, that's true.
Cool shot of the drone just returning to home base. Up the hill. It's actually a hill. Doesn't look like that from ground level, but it's kind of one of the most raised points. Got to love a bit of encouragement from the side. Bit of Snapchat action, bit of TikTok going on there as well. It's good to see everybody adhering to the rules to make sure you stay at least 6 metres back from the racetrack, Liam.
A massive addition to the 2024 Penrite Hattah Desert Race to ensure spectator safety is the utmost importance at this arena.
Oh, man, what a battle we got going on here. Not sure who that was. It just came through just then, but that's a neat little battle. Now, this is where you have to shut right down into that pit area. It's frustrating, but you've got to adhere to that speed limit in the pit area. The drone zooming in. There's a pit stop going on just to the left of us. And we'll go down the access area here.
Yeah, now our 2 leaders definitely did not stop. They rolled right on through. So whether they just be looking at the one stop potentially on the next lap, they might pit, or they can really stretch the program and get as much ground as they can. It's so cool that in a 15K lap, we've still got our 2 leaders absolutely nose to tail. You know, when the laps are so long and we're going to take place over 90 kilometres, this full race distance, to have 2 absolutely getting after it from the very get-go, it's going to be a really exciting race. It tends to happen in the seniors. It stretches out a little bit for the first few laps. That it's only a 10-second buffer, and on screen that doesn't look overly exciting, but in the terms that that's a 4-hour race tomorrow, that the 10-second gap is absolutely nothing. So to be today already in junior small wheels, these 2 are locked together. Our leaders in Mullen and Dennis, and Kirk wasn't too far behind either. That's a 30-second gap to your leader is Riley Mullen. So last time they came through, Mullen and Dennis was just 3 seconds, and then Charlie Kirk a 33-second gap. Nate Hargraves, Felix Burgess, Ryder Lamming, Kobe Munro, Ollie Petch, Stella Harding, and William Rickus.
We just saw Archie Black aboard the KTM, the Sutto's Power Sports entry, also backed by KTM Australia. And he just dropped in through the pits right now, followed through by the 362. If I go through on our race monitor to find where Archie came in. So that would be the 382 of Tate Williams, Seth Brooks, Bailey Poole, 39th, Cohen Gammond, Ollie Bromble, 41st, Cooper McCulley, 42nd, Lockie Devlin, 43rd, Will Munro, 44th, Dean Henry, 45th, Thomas Hathaway, Chad Warland, Ted Smith, Lockie Sweeney and Lachlan McPherson, your top 50. Got to watch out for the cameraman when you're running down there. Here you go. Nice pit stop right on our screen for the 619. Just coming in right now. I'm just going to spool through our list and find out who we're watching. Just here, the KTM. They drop into the pit trench and back out on track.
Yes, that was Ollie Bromble.
And got the horn going there as well, so a bit of encouragement. Love it. Yeah, Ollie was in and out and gone. Going to be intrigued to see whether Riley still has that neat little buffer. There's not much in it between himself and Eliza Dennis. In comes our 325. Boy, look at the intensity here. When they leave the pits, they've got a bit of a breather, and they're back out and after it.
Yeah, no doubt. There's not too many camelbacks in this race either that you've noticed. There are a couple in the top 10, but mostly no camelbacks in this race. So that hydration is going to be super important at pit stops. If you're not running a camelback, to try and breathe for a moment, get a drink of water or Gatorade or whatever they're trying to fuel with, because that is super important. It might seem cold and that you won't be as hot as potential that the Sunraysia region can bring. The work rate is phenomenal.
We're getting close to lap 3. 26 minutes into the race so far. We'll try and find Riley Mullen, Elijah Dennis, Charlie Kirk, Nate Hargraves and Felix Burgess, your top 10. It's around about 10 minutes a lap at this point. The fastest lap was Riley Mullen, was at 10.3, 10 minutes 30.4. And interesting, Eliza Dennis was 10 minute 30.9. So nothing in it at all. Now, bit of a goggle cleanup going on real quick from the Peter Stevens team. That was brutal. One of the Carbide teams, the 824 of Bodie Brown. The Carbide race team, Peter Stevens, Yamaha Cruise Dune suspension. Got a bit of chiropractic work as well as a goggle clean then.
Slight adjustment.
We'll wait for our leaders to come back into vision here very shortly. Boy, that's a goggle clean he'll remember for some time. We've got the 122 just clearing out from here as well. Bearing in mind, we've got a number of different classes within the class. So we'll endeavour try and decipher who is in which class. There's the outright, and then there's the actual class wins as well. Will McGinty, there's a name you know pretty well, Liam. Back in that 62. William McCallick. Levi Campbell, 73rd. Zach Wilkinson. Cruz Cowan. Seth Hutton. Chase Muldoon. Chase Bamford. And the kids just cruising through. You can just see the trenches off to the right with those nappies that sit there to catch any of the waste. So we check out the 100 bike. Those pink number plates give it away as well as to which class that you're in. That was Nova Pilkington in the girls 7 to under 12 year bracket.
So 95 bikes all up in this junior small wheels division. Harrison Hood was the last of those that we'll expect next on this lap number 2. So Riley Robertson still to come through. Zach Wilkinson, Cruz Cowan, Chase Muldoon, Declan Tin, Dylan Poole, Freddie Malloy, Mitchell Horwood, Harry Clark, Carter Branford, Travis Donahue, Riley Boyle, Riley Hood, Asher Wilson, Harrison Davey, Nate Circa, Sophie Middling, Priya Kinsella, Jack Van Hooft, and Harrison Hood still to time in here for lap number 2 officially, and we should be not too far away from our leaders coming back through at about that 10 minute 30 lap time.
Yeah, we're almost halfway there, Liam. 3 laps to go this next time by when they come through for us. Riley has the quickest time, but he and Eliza are in the 10:30s together. Charlie Kirk ran a 10:44 as Charlie's best, about 14 seconds outside the 10:30 mark that Mullen and Dennis have been carving out. And out we head once more. A quick little burst of energy and you're back out there. Just saw the 84 bike just leaving just then as well. So a combination of 65cc, 7 to under 9s. That is the timer off to the left-hand side on your screen, the crawl, but that's from our previous lap. That was the distance between Eliza and Riley Mullen on that previous lap past our timing. So we'll see whether that's closed in at all. Here we go. So this is the leader right now coming through. So Riley Mullen continuing to do the job, and it looks like Riley might have carved out a bit of a difference now. 11 seconds, the difference. So Riley has gotten away to a nice little advantage. Still waiting on Charlie Kirk to come through. So Riley Mullen has really stepped it up. Not better than his previous 10-minute 30 as best, but we have 3 to go. There's your leader. Very comfortable. Hand on the hip. Got this thing absolutely wailing right now. Bit of a look back over at the camera. That camera guy does a phenomenal job. Look at the shadow down the bottom side there. Yeah, very.
How smooth is that shot?
I knew that's what you meant.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a real... That guy is legging it. You would think that'd be the drone shot, but nope. That's the kind of commitment that this team has to our camera shots. Now, there he's pulling in, so this will be interesting. Our first look at a pit stop, and he's like, damn it. Why do I have to get that shot? So we'll try and get him. We're right at the end of the length of the satellite by the looks of things. Riley's gone to maybe get a gel or fresh goggles.
Yeah, it might have been goggles.
Eliza has an 11-second buffer to make up. Lambing a 45-second buffer. Burgess a 50-second buffer. Then Kirk, then Hargraves, then Rickus, then Page, then Munro. Stella Harding still in that top 10, but boy, Riley has really stepped it up in that previous lap, Liam.
Yeah, solid in that one. They rolled out pretty much together, but he gained that 11-second advantage on the last time out. And Eliza Dennis was just on screen, heading back over the hill and into the scrub from Lambing, Burgess, Kirk, Hargraves. So Burgess and Lambing up a couple of spots on Charlie Kirk. So that's a 50-second buffer to the race leader currently in Riley Mullen on bike 118. William Rickus, interestingly, goes quicker than his previous lap that time. So he's starting to settle into the groove. Is bike 115 of William Rickus, usually pretty early.
So that'd be Eliza Dennis on screen right there, quite possibly just about to leave.
Yeah, so it looks like Dennis didn't pit that time if she's made up that much ground.
That's a big call, isn't it? Not to pit. So she's going to have a crack at Riley now, but she's going to have to try and get a break and get clear. So there's obviously a pit strategy here, Liam.
Yeah.
So this is a big call by Eliza to try and make up the difference. But she's going to have to get past him and ideally get about a 10-second buffer or something like that for the pit stop to try and come out even. Boy, it's bottomless already there.
Yeah.
Look how rutted out that is, that section.
So deep and endless. And Riley's been really good in that section in particular. Just on screen, you can see the gap has lengthened a little. So third is Ryder Lambing on screen. Bike 777. Flight Lambing, a 45-second advantage to Riley Mullen in your race leader. And now it is much less than 11 seconds is the gap between Mullen and Dennis. It would only be thereabouts 2 to 3 seconds. As they left sight halfway through this race, we're at 33 minutes so far. So projecting a little quicker than potentially last year's.
Just thinking Riley's
time,
really turning that up. It was a 1:13 was the record from last year, or the time taken last year for Levi Rossi. But you would think right now, the way that Riley Mullen is churning out these lap times, this might be taken care of.
Yeah, even if you can stay under the 11-minute per lap mark, it'll be well and truly under.
Just looking through our top 10 to try and find out if any of our different classes with who is where, because as we said, there's a number of classes within the class. So there's the outright. but then there's also the respective classes that we see in these groups. So I'm just looking through to find where Riley Mullen is. Charlie Kirk in the 85cc two-stroke and 150cc four-stroke class, small wheel. KW Earth Moving and Concrete sponsored. When you look through, that's where you find him in his class. And I'm just looking through from our top 10 point of view. Elijah Dennis also on the gas in that 85cc two-stroke and 150cc four-stroke. Banjo Watt in that group as well. And boy, Riley Mullen, it's a huge class, the 9 to under 12s, 85cc two-stroke and four-stroke. And Riley has the class, of course, win and the outright win if he holds on to all this. But Eliza's been giving him some pressure. No doubt about that. Slowing up again to come into that pit area as we just see the 217 of Mitchell Carter just making his way out of his pit. Cooper McMully, 42nd. So the lead was out to an 11.8 second lap. Now, bearing in mind, that was when they came through on the timing, past the timing hut before. So we know that Eliza got it down a lot lower to that. Stella Harding in 12th now. Angus Summers in 13th. Shelley Rutherford in 22nd. Hamish Finch, Jack Renfrey, Hugo Kinsey, Elijah Newton, Zach Kellett, Van Nuschifer, Bentley Clark in 32nd. Felix Brooker in 33rd. Archie Black, we saw Archie before. Nikolai Marchant, 35th. Thomas Hathaway, 46th. Chad Warland, those guys still waiting to come through to record their lap. So Bodie Austin with a 12.07. Riley has not gotten down to his previous 10.30 and 10.30.9. Mind you, that might be their first laps as well.
Yeah, you would definitely think, in the way that just these shots of the track alone, that is going to be brutal if he's going to get anywhere near those original couple of laps. So it is going to be tough from
William Rickus, though.
Yeah, that's phenomenal, that.
Just recorded his quickest, 11.01.5. So that's good news.
He actually gained like 20 seconds on the bike ahead of him, which was Nate Hargraves, who did an 11.17 for 6th position. So he made up 16 seconds in that lap. And projecting at that, if he can maintain that 11-minute flat pretty well, that's quick enough for 3rd and 4th right now on track.
Look at this little battle pack going on here. This is what you live for. You're looking around, you're seeing your mates. It makes you go just that little bit harder. And it's good when you get to race with someone too. Events this size, when a lap is 15 Ks a lap, Liam, sometimes you don't get a chance to race with anybody else. Kick it, son, kick it. The 6.05 about to leave the pit just then.
Yeah, that was Cooper McCulley at 41st in the order. Thanks to all of our wonderful sponsors on board with the live stream again. Of course,
mate wasn't asleep then, was he? Did you see that shot just then in the pits? Looked like he had his feet in the...
Yeah, it's been a long morning.
In the trench, he looked like he was asleep. Maybe it's one of those dads that just catching a few Zeds. Three laps to go. Boy, it's rutted out pretty fiercely just then too, and those braking bumps that go past the timing caravan.
We've seen so many put him into those hay bales at the end of the race.
Yeah, just about means you're pushing all the way. Shannon Boyler just giving them the slow down signal just then.
And there is actually that digital speed limiter as well at the end of that first pitch straight away, the big yellow board to let you know what speed you are doing, because there is no way to know on any of these bikes what speed you are actually doing without that. So there's that 25k pit speed limit. And of course, a very different setup today to tomorrow in the senior events. We'll have senior prologue and the shootout as well today. But then tomorrow, they'll actually race through the pits, as our interview with Jack Simpson earlier was entailing, that those transition lanes. When you get into the pits, there's the fast lane. You can still
Hargy.
race through.
Old Hags cruising through. Big thanks to Monaghan Logistics as well. Lewis Monaghan was a star at Fink.
Wasn't he? Absolutely wrapped up his class.
Dominated the 250s. That was a big ride. It was pretty handy in Speedway motorcycles as well, and Junior Speedway, and I thought, here we go. Monas is on his way to go to Europe, and he just upped and went, nope, you know what? I'm going to ride Desert Race. He's doing a great job. Ollie Bromble is 42nd, Lockie Devlin 43rd, Will Munro 44th, Thomas Hathaway 45th. Hargy, we just saw Benji Hargy just go through the pits just before in 52nd position. Will McGinty 62nd, Brax Buntsma 63rd, Jack Rust 64th, Jimmy Begbie 65th, Reese Thompson, Jack Derwent, Nova Pilkington. And we would be pretty soon seeing our leaders come back into the distance here shortly. So we're getting a bit of a look at the race leader. We think this might be Riley's just been dominant since this race began. The body language looks good. Up over the handlebars, over the front cross base, right on that lower groove just then. And Riley has been a force so far. Eliza has certainly taken it to him, but I don't think we saw Eliza do a pit stop before. So, whoa, man, he was right to the ragged edge of that lap just then. Extreme outside. Here comes your leader to put one through. Interesting last lap, of course, you had a pit stop in as well. It was an 11:34 compared to his best 10:30. So here's your leader. It'll be interesting to try and find Elijah and see what happens with her pit stop at this point. So down pit lane we come. It's 11.6 is the difference. So once again, Riley was able to just extend that lead. What a ride it's been so far. Bit of a look back, very casual, knows he's got the speed. Aboard the gas. The Banks Race Development, Next Racing, Mullen Lawyers and John Mullen Building and Concrete. And also Nana and Grandpa Shep on board. Mullen Lawyers, Thor, Gas, Daily Moto and Moto for Life. And there is Eliza. Aboard the 265, you would have to think a pit stop is coming here. Our camera crew right there might be just to the very end of our limit when it comes to the sneakers and also the satellite. So we'll take it from Tex instead. Good work. Now I'm just wondering, is she pitted or not pitted again? Let's just see if she does, if she pits here or not. I don't think she's going to. We're not sure whether Eliza has already pitted or not. You'd have to think she would have, Liam, I would think. But there's no way of proving that. We
No, that's right.
100% see that. But maybe she
very
was
efficient on the stop.
very committed to it. She knows that she really can't afford to do anything but just go after it because Riley has this race absolutely in his keeping. Look how casually he is. Left hand on the hip. He'll ride out past this point here and then just wick it up. Away goes Riley Mullen again. There's 2 laps to go. This has been a dominant performance from Riley. We'll have a look and see where the 265 of Elijah Dennis is next. Felix Burgess in 3rd. Charlie Kirk up to 4th. Ryder Lambing in 5th. Nate Hargraves in 6th. And if I look at our timing, it should say William Rickus with 11:01 at best time. Brax Pollard, Ollie Peach, Stella Harding still 9th. Angus Summers, Zach Mays, Cody Munro, Bodie Bennett, and Banjo Watt. Your top 10. We have about a lap and 3/4 to go.
Now, of course, lap time's up now to about 11 minutes, 30 seconds, but even at that trajectory, should shoot well and truly under last year's winner time. That was an hour, 13 minutes, and we're only 45 minutes into this with 2 laps remaining for Riley Mullen and Eliza Dennis. Now, he could still run easily a 13-minute lap these last couple and still shoot in underneath that. So, quick pace set early by Mullen and Dennis, who's been right there the whole time. Eliza Dennis was actually quicker last lap as well than Riley Mullen. So Eliza did a 11 minutes 33 and Mullen was at 11 minutes 34. So she's right there with him.
Yeah, that
little bit of track position.
Their best lap is their first lap because they start and just go straight out to the course. They don't have that whole pit loop that they have to do, which slows them up considerably. There is Westbrook on the 8:08, just going through as well. Just going to have a look at where Westy is. Finn is in 17th right now on the racetrack. Best time of 11 minutes 34. Finn is just ahead of Caleb Gurry, Ollie Kale and Chili Rutherford in that 20 battle. Finn's trying to run down Ryder Plum, who has an 11.25 to Ryder's name. Banjo Watt has an 11.18. Kobe Munro has an 11.07, and the best time of Bodie Bennett is an 11.15.1. So certainly towards the business end of the first race of the day. And we have Big Wheel to come after this for the juniors. Followed by Seniors Prologue. 1,000 riders, it'll seem like. Track is certainly rutted out pretty fiercely. Don't forget the seniors do a longer course again. Big Wheels will do a 22-kilometre course. Out comes the 330 back out onto the racetrack. Wicks it straight up. These kids are just so relentless. They just love it. They get over your fear a lot quicker when you start off so young, but they just don't seem to have any fear, and they seem to just have so much energy on the tap.
So still riders are timing in their fastest laps of the race on lap 3 and 4, which is really remarkable. A couple of those, Archie Black went quicker just then on his 4th lap, and Cohen Gammond as well. So that'd be really incredible if riders can continue to do that, given the way that the track conditions do start to go away, and you get in those deeper ruts, the deeper sand, they're going to slow you up significantly. That doesn't count pit stops as well.
Look at the water. Sun shimmering off the lake on the left-hand side just there. Always sweep riders as well. That's one thing that's very cool about this. That a big field of sweeper riders that just ride around the course, keeping an eye on people and making sure that everyone's okay. So if someone goes down, there's an immediate contact to medics and things like that. So, yeah, super cool that we have so many riders out around the course just making sure these kids are okay. In comes the 813, just locking in the lap. Like you said, Archie just Tate Williams too, 12.15.4, Tate's best lap.
There's a bunch of them doing it now.
Yeah.
Settling into the groove, potentially the early nerves of not knowing what corner's coming up next or what sweeping straight away through those rolling planes.
Or they just start to get better at the lap, you know. Sometimes you just get better at attacking a corner, you get a bit more confidence, so you have a different approach to it. Not long until we have 1 lap to go for your race leader, Riley Mullen. It's been good to watch that battle. Elijah's been close, but just not close enough to really put the pressure on. I'd say that Riley's team are letting him know just how close she is, but he hasn't had to sort of look over and see her right there. A couple of kids getting ready for one of the pit stops.
here's how it works. I ask you, then I tell you, and then I deal with it, right? Don't get to the third point. So I've asked you, please don't move any vehicles, all right?
Back on our drone shots as they come back to the pit area right now. As Liam said earlier on, we had like in the mid-90s, 95 riders in your small wheel. Spectators getting around enjoying the sunshine, but it's an optical illusion because the breeze is just chilly. Pretty soon we'll be getting a glimpse, I think, of Riley Mullen coming back into view. Still Stella Harding inside the top 10. How good's that? 2 girls inside the top 10. And see Cruz just waiting to get their rider to come back into view. But it must be a lonely 10 or 11 or 12 minutes for families too, because the kid leaves the pits and then you have to wait 11 or 12 minutes. Not like motocross where you can see pretty well most of the lap. Certainly in Speedway, it's all played out in front of you, but you have to wait 11 or 12 minutes until you see your pride and joy come back into view. You look at all the multiple grooves right there. Not so much if you get to that part of the racetrack, you're in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, things are going pretty badly.
Still plenty of moist track conditions back there. It's kind of remarkable the difference in the dusty conditions we saw earlier this morning at some parts of the racetrack. A couple of these kids you would think are on their last year of small wheel, Liam.
Yeah, well and truly. That age bracket separating them. So you can still have 13 to under 16s in small wheel as well as big wheel. So
that looks like our leader. I'm just going to guess. Is that Riley? I think it is.
It's a massive closing speed, wasn't there?
Riley's just been outstanding. Look at that, squeezing around the outside of the lap rider, owning it. Need to see if we've got our remote mic and whether we pull our winner into our Penrite victory lane as well. The first time that we've had that situation today. So we'll check in with Toph shortly as to whether we're able to do that. Whether we plonk him straight into our commentary seat or whether we do it in our presentation area here to the left of us. But we'll work that out in the next lap and a half. Boy, it's rutted out fiercely through there. That margin would have to blown out, I would thought, right now.
Boy, he looks good.
He does, doesn't he? Very comfortable. Coming up to lock in the last lap, Liam, that's for sure.
He's pinned right to the very end of the lap. Sneaks right out by the hay bales, and he'll get the last lap board. No look over his shoulder. I think he knows that he's pretty well in control of this as Riley Mullen. Can breathe with the one hand, shakes his clutch hand, and can warm up now in the pits. Take some time to breathe. And will he pit here on the last lap or not? So we'll follow along again with the first person view drone. And watch as Riley will take his first turn through the pits. Now just ahead of him there is the speed limit sign. Gets the green, the happy face, says he's going slow enough. He's got enough time to be looking in other people's pit bays as well, which is remarkable. So that's race leader. Riley Mullen, bike 118 for the last time through the pit. And that is his pit area directly ahead, so we'll know very shortly whether he's going to pit at all on the final lap or not. And looks like at this point that he won't be. And there's Eliza, very close behind. So she gets given the rag to wipe the goggles. Have a bit of a fresh look at the last lap, so she is still well and truly there. It was 18 seconds the margin on their last lap. Mullen in clear control, but Eliza Dennis can still see him importantly. And that would play majorly into your headspace as you head towards the last lap.
Sometimes that's just frustrating though. So 1 lap to go. Riley Mullen, well and truly in control. From Eliza Dennis Charlie Kirk. We haven't seen much of Charlie, but Charlie's been doing an epic job in that third position. Ryder Lamming in fourth. Felix Burgess in fifth. Sixth is Nate Hargraves. We can go back to
William Rickus.
Yeah, William Rickus. Then Brax Pollard, Ollie Page. Then Stella Harding, Angus Summers, Zach Mays, Kobe Munro, Bodie Bennett, Banjo Watt, Ryder Plum, Finn Westbrook, Caleb Gurry, and Ollie Kale. It's around about your top 19 or 20 as we move into the final lap here for Small Wheel.
So all of the top 10 into their final lap now. They'll see the last lap board just here by the timing stripe. So 11 bikes so far locked into their last lap. Zach Mays, Kobe Munro.
Stella Harding's outside the top 10 for the first time in this race. She's in 11th. Mays, Munro, Bennett, Watt, Plum, Westbrook, Gurry, Kale, and Rutherford. Your top 20. Boy, some of these kids make these small wheels look very small. So they're on their final go around on the small wheels. So less than a lap to go for your leader. Eliza Dennis was the number one rider after Prologue. She was relieved of that number one position rather quickly by Riley. It's been a fantastic battle to watch play out between the pair of them. But really, it hasn't got much closer than that. Sort of initially, it was 3 seconds, and it blew out to 10, and it's been consistently around that 11, and then now it's out to 18. So Riley has been weapon fast and weapon consistent.
Yeah, man to beat, no doubt about that. Little Riley Mullen, a star at arena cross level as well. And now looking to wrap up.
Gee, a lot of personal bests coming in this last lap. A lot of kids really stepping it up.
It's incredible that Riley's nearly a minute a lap slower than his first lap was. And then some of the other riders that are picking up time still as this race gets on.
Well, bearing in mind, too, they all started quite late in that area when they fired off. But consistency has been the key for Riley. No doubt about that. Very soon he'll be coming by, and we'll be endeavouring to get him into the presentation area, which is going to be a bit of a corralling situation.
Yeah, always is.
Well, they're a little bit further away than they have been before, Liam, so this will be an interesting little ride through into our Penrite victory lane. Stella Harding, 11th. Haven't been looking at the overall time for the event. 49. This is going to be way under.
Yeah, no doubt.
Way
it's
under.
About 58 minutes thereabouts as it just refreshed. So even if he just started the lap now, he should still be safe. So yeah, just on the hour.
Yeah, right. So 58 minutes. And we were looking back, I think was it 1 hour 13 from last year for Levi? Yeah, 1 hour 13:35 from last year for Levi Rossi. So this is going to come in substantially quicker.
Should be just under the 110, you would be thinking. So may pick up a couple of minutes. I mean, there's a big final lap still to play out. So much can happen on this 15-kilometre loop for the junior small wheels.
Then we've got big wheels to come with their 22K loops. And then we'll get into hundreds and hundreds of seniors, but at least in a numerical order.
Yeah, it starts to make a little bit of sense at that point.
8:45, just riding through just then. Still getting told by the officials, slow down. slow down as they get to that pit area. It's actually quite nice in the sun. Just the wind chill factor is wicked.
Yeah, it's cutthroat. Still the happy green riding on the speed limiter at the end of the pit straight away.
Oh, you get the happy green, do you?
Yeah, happy green.
A bit like the OTR sort of.
Yeah, how are you feeling? How was your experience in pit lane?
Oh, yeah, nice. There you go. Race is almost wrapped up. And Riley Mullen has certainly been the form guide here, that's for sure. And the first race of the weekend is nearly locked away. Elijah Dennis in second. It's out to an 18-second margin, but mind you, that was on the previous scoring. There's no segments or sectors that we're able to see here, so it just gives us an idea of the margin when they come by the timing van. Ollie Kale, 21st. Caleb Gurry, 22nd. Hamish Finch, 23rd. Zach Kellett. Elijah Newton, Jack Renfrey, Bodie Austin, Felix Brooker. That's around the 22nd to 28th position. I think our winner is closing in here. What an amazing... Hello, Jonathan. He's bringing our coffees. Yeah. I saw you with that before. It was an empty coffee cup. I'm like, how can you do that to me, contract? Yeah. So what a ride it's been. Just an unstoppable force has been Riley Mullen. Gotten better as this one has gone on. Elijah has certainly given him plenty to think about. Charlie Kirk still in third. Lamming in fourth. Burgess in fifth. Hargraves, Rickus, Patch, Pollard, Summers. That's your top 10. Stella Harding just outside that top 10. In 11th, Kobe Munro, Zach Mays, Bodie Bennett, Ryder Plum, Banjo Watt, Finn Westbrook, Hutto Wilson, Chili Rutherford, and Benji Brown. That's your top 20.
Been a fascinating watch for junior small wheels as Riley Mullen looks to wrap up the 2024 crown for the Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
First winner for the weekend. What a way to do it too. Just superb ride.
Should be not far away from home at all. It's been a really good watch from an Eliza Dennis point of view as well. They played the long game in their pit strategy and it kept her in the race for a great portion of this. Mullen was a little slower in their pit stops and did more of them. And Eliza Dennis was able to just knuckle down and keep getting through without stopping, which brought her back into the race multiple times. So final lap for Riley Mullen, who we await to come into screen. Just over the hour. Ticking by as it will reset, so we're at an hour and 4 minutes so far. And last year's winner, well documented, was Levi Rossi, did an hour 13 minutes. So at this point, should well and truly shoot in under that time and take out quite a few minutes with it as well.
Here he comes. Here he comes. This is your race leader, Riley Mullen. What a performance. Just looked like he could go another 10 laps. Tremendous ride, and he's absolutely pumped, as well he would be. Great job, Riley Mullen. Just seemed to have most of the race with his left hand on his hip. He was that casual. So waiting on Elijah to come through. Here comes Elijah Dennis. Tremendous ride from her. She will pick up second place. Great job for Eliza. Looks like she absolutely was giving that her all. What an impressive young lady she is. Now we're just waiting to see who picks up third. Will it be Charlie Kirk? These two having a quick little chat. I wouldn't mind a drink, I think is what she just said then. Had a pretty grubby little face in there. Just like, give me a drink, quick. And there is our third place rider. It is Charlie Kirk. Mum comes in, gets the gas helmet cleaned up a little bit. Gosh, they're tough, these kids, aren't they? What a ride for Riley. What a job by Elijah. And well done, Charlie Kirk. They'll be in our Penrite victory lane here in just a moment. Johnny Contract down there along with Shannon Moyler. And a couple of the laps to go. That'll blow your mind. So 3 very fast kids. And the pointy end of today's field. Ryder Lamming will pick up 4th place. 5th is Felix Burgess. 6th is Nate Hargrave. 7th, William Rickus. Ollie Petch coming through with the fastest last lap. 11.07. Brax Pollard, Angus Summers, Stella Harding and Kobe Munro. Your top 12. Just watching the top 10 or 12 just coming through. And in a moment, we'll go down to Johnny Contract, who's going to be in Penrite victory lane with our top 3.
So Checkers obviously waving in our junior small wheels program. Riley Mullen taking the big victory on bike 118 as our podium getters get gathered in the Penrite, Australian owned and trusted since 1926 marquee. And we get ready to have a chat. Johnny Contract. We'll have a chat first of all with our third place getter in Charlie Kirk. He was on bike 647, and we're just moments away. We'll head down to Johnny Contract, who has Charlie Kirk third in the junior small wheels program.
Well, we're sitting down here in the Penrite tent with a great opportunity to talk to all of our place getters that run through the day today. First cab off the rank. It is the team of people that have done such a great job at the front of the field in our junior small wheel classes here for Hattah 24. And the first guy we need to talk to is Charlie Kirk. Charlie, great ride today. Well done, buddy.
Thanks.
Charlie, you hail from where?
Sonana, Victoria.
So a Victorian who's come up from a couple of hours down, a little further down into Victoria to come up, mate. For Hattah for you, great campaign this year.
Yeah.
Charlie, more importantly, I suppose, is that you had a ton of people come with you to help you out. Obviously, there's a group of people you'd like to thank for the placing today.
Yep. Mum, Dad, Poppy, Douglas Hire, Precise Farm Solutions, Active Waste Disposal, Sananad, all the people who put in the work to make this event possible, and all the boys for the competition.
Good on you, Charlie. Well done. So from here, you get a chance to rest up and watch some of the fast guys tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Good on you, mate. Thank you so much for coming down and supporting the Penrite Oils Hattah Desert Race here this weekend. And I know you're going home with some goodies and some trophies, which is going to make you pretty happy. So that means you come back next year and look for the front plate, the number 1.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good on you, buddy. Well done. Charlie Kirk, ladies and gents, our third place rider here this weekend. And very shortly, we'll get a chance to talk to Eliza Dennis, who'll be with us shortly as well. We'll be with you in a moment.
Great chat with Johnny Contract and Charlie Kirk, third place getter in the junior small wheels division. Our first race completed of the weekend. As now our second place. We'll get locked into the booth with Johnny. Will be Eliza Dennis, who was in this race with Riley Mullen from the very get-go. She was our fastest qualifier in Prologue. She was the first bike to leave the start line, and she'll have a quick chat to Johnny Contract in just a moment. We'll head down to the Penrite tent.
Rightio, down here now with our second place earner or rider this weekend. And what an amazing story to have her here with us. I talk of none other than Eliza Dennis. Eliza, well done.
Thank you.
Mate, what a ride. You took it to the guys and you just rode to the point where you almost had him, but you know what? It is what it is. Second's a good place to be in, right?
Yeah, my goal this weekend was to get top 3 and I achieved it, but I was going after first, but it just got too gnarly, so I just sat where I was and I was happy.
Eliza, it's a cool track out there, isn't it? Like, it is just so cool to be riding down here at Hattah, isn't it?
Yeah, it's so fun. Like, it's a fun event.
Eliza, would it be safe to say that this is one of your favourite events?
Yes, definitely.
How cool is it to come down here, though, and race against all the guys and the girls and stuff? You know, like it's one of those events that's just almost like it draws you back time and time again, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is my 4th time, so I've been here a lot. So, yeah, I'm getting used to it, and I'm going to come here every year.
Eliza, there's a number of people that have helped you to get to where you've gotten to today, so I'm sure you've got a list that's quite long, yeah?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Gas Australia, Clouds Racing Accessories, Fly Racing, Froth Global, Beaton's Pro Formula, Choice Suspension, and Mum and Dad.
Eliza, that means now that second, there's only one more step to take, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got to get first next year.
So I'm just going to ask you, you're coming back next year because you want that one, don't you?
Yeah, I'll be in the big wheel class next year, so hopefully that will be fun, so yeah.
Let's see how you go with that. And where are you from again?
Wagga Wagga.
Wagga Wagga in New South Wales. What an amazing journey. I'm sure you're going home and making the Gas guys pretty happy this weekend, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
Rightio. Well, time for a lemonade or something for you and celebrate with the team tonight, hey? Well done, and thank you for coming down and supporting the 24 Hattah Desert Race, proudly brought to us by the team at Penrite.
Thank you.
Well done. Round of applause for her, hey?
A big
Shortly we'll talk to our winner
congratulations.
this weekend as well, and that'll be Riley Mullen.
Well done, Eliza Dennis wraps up second place in the junior small wheels division. The family and the Gas team behind her are absolutely stoked with that result, and so they should be. A stellar ride and fastest in Prologue as well. As we'll gather our race winner to have a chat with Johnny as well in a couple of moments' time. That will, of course, be Riley Mullen. Finishes a spectacular first main event race of the weekend here at the Penrite 2024 Hattah Desert Race. He gets the microphone clipped on and he'll have a quick word with Johnny Contract before we kickstart this interview down there in the Penrite Australian owned and trusted since 1926 tent. We are good to go with Johnny, who has our race winner of junior small wheels in Riley
We're
Mullen.
down here now with the number 1 rider for the weekend in our small wheels class for Hattah 24, and that, of course, is none other than Riley Mullen. Hey, Riley, great to have you here this weekend.
Yeah, thank you.
Mate, what an awesome ride, mate. You got out there, you got a good run out of the gate, got away nice and tight, rode a pretty solid track. They tell me gnarly, yeah?
Yeah, it was really gnarly. It's starting to get really sketchy and square edge.
Mate, for you, this is not your first Hattah appearance?
Yes, it's my third.
And, of course, you love the event as much as any other event, but what's really cool about Hattah for you?
Hanging off the back and holding it 6 pinned.
There you go, 6 pin, mate. That is awesome. Hey, number 1 in the class, that's got to be a great thing for you. Coming back next year to defend that one?
Yeah, I'll try to. Yeah, I'm wrapped with the win.
And, of course, you hail out of where?
Strathalbyn.
Wow, Strathalbyn, right. So how many years you been hanging on the back of a bike for, buddy?
5? Yeah, something around there.
Good on you. Well, mate, you've certainly done well today. In our junior small wheels class, you get to take the number 1 ranking. So that's pretty cool. Time to celebrate with the team and the like. Who do you want to thank in your backyard, camp, whatever you want to call it?
Banks Race Development, Pedolene, Thor, and everyone else that helps me out. Thank you so much.
And also a big thank you to the team at Penrite for getting involved with the sponsorship to the event here this weekend as well. And, of course, the Northwest Victoria Motorcycle Club. Is this one of your favourite events?
Yes, definitely.
Mate, I love it when you tell me that, because that just means you keep coming back time and time again. Would love to see you move through from juniors into seniors and follow your progression. So well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Riley Mullen took the number 1 plate in the junior small wheel class today. Whoop it up, mate. Come on, let's whoop it up. Yay! Back to the guys in the main commentary area, Wade and Liam.
How good is that? Our top 3 from junior small wheels. The first race of the weekend officially done. It was 6 laps, 15 kilometres per lap, with Riley Mullen taking the number 1 honours. Here's a quick look back at how it all went down. Eliza Dennis was your number 1 out of Prologue before Riley Mullen took control of the race lead on lap number 1. But boy, Dennis was not going anywhere. That was her riding shot behind Mullen. They ran a much longer pit strategy and always snuck themselves right back into this race. It was always Mullen ahead, but boy, Eliza Dennis gave herself plenty to think about because she was always there, and those longer pit strategies brought her right back into the mix. Riley Mullen slowly but surely worked his way further out in the lead, and Charlie Kirk was ever present in 3rd place as well. But really, this entire race, Wade Ornger, was Riley Mullen's to win. He was super strong in that opening lap. Eliza Dennis was always there, but it never really looked like Riley Mullen was going to give up that top spot.
Great chats with Johnny Contract just then as well, and we're going to have Brett Metcalf in a little bit later on to chat with us, along with Glenn Bell as well. We've been seeing Lee Adams go backwards and forwards in front of us as well. And, yeah, what an impressive pair. Riley in particular, but Elijah as well. So enthusiastic, and look at that. He's absolutely amped. What a ride. Elijah reminds me a little bit of Maddie Healy. I had a chance to catch up with Maddie out at Deakin Motorcycles on the Thursday night, and she's very well spoken, a lot like Emma Milicevic as well. I think women's desert racing is in a very, very good place, and Maddie Healy is going to be very, very good to watch here this weekend. I'm sure whether Toph can dial up our chat with Maddie Healy the other night. We'll catch up with her and talk more on the other side of this.
Maddie, it's wonderful to have you back here in beautiful Mildura. You're a Sheppo girl, so you know this isn't cold, right?
Nah, this is perfect weather.
It's July.
Yeah. No, the sun's shining, so yeah, it's been awesome.
How has your year been?
Yeah, had a really good start. I raced the Desert Race and actually come away with the win with that one, and 53rd outright, I'm pretty sure.
Nice.
So, in the boys, so that was pretty good. Yeah, and then
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's not gloss over that.
Nah, so yeah, hopefully next year you can do a bit better. But yeah, and then with the Prologue Nationals, I've been sitting in 4th with that one, or 5th maybe now. But yeah, it's been pretty good. So looking forward to Hattah this weekend and can't wait.
Where has this culture come from, this passion for motocross, outdoors, desert racing, all that for you on two wheels? Where's it come from?
Well, my dad actually started just racing pretty much. I've been racing since I was 6. I started riding when I was 4. So my two older brothers started riding, and then I just thought I'd come with them, and yeah, just started the love for it. And we come up here, I think when I was 9 was my first, I think that was the youngest you could race. That was my first year, and I've only missed 1 year since. So yeah, the love for Hattah is awesome.
Why?
Oh, it's just the atmosphere, the whole race, the desert racing. It's just so much fun. It's a lot more laid back, and yeah, just the atmosphere. It's crazy. Like, just to express how much fun we have with that. It's awesome.
There's always comparisons between Fink and Hattah, although they're two totally different animals, and you're very well versed to explain that.
Yeah.
What's different?
Probably more like the speed, and you're kind of out on your own with Fink, where you're just going there and you're back, and obviously the team's involved, that's all. But then with Hattah, it's a lot more mental game plan. You have your teams involved too, like, you have your dad on your jerry or your mechanic. So yeah, it's a lot more, and like Hattah's probably a lot more mental going into the last couple laps. So it's just trying to get there, where Hattah, with Fink, it's probably the last on the way back, the last couple Ks, like that's where you're like mentally driven to get there, which is the speed as well. So yeah, that's probably the differences, but the speeds and the roughness is probably still all the same. And you can't
pre-ride Hattah.
No,
that's one really big difference. So how do you feel about that as a rider?
Yeah, well, you can always get sort of tracks similar, but it's completely you can't get the exact same. So yeah, I feel comfortable like seeing I have great tracks around me that I can train on. But yeah, it's fine. You know what it's sort of, after doing all these years, you know what it kind of turns out to be like. So yeah.
Maddie, as little 6-year-old Maddie who first got onto a dirt bike, did you immediately think, this is special, I want to do this, or did it just become something you gradually got more obsessed with?
Yeah, I think it was more like to impress the family. That was how it started. Like, I wanted to, Dad's always like, if you can lift that, you can ride it. So it was always like, I just wanted to be like the boys, and that's sort of how it started. And yeah, it was just, as it went on, it's always been to, keep doing better. So yeah.
Have any of the Healy boys won Fink, by the way?
No, I don't think so. I think my brother Brock Healy is in the junior side. He's outrided it fairly well, I think, but he's actually racing it as well this year, so it'd be great to see how he comes, and hopefully I beat him, which I should have it covered. But yeah, and my other brother Levi, he's just a mechanic for me this weekend, so it'd be great to see.
How cool is that?
Yeah, family's really tight, so it's awesome.
All right, what are your ambitions for this year and beyond? What's the bigger plan for you?
Obviously I want to get into more desert racing, so just to get better at that, and hopefully I can get a title with Hattah. That'd be awesome, and then get better at Fink as well, and then hopefully that can get me overseas and just see how I go with that stuff.
So the win certainly in the ladies class, but then in outright, where are you aiming?
Yeah, I want to be top 50. That's the goal, and then just see how it goes. It's a long race, so anything can happen, and if I'm top 50 or around that, I'll be happy.
Sometimes buying automotive lubricants can be a bit of a nightmare. You're standing in your automotive retailer and there's the lubricants wall, right? Full of lubricants. What do I want to do? This fantastic Penrite product selection app. Now you can access this on your iPad, your computer, or your phone. You can simply select your vehicle. You can do it by rego search, and it'll tell you the lubricants that you need for your vehicle. Not only will it do that, it'll give you quantities, it'll give you options and alternatives if your stockist doesn't have the specific lubricant you need. Even better still, it'll give you lubricants for your engine, your gearbox, transmission, diff, power steering, brake, coolant, you name it. Now you tell me it could be any easier than that.
Big wheels, guys. If you can start heading out onto the. Hang on, sorry, guys. Right, guys, get your riding gear and get ready, fueled up, ready to go. Wait until I tell you to start moving. Still got a couple more juniors to come. You can just sit tight and wait. Make sure you're fueled with your safety gear, everything ready to roll, and just park until I give you the okay, all right? So just sit tight until I give you the okay, guys. Just got to
sit tight, guys. Just sit tight. We're just going to wait for the sweep riders to come back. Once they're back, then we're good to go, right? Just sit tight, fellas.
Liam Mason, it's good to have you back home and riding for the Blue Crew. Big weekend ahead for the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. We haven't seen you for, she's coming up on 3 years now.
Yeah, pretty much. It's been a quiet couple of years. Haven't had a very good run. But yeah, back healthy. Keen to get going, have another go.
And it's good to see that AJ and the Yamaha boys are showing some faith in you as well to get after it, which is good.
No, getting a little bit of help from AJ and just Yamaha as a whole, and Deacon being behind me a lot. So
yeah, they're great people, aren't they?
Yeah.
This is, you know this yourself, this is such a great motorsport community, Liam. Like, it doesn't matter whether it's ski racing, speedway, motocross, desert racing, drag racing, off-roads. There's something about this place, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know. There must be something in the water. Everyone's got to be doing something with a motor in it. But, it's definitely good. Easter times, as you know, is pretty full on, and then this time of year it seems to ramp up again. So can't complain. So
you've had reasonable amount of time on the bike, not as much as you would have liked.
Yep. Yeah, I got back on after surgery and whatnot. So end of last year, start of this year. Onto the Yamaha only about 6 weeks ago. So it's been pretty full on, a bit of a big change for me, being on a KTM since I was about 13, 14. So it's been a bit wild, but we're here now. So keen to see how it goes.
Off-road racing and desert racing, and motocross, throw that in as well. What are the fundamental differences? For someone outside looking in, they go, that's a motocross bike.
Yeah, so motocross a bit more close course. Tracks are obviously always prepped, and you've got booters in it as well. There's off-roads mainly, it's just natural terrain.
Shorter races.
Shorter races, a lot tighter, more technical. And then, Hattah's your desert's a lot faster and a bit longer as well, so endurance comes into it a bit more.
Do they cross over at all for you? Are there?
Yeah, it's definitely, you gain a lot from motocross, building speed, and just like that intensity and racecraft. Same as the off-roads. They do a lot of sprints there also, and then obviously off-roads you got to be fit for 3 hours as well. Some of them races can be tougher even though they're shorter, and then obviously if you can be good at both of them, you do well at Hattah.
Liam, you can't practice on this track. That's one of the real levelers for everybody, and that's why everyone tries and finds a farmer. What's it like for you? How much riding do you get to do in this area?
Well, I live here and I have my own track, so I'm pretty lucky in that way.
Do you keep that a secret?
Sort of, yeah. I usually get a lot of phone calls this time of year. I do most of my training in the scrub. Like a couple months leading up to Hattah, obviously get out and start to do some high speed stuff as well.
Is it just the sand? Is it is it the conditions that are similar when you can go to a farm and blast around? Because you can't ever, you never know really what the track's like till you're on it. But is it the conditions that are similar?
Yeah, you can get similar conditions obviously around the same area, and try and set your bike up best you can for what race day is going to be. You can get pretty close to that. Obviously, you're just not going to know the track.
All right, so what's your ambition this weekend? You got to have a goal in mind?
No real huge expectations. I've sort of been off for a little while, but I'd like to be back in the top 10 at the least. And
that's a pretty good expectation.
Yeah, go from there. Crack the top 5 in 21. Obviously, I'd like to make that number smaller. But just being realistic from injuries and obviously a big change of bike as well. I think as well as a very stacked field, a top 10 this year is a big thing as well. So if I can get in there, it'll be great.
Lots of family support here this weekend?
Sort of. Yeah, most of the family's around, so I'm sure I'll either see them out the side of the track or they'll be watching online. I'm sure they'll give me a tune-up if I don't do any good.
Cool to catch up with Liam Mason, one of the local hopes here this weekend. He's not local. Manham's kind of, no, it's not local. It's close. It's better than Melbourne. It's better than Sydney. Brady Metcalf, good to have you over here in your role. Oh, I know that girl. It's always cool to see different people roll in here and be part of this incredible culture that is the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Brett Metcalf, welcome to the Penrite Hattah Desert Race in your role as a Penrite ambassador. Motocross dude, supercross dude, desert racing hasn't been on your radar, but next year you told me it's locked in.
It's not locked in, but
come on, Brett. You said last night it's locked in. You said
let's lock it in.
I got to do it.
Let's lock it in. I would. I'm keen to do it for sure. It looks like such an awesome event. Second year out here, having a look around. Looks exciting. It looks fun. Obviously, it's a physical race, but right now while I'm doing Pro MX, the Penrite Pro MX series, it's really hard to fit it into the schedule. We go across to Perth, we did Manjum up and a couple events over there, and then come back and do this Pro MX. So to fit this in is a little tricky, and then obviously Supercross at the end of the year. So, this is 24 and 24 is kind of, you know, looking like it's going to be my last full-time professional racing season. So I will definitely be able to fit some events in like this next year.
You know who impressed us was Todd Waters when he came out and rode in this as well. A very versatile rider. You would think, okay, it's dirt bikes. How different can it be? But the culture is definitely different, isn't it?
The culture's different. And you got to know, to be competitive, you got to have an idea of what goes on in what you got to put into it. You know, a lot of bike setup, a lot of changes. You know, it's not just slap on a different fuel tank and, you're good to go. You know, your suspension settings are different. The way you approach the event's different. Your engine has to be capable of running 4+ hours and not having a failure. So, you know, motocross bikes, we're set up to do 30 minutes as hard as we can. This is a whole different category of fish out here. And if I'm going to do it, I don't have to come out here and race to win, but you want to be competitive and you need the things that require you to be good out here.
22 kilometres a lap. So always cool to have a guy with a different discipline and a different approach to his dirt bike riding to assess what kind of differences that might require. We have things called steg pegs and stuff like that. There's a
I've never even heard of it. What's a steg peg? What are you talking about? Is that like the things that you used to put on the BMX, you know?
Well, kind of.
On the front axle, I thought,
the front.
Is that what you're talking about? He's like, no.
Yeah.
I've had to learn a couple of things over the years now looking at it, but I did run a couple of GPs, like Grand Prix, that, you know, when I lived in California, so I raced against Robbie Bell and Ryan Hughes, Mike Adrask. I did a couple of off-road stuff and did quite well in it, so I enjoy it. Let me tell you, my hands were completely blistered and bleeding by the end of 3 hours, but I loved it. I kind of enjoy the endurance side of this sport as well, so it kind of fits up my alley pretty good.
That Sinford team do a wonderful job. There's a bunch of teams you'd almost want to call semi-pro, and I say that because of the way that they present. The Sinford team has a huge field of riders every year, and I'm pretty sure you would have caught the small wheel action there before. How about Elijah Dennis? I love the fact there's a couple of chicks really out there just giving these boys plenty.
She's incredible, Eliza. I've gotten to know them, the Dennis family. Obviously, Byron, and incredible talent as well in the MX2 class in the Pro MX series right now. But Eliza's going to be one to watch, man. Like the way she rides a bike, you cannot tell, boy, girl, this is what's cool about this event. You know, the camera's up in the face in the start line. Everyone's kind of relaxed.
Yeah.
It's not like it's different from a motocross where the start, it's so important and, you know, the gate drops. I mean, out here, you'll go one by one and it's you kind of funnel into your position and get on with your race, but it's a bit more relaxed atmosphere, and it's cool to see, you know, these are all still junior riders out here. It's big wheel up, and they're young, you know, so it's a big race for them to take on.
Just an incredible concept to call something small wheel and big wheel. Like in motocross, imagine that they called out small wheel, if you're ready now, we'll be like, what? It is a different world. It's a different mindset. There's a different fitness required. This is more aerobic than anaerobic. Not that motocross is really an anaerobic fitness, right?
It's not, no. But it does, like Supercross, a lot more so in the anaerobic, because you're pushing your threshold for 20 laps non-stop. But yeah, this is 100% more aerobic-based sport in this enduro stuff.
6 22-kilometre laps.
I love it when the bikes start up, man.
You get you going?
This is good. Yeah, this is when it's, it's time to start getting ready your races. You kind of just start to focus on the track and how you want to approach your event, your race, you know, what you want to do.
Over 800 riders here, Mehdi.
Incredible. Yeah. Incredible to see the sport blossoming. You know, the off-road scene here in Australia has always been so strong, and we've always developed such talented riders that have gone overseas or been so successful here in Australia. And, you know, these events, you know, paved the way for it. You know, you got the juniors out here riding, the Hattah Desert Race, that's the juniors. It's just, we've got such an incredible off-road ventures to lead into.
Jackson Verstegen is the guy that won this race last year at a time of 1 hour and 40 minutes over Ollie Gear, Levi Stevens, Archer Colwell, Davey Gear, the Gear family. Man, they are always in top gear. Danielle McDonald, Will McInnes, Jesse Ryan, Thomas Porter, and Drew Kremer, who I just saw on the line before there as well.
Speaking of Danielle McDonald, she's running top 3 or 4 in the women's Pro MX series right now. So, again, just the versatility of these, you know, up-and-coming girl races is incredible.
So is it a weekend away? Is it just, you know, it's a similar discipline in some way, so I'll have a crack, I've got a gap in the schedule, and you go and do a desert race?
I guess so. Yeah. They're and for WMX they don't have as many events on the schedule. They only have 4 for the Prime X rounds, and we're going to hear from the Penrite Go 2014 rider Taja Morris here in a little bit. But so they're looking for events to do. They just love to race. That's what's cool about the women's category. They just want to race and do more of it, and it's good to see Danielle lining up out here again.
Absolutely. We spoke to Maddie Healy earlier in the weekend and Emma Milicevic. There's some outstanding women riders. And not only that, they're so very good at the PR and the interviews and that stuff as well. We fire them up.
Here we go.
Goosebumps much, Maddie?
Always. No matter where you are, when the bikes fire up on the start line and you know it's going to be a race, it's go time. I've lived that for 35 years now, racing motorbikes, and it still gets me every time.
So, waiting to form up. They had their prologue, their qualifier earlier on, and we'll wait for the buggy to ease away and release them. It's such a seamless system, such a simple concept, and yet still so intense. It just means you don't have that big funnel that you're so used to in motocross.
I love it. I think it's cool. I often wonder in motocross, you qualify first. It doesn't give you first position on the track, where this is great. You qualify in your prologue first and you're out, you got a clean track, and it always puts the good riders up front where they should be. So it's going to make for a good race, good racing.
Bjorn was on top of the prologue for the entire session. Never even looked like getting bumped. Wide variety of manufacturers. The Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Special. You have to experience it for yourself. It's cool to watch online, but you got to come here, and particularly tomorrow. Tomorrow is just legendary.
Yeah. Look at the people here today. They obviously know something's good out here. When you got the start straight is lined with hundreds of people deep right now. It's pretty cool. It's a good spectacle. The event looks so good with the conditions. There's no dust.
Here we go.
Look
at this. 4 lines.
One by one, sneaking around. You've got to be really careful to not catch the rear end of the mule, but also the rider in front of you.
You've got to turn to the left before you go right, Mitty.
Everyone wants to get that little bit of sneaky extra, jump on them. They're going to go around the back of it, but
what a shot!
Yeah, I did see a couple of juniors in the small weight fires go down off the start, so you do got to be careful. But this is cool. The drone shot, definitely unbelievable footage that we got to follow this race with.
Gives you an idea of the different conditions on this track as well. You got loamy conditions, you got bottomless sand, you got whooped out area as well. And you got dust. You asked me before about the dust. It doesn't happen in many parts of this racetrack, but she's drying out pretty quick here. This is a different part of the course as well. This 22-kilometre lap, and
that's long.
Look at the camera crew. He's the guy that does the legwork in the pits and runs through the pits.
He's got the hard job right now.
He does.
You want to be on that mule, getting the ride back, but what's interesting here too, I've got to know one of the young riders I've kind of helped out, Declan Smart, but the gearing is such a critical thing here for this track, and normally in a motocross you'd start in second gear and take it off, but these riders right now with such tall gearing required for this event, you've got to be in first gear here taking off. You can see them getting bottled up a little bit, but if you try and start in second, the thing will stall. So it's so important, all these little things, the gearing, everything to make the bike fast, that top speed here down these straights. You've got to be really careful in the tight stuff to not stall it, and make sure you take off properly.
The size of the field is different in desert racing as well compared to motocross. You're dealing with hundreds of other riders. Tomorrow we'll start 400 in the main. It's just an incredible concept.
Yeah.
The drone shots have certainly given us a totally different perspective. Look how rutted out it is already, Betty. Just braking bumps, acceleration bumps, and 12 to 13 different grooves.
Yeah. At the end of this one, it's going to be pretty physical. The ruts, the bumps, you've got to be standing up a lot. Obviously, it's very sandy out here in Hattah, and you definitely don't want to load the front end up too heavy.
Oh, look how close they get to the front wheels just then. That's a ripper shot with the drone just then. First lap of 6, 22 kilometres per lap. It's incredible to think. We just saw kids then in their late, not quite 10s, into their early teens do 6 15K laps.
It's awesome. As a parent, I've got to talk to a couple of the parents there, and it's quite nerve-wracking.
Mm-hmm.
You and some of my friends that are doing it, they've come from motocross background as well, so it's once you lose sight, you know, you just got to wait till they come back around. It's very nerve-wracking.
Oh, for 12 or 13 minutes, Matty.
Mate, it's
right?
a long time when you're standing there as a parent waiting for your child to come back around, and then, but the enjoyment when you see him come back around, I mean, that must feel amazing. So, hats off to all these kids for getting out there and doing it. It's pretty cool to see such a high level of people showing up, doing these events.
And the beautiful part is a lot of these kids will go on to senior careers, guys like Callum Norton and people like that, who's yet to win this but has been riding in this.
He's looking strong, man. I think this could be a good year, and Cal's running really strong this year. I think he's going to be hard to beat this year, but you never know. It's a long race. Things happen, and same for these junior riders. You got to stay focused for, basically 2 hours. It's a long time for a junior to stay focused if you're not used to it. But look at them spread out now. The field spreads out. You see a little bit of dust up there in the top of the screen, but all in all, it's pretty nice out there right now.
It looks like Mad Max Furiosa. It's incredible how much dirt and dry space you've got to work with out there. So they'll set off on their first lap, and really it'll be their quickest lap because they don't have to go through the pit loop. And that's interesting too, Matty, the way you've got to slow down and you've actually got to obey a speed limit through the pit. So not that these kids need it because they're so fit anyway, but it just gives you that little time to reset.
I think that's nice. When I was watching the small 85 group go out, it's kind of like the kids almost need that time to just reset, slow everything back down, kind of get their brains, the cognition slowed down again, and so they can refocus. And then as soon as you come out of the pits, they're just back on the gas hard. It's so cool to see.
It's like, hurry up. Let me get to that bit as they leave. This sweeping left-hander, there's parts of this racetrack where they're completely tapped out.
Yeah. Look at the people. This is such an amazing event, and it's reminds me of olden day motocross videos when you'd watch so many people, spectators at the track. And it's good to see now at the Penrite Pro MX, crowds are starting to anticipate again, and it's picking up. So it's good. It's awesome to see that. But out here is definitely something special. Oh, and they got a nice little drop-off area over there. That's pretty cool to see. I haven't actually ventured out and had a look. That's what's cool about this drone. You actually do get to see more of the track than standing on the track.
It's massively helpful. It's been a game changer for us. There's no doubt about that from a commentary perspective, from a spectator perspective as well. There's a huge dust storm out in the background as we look out the window of our commentary box, and it's basically just the field. We do get some ripper dust storms out here in the Sunraysia, but fortunately this year hasn't been too bad for all of that. So we channel the spectators through, and then that becomes a shut-off area because we then have the live pit situation. A lot of guys coming back from America this year too, Brett, to race in this. So this has continued to be their focus, regardless of the fact they're in their off-season for desert racing in America. A lot of our young riders are back here to take on Hattah, and it's still something that they want to win. Daniel Milner is a multiple winner of that. He's the only one in the field that's done that.
Yeah.
Always cool to catch up with him back here. He hasn't been here since 2021, the last time he won here, Brett, but do we get a first-time winner? Here's a replay of the start.
Yeah. Milner's going to be hungry for it, but this is what's cool about this start, the way they do this. It's nice. Everyone comes out. It's fairly safe. It gives them a little bit of a gap in between each rider so they're not too bottled up, and it works perfect. And it looks cool. That looks like just a domino effect in there.
I was going to say that. It is exactly it's one thing I show many people outside this sport is I show them the YouTube clips of the start.
Yep.
Because I don't think there's many events all over the world that has a system like this. There's a very wide variety of manufacturers in this as well. You would notice too,
Everybody's here. Everybody's here. And obviously I'm a Team Green supported rider with Kawasaki, and it's good to see some Kawasaki's lined up out there as well. And it's that's what's the beauty of this event. Everyone can come and enter. It doesn't really matter your level either. You get in your entry. Obviously, you want to have some experience in doing these off-road enduro events, but there's high level like Cal Norton, Daniel Milner in the professional ranks, but then through the juniors, everyone can come out and get a start and get an experience of what it's actually like out there, and you can follow. Everyone seems to stick with it and follow through in this sport, and that's beautiful.
Lyndon Snodgrass is on Team Green here this weekend, along with Will Price and Bo Ralston on the Empire Motorsport team with Stell and the lounge they had last night. Rockin', it's cool too. They have the show and shine and the scrutineering and thousands of people.
That was the first time I've been there.
Oh, really?
I didn't get down there last year, and then I made an entrance there last night. Got to check out the show. I was like, how cool was that? You know,
Yeah.
people cruising around, food vendors, all the bikes on display, so you can walk around and see what everyone's doing with their bikes, how they set things up. You know, you can kind of get
Yeah.
a sneak peek of what gearing they're running and stuff like that. You can really get a good feel for like, you know, what happens with a Kawasaki brand, with a Honda brand, with a Yamaha, with a KTM. You know, I took a good look at Cal's bike last night, you know, and it's cool to see everything up close and personal. You don't really get that in
I was just
Supercross,
gonna say
motocross,
that.
you know. Everyone's you kind of go like,
Yeah.
hey, stay back a bit, and then last night, I mean, things are on display, up and personal. It's pretty cool.
Manjimup 15,000 is probably the one thing it doesn't have. Is an event like that where the bikes are all in one place and. Every team had their own posters and their autograph cards and stuff like that, and I think that's just so important that the kids get invested early in following a team. And
it gets you interacted as a fan of the sport. You can get interactive with the riders, with the mechanics. Even there's so many people I've had at a race come up and say, "How do I get involved in being a mechanic, Matty? You know, I want to pursue a career in being a mechanic." And it's like, well, you know, the best thing to do is to talk to a mechanic and ask him some questions. And last night you can do that. You can get up and close and have discussions. Everyone's relaxed. It's not at the race. You know, as soon as you get down here, when you're involved in a team and a family as racing, it's intense.
It's
you know,
all
even
business.
though it is all business. You know, you got to be focused out here. You have to. You know, kids are flying top gear out there. They got to be focused. It's not a joke. But last night the atmosphere is relaxed, and you can kind of have that opportunity to just discuss different things.
Yeah, absolutely. So tell me Taj's story. What's that correlation, and how does that work with you with Go24?
Yeah, so Taja Morris, she races on the Penrite Go24 team underneath me, and it's been really cool. I'm quite, you know, invested, I guess, and passionate about the women's motocross, and you know, Kate Peck leading the way through MA. They've really started to push, and obviously with the introduction now of the MXGP coming to Darwin next year.
Oh yeah, wow!
And then the women's are coming as well. So what massive and importance of an event it is for not just, you know, all the motocross in general, but for the women's class to have a showing there, and all the young girls up and coming or the current WMX riders have an opportunity to race that. And so through my sponsors, through everything that I have with the Penrite Go24 team, we wanted to have female races. So Taja fit that perfectly. She's a good role model for the sport. She's faced a lot of adversity the last 2 years, and she continues to persevere quite heavily. And it's pretty cool to see as a team rider how, you know, dedicated she is. And then we have another rider from Indonesia, Shiva Adiantia. So she comes down and does the Pro MX rounds with our team, and she just flies in and out. But she loves Australian motocross, so she wanted to come, and she contacted me, and I said, yeah, I can do the best to help you out. So we have 2 WMX representatives on the team, and pretty proud of that because no other team in the pits does that. So pretty cool.
Hopefully that will be a benchmark that people can start to do that as well. We might, in a moment, throw Taja in for a chat before these guys come back so we can have a bit of a yarn. You can see our leaders out the very back there at the moment. So, Mehdi, I'll throw Taja in for a second and replace you for a moment and come back to you in a minute.
I'll pull her in.
But great opportunity for us to chat with Taja, and if she's comes highly recommended by Brett Metcalf, you know that she's got a lot to offer the game, and she hails from a beautiful part of the world. Nuriupta Senior High School. Oh my God, the memories. They didn't burn it to the ground. It's still there, right?
Oh yeah, it's still there.
There's probably some school teachers that needed counselling from when I went there years and years ago. Taja, what about this bloke, B. Mehdi? I'm sure you're very, very grateful for the opportunities that he's given you through what you're doing.
Absolutely. I can't show how much I appreciate everything that he's done for me and all the opportunities that he's given me. I've only been on the team for, this is my second year now, and like you said, I have unfortunately faced some pretty tough times, but he's been there the whole time and backed me and all the sponsors and everything. I just appreciate it so much that I still have this opportunity to show everyone what I've got.
What is your local track in the Barossa Valley?
We don't really have a lot.
You got Murray Bridge at least that way.
Yeah, and Gilman.
Okay,
Gilman's another one.
Yeah.
Either way, it's Barossa Valley. It's like an hour, at least a good hour's drive to somewhere, if not possibly more. But there's a lot of local lads around that have access to tracks that I kind of jump onto, which it helps, especially after working a full-time job trying to get in as well. So
Have a look at what you're seeing on screen here. Does this get you like, heck yeah, I want to do this? Are you looking at this going, I need to do this?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They are tapped out around this place. As you can see, it's got a bit of everything, Taja. It's got the corrugated braking bumps, it's got the accelerator bumps, it's got the deep sand, it's got loam, it's got hard pack, it's got a bit of everything. And as a dirt bike rider, that's what separates dirt from bitumen, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, just watching this is just absolutely insane. The atmosphere here is great. Like, I really wanted to do it this year, but unfortunately I had an accident earlier in the year, which put me out for a couple of months. But 2025 is looking pretty good, so I hope to get out here next year.
You and Maddie making your debut here next year. I'm locking him in, by the way, because we can't let him get any older. So you and B. Maddie, I'm loving that. Where did your passion for motocross come from?
I've been part of bikes since I was about 3 years old. My parents had a motocross shop and everything like that, and I've been doing sidecars since I was 3, 4 years old.
Sidecars?
Yeah, sidecars, yep. I did that for majority of my racing.
You seem so normal, Taja. So this is Bjorn Cardenas, who is looking very, very confident. Bjorn was #1 in the Prologue and is out to an exceptionally good lead already. This is what's unique about this sport here, that they have to slow right down. Now today for the juniors, they come in, Dylan McDonald's back at a 9.71 second gap. So they come in and have to ride really slow through this whole pit area. Tomorrow, they'll race through the pits. That is the insane part of this. Cam Shaw is third. Marcus Noland now is in that 4th spot, but Bjorn has been just giving them plenty. When you look at this track, you look at this system, what are the things that stand out for you at the moment, Taja?
Mainly just how everything's kind of laid out. Like, I'm so used to a motocross track where everything is so close, and you know, you've got your pit area and then you've got your spectating area, whereas here it is just everywhere. But I mean, it's so different, and it's just so great to see and just be around. It's just wicked.
How many laps would you do in a moto?
That's a really tough question. Maybe about, well, it's about a 15-minute race, so it can vary depending on the length of the track.
15 plus 1 lap or something like that?
Yeah, so maybe like 5-6 laps.
So not 6 22-kilometre laps, though?
No, definitely not.
It's a different mindset, I think, and a different level of fitness. Don't get me wrong. I think that dirt bike riders, as a general rule, are the fittest people on the planet. I think we don't get anywhere near, the industry doesn't get anywhere near the credit it deserves for the physical fitness required.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely physically demanding for sure. That goes for every discipline. Like, they're all so different, but to be physically fit for this sport is just insane. Like, there is not ever enough training that you can possibly do to be able to prepare yourself for this.
And nothing compares to seat time. Doesn't matter how much you get on the treadmill or how much weight fitness you're doing and resistance training and stuff like that in the gym. Nothing compares to being on the bars.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, there's on-bike training and off-bike training, but yeah, the best thing is just seat time. There's as much seat time as you can get to prepare yourself for anything that you could possibly come across.
So back out of the pits we head, and our leader, Bjorn Cardenas, is smoking them already. Dylan McDonald in second, Cam Shaw in third, Marcus Nolan back to Harry Gilbertson, Drew Kremer, then back to Bo Tripconi. We then go back to Ollie Gear, Jackson Rossi, the Rossi family, very, very quick as well. Levi was outstanding in small wheel last year. The drone shots are just killer. Sidecars, are we talking motocross? We're talking speedway, what?
Motocross, yeah, motocross for majority of it. But I have last year I did try and put my name in for a road sidecar race.
Wow, what about, you know that sidecars are big at Gilman, so speedway sidecars are big as well. Clearly you're crazy. I mean, you're talented enough to do all of those disciplines. Is motocross sidecars big still?
It comes and goes. It is.
It's a bit more niche, isn't it?
Yeah. It's not as thick a field at the moment, but it possibly can be. Like, I mean, there's a few juniors coming up again, so, but it's insane. Like, that fitness as well is just a whole nother level as well.
You know, Penrider's such a great pro. Oh, we've got somebody down just before the timing beam as well. That is the timing that laps, you records your lap. So not that there's any good place to drop it, but before the pits might have been better than just that spot there. Penrider's so proactive with how they promote. When you look around the venue here this weekend, they are everywhere. So you've got an exciting company on board to work with.
Oh, absolutely. Penrider have done heaps, so I'll just, can't thank those guys enough for everything that they do for the team and myself and everyone else.
So 2025, you're definitely riding in this.
Oh yeah.
So, She says, "Oh yeah." Betty goes, "Oh yeah, no, I did say I might," and you just go, "Oh yeah."
Oh yeah.
I like that. I like the sound of that. The different nature of the bike, can you see just by looking at the way people ride them? Are there any similarities to your motocross? Or is that mainly just corner kind of stuff? Because so much of this is just up on the pegs and pinned.
Yeah, possibly corners is probably the only thing that's closer. I mean, the whole setup on the bike is completely different. You got a bigger tank, and there's people running out steg pegs as well. So, yeah, I mean, I've never really done an enduro race myself, to be honest. But I am definitely all in. Like, let's go. I'm keen for it.
I asked a lot of these guys because they all come and practice ride in the week leading up to Hattah, and they can't ride the track. That's the other thing. You cannot practice here.
Yeah.
You can't take a push bike on the Prologue track. You can't take a push bike out on the track. So the only thing you can do is train in the conditions. So a lot of people go to people's local farms and just try and get their head around the loaminess of the sand or the conditions themselves. So steg pegs are not a concept that motocross riders have had to have anything to do with, but a lot of them ride in 2-hour segments. So you can't ride for 4 hours generally and train like that. But I guess you just have to train as much as you can in your build-up. How are you going to train for this?
I'd like to say that I could try and possibly get onto people's tracks and just see how long I go for. I mean, I need to give it a go to see where I'm at first, and then I can kind of get a bit of a base and a starting point, and then just keep at it until it's go time. We
have seen a lot of crossover. I mean, Emma Milicevic in particular is just a superstar, around this venue as well. Oh, is that okay? I'm just looking at you carrying the left arm there. No, that's okay. A lot of them using camelbacks as well, and pull in real quick for some gel. Tomorrow the pros will do 8 laps, around 34 kilometres a lap. It's a phenomenal event. And the idea of the start, what do you think of the way they start these things?
The start is very interesting, but I mean, it's fair game. Like, talking to a couple of people, they, from my understanding, they start side by side. And it's just green flag, let's go. It's different. I mean, I'm used to, the 15 5-second gate drops, and everyone is just balls to the wall to the first corner. So. And
then the bottleneck, the inevitable 180-degree corner.
Oh, yeah.
Sadists, that's what it is. Lockie Roche is back in 41st. Harrison Lees, Reed Chapman. I should have a look at our field in total. So in our Big Wheels competition so far, 138 riders have so far put themselves through the timing loop. Here's a good example of the pits. The family involved in the pits is a little bit less intense than a pit stop in motocross, though it's still got its intensity for sure. Mum, Dad, I'd say the younger sisters as well. There's a lot to love about the family of this sport, Taja.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely family orientated. I love it.
So fuel in, you got to get off the bike. That's one of the things. You can't put fuel in while you're sitting on the bike. And I was talking to Jack Simpson about that yesterday. A lot of the main game players in this industry go and ride in America every year and race in a desert racing scene over there, and they actually stay on the bike while they do the fueling, and they said the Aussies prefer that way. You get off the bike and just disconnect for a minute, stretch, just step away from it and get back on. It's such an epic event. And that is already bottomless. It's whooped right out, and you've got that for 22 Ks. So much to love, right, Taja?
Absolutely. So much to look forward to.
When you come out of that pit and you realise, okay, I've just got 22 Ks before I get back to my pit again. Matty Simpson, I just noticed back there in 40, was it like high 30s, I think? Lockie Roche, Harrison Lees, Reed Chapman, Decky Smart, back in that group as well. So great drone shots here for the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. I'm excited, Taja, to see you come and ride with Matty next year and see who gets the better result.
I'm keen. I'm stoked. Real excited to get out here and be a part of it all.
From Nuriupta to Hattah. It just seems like a logical pathway to me. Wonderful to have your company here this weekend. I need to get your impression tomorrow. Drop by during the big race and have some commentary with us as well, because I want to get your impression of what the big dogs are like out here tomorrow.
Easy done.
Excellent. So cool to have you here. Thank you, Taja Morris, and thank you, Brady Metcalf, for bringing her down. And you're a smart man, Maddie. You know how to promote motocross. You know how to... She's a very promotable young lady. There's no doubt about that. We're working our way into lap 2. In fact, well and truly into lap number 2. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. You're a smart man, Metcalf. You know how to find promotable individuals. She's extremely promotable.
Yes, Taja's doing a great job, and she's a good spokesperson for South Australian motocross and in women's motocross in general. So a good, kind-hearted person. She tries super hard on the bike. She trains. She does all the right things. So And as a sponsor's perspective, we like to promote with her too. So yeah, the race carries on with a quick field stop here with 2:55. I noticed a lot after that first lap, Wade, a lot of people coming through, shaking their arms out. It's, that first lap, the intensity's up, everything's kind of pushing probably a little bit over their limit. They just want to get a breakaway, get a good position. And then coming through the pit area, they slow down, shake their arms out, kind of keep their forearms loose, and then have a little break before they get back into it.
Yeah, this is the point where you need to find that flow, right, to try and balance the rest of the race, because you go out full exertion on the first lap, and that's when you're going to be closest to other bikes too. You've just set off, so you've got that adrenaline of actually having a race on your hands rather than racing against the clock like you are for the most part of things. You are tucked up behind bike after bike after bike in that first lap, and things will stretch out and your leaders will start catching lapped bikes as well, but that first lap over all of them, you're gritting your teeth, you get an arm pump pretty early on. That is, you're hanging on for dear life early.
You don't want to be catching arm pump on the first lap of a 2-hour race.
It's going to be a bad day.
That would be a long day, man. But I'm sure it happens. I mean, like I said before, I've known Callum Norton a little bit over the years, and arm pump was one of his things. For motocross, that intensity, he did pump up a bit. So, these events, obviously intensity has to be a little bit high, but for the guys that are trying to push to win, that first lap, you want to break away. If you can pull a little bit of a gap and get clean air, or if you're in 10th and you can get up to 4th, 5th, 6th, you have to ride really intense to get that track position, and then you can settle in. So the first lap of these, it's going to be like a motocross race, really, where you take out and go aggressive. But it's cool to see, everyone's obeying the speed limit here so far that I've seen down pit lane. It'll be so hard to do when you're just absolutely pinned out there pushing, and then you got to slow yourself down.
Definitely. And if you see the rider in front of you starting to gap you in the pits too, you're going to get a little bit frustrated as to, I think he might have been pushing that speed limit boundary.
It's
and
classic, with kids too. It's like, well, if he's doing it, I'm going to do it. It's hard to control yourself. So it is a pretty cool little thing, a bit of discipline really to stay controlled in your own race. But here we go. You can see Liam, the track's starting to get a little bit rough, man. So it's good to see. This is going to really test the physicality of the riders and the bikes, and this track is just brutal, I think, by the end of this day.
It sure is. All these parts of the track that they share the same across small wheels and big wheels. I mean, the big wheels make the track look tough, let alone we had the small wheels out there earlier that are going over most of the same portions. I mean, these ones in particular in our frame, and then up and over that hill and those first couple of turns, they're all using the same bits of track, and these big wheels make that track look rough. Let alone earlier on, the kids on the little wheels. That's just remarkable, the way they get through some of those sections.
Yeah, and they're hanging off the back, just absolutely wedged, so they're not afraid to go high speed. Those little wheels. I get nervous watching them. And now the track, there we go, shaking the arms out, 341. I can't quite read the name on that, but that's important, to keep your arms loose. You don't want to pump up like we talked about. And then, coming in for their pit stop, making sure they get a bit of a sip of water. A lot of them have camelbacks when they're coming through the pit here, have a quick sip. Stay hydrated will be super important.
Ooh, it was nearly a major swap, wasn't it?
Yeah, the track's going to get rough coming into this. They carry some serious speed, but Cardenas now up front with a nearly 10-second lead, so he's obviously feeling comfortable. Like I said, he pushed that early bit, got that little bit of a break, and now he can kind of manage that for the rest of this race and just kind of hopefully eliminate his mistakes, ride consistent. Where Dylan McDonald, he's going to need a push. If he wants to close the gap, go for the win here this year, he's going to have to push, try and find some spots on the track where he can gain some speed without overexerting himself, because it's a long way to go in this event.
Yeah, and this is where those pit stop strategies can be so important too. You can come in with a plan. Say you're Dylan McDonald and his team. You can come in with a set plan that you're going to lock in, and you're going to pit, say, on lap 2, 4, and then push to the end. If that's the plan heading in, and then lap 1, maybe you're not as close as you thought you were going to be, to try and come up with a plan on the fly, or you come in and you see your pit grab you a little earlier than you thought was going to happen. To try and make that up on the fly, there's got to be so much trust in your team back in the pits, and you wouldn't be here without a team like that you can back completely to make decisions, I guess. On your behalf, you might pull in because you need it no matter what. You might be planning for the next lap, and you've come in and gone, right, I'm cooking, I'm dry as, we need to come in, I need a drink, we need to just reset and rebreathe. So much of this has to happen on the fly. You can sit there for months in advance and learn from previous years of what worked for you, what didn't, but it's down to the day.
Yep.
And the race that you've got on your hands there and then. You know, the same thing in massive enduro racing in motorsport. You've got the Bathurst 1000 to look at in a similar style event where pit stops can make or break your race. Not so much in motocross and forms like that, you don't even factor those in. But in enduro racing like this, those pit stops can really destroy or make a race. And that's got to be so important to be able to still make up on the fly. If that's what's got to happen and you're Dylan McDonald and you're trying to chase down that lead, you see him pit, well, all right, we're going to stretch this out further than I thought we were going to and try and get that track position there and then.
Well, like you mentioned, it's the bikes need refueling. The rider needs refueling too. It's a long race. And, you know, you always have a bit of a strategy, even in motocross or definitely in this stuff. You have to have a strategy and a game plan. And, you know, when we're talking teams, we've got to remember a lot of these are juniors. This is a family. These are families coming out here. Mum and dad are on the tools and, filling up and stuff. But I'm sure they have mechanics and support. But it is the beautiful thing about this event is these are families, these are mum and dads on the sideline doing this with their children, and that's what's great about this event, and to see it healthy and blossoming with such big entry numbers is just incredible. But you're right, that pit stop has got to be efficient, and let's say a rider crashed on the first lap, you need to know what position you're in, so that first pit stop, which I believe will be after the second lap, don't quote me on that, but I think so.
Usually projected.
Yeah. But the information passed on to the rider at that point will be very important to how they approach the final, final 4 laps or whatever this is.
And let's say that stops anywhere from 5 to 10 seconds.
Yep.
In that time, you're potentially trying to drink and have a break. Maybe you still got a Camelback on, but if you've even had a chance to have a drink at any point in that lap too is another thing.
I don't think on the first lap these top guys, here he comes down leader. I mean, you can just tell by the aggression. He ain't messing around. Swinging wide, using all the track like it's easy. I mean, I guarantee he'll be fast on a motocross track too. I was trying to just see what bike he's on. I thought I saw a chrome exhaust, which would be a 2-stroke, but I couldn't quite gather that. But yeah, let's see. So he has extended the lead now. It's up to 14 seconds. So he's probably pulling about 4 to 5 seconds a lap now. Nice and patient through the pit area here. Look, he's looking around, looking at the camera like, yeah, follow me through the pits. I'm leading this. He's pumped. But
and it's kind of rare to see that low down Camelback as well. We're used to seeing up and over the shoulders, so it's a little bit lower. I think it stops the body roll, no doubt. I mean, you may be carrying 2-3 litres, something like that on your back anyway.
When you think about it, you're carrying it on your back.
But
I'd rather carry the weight on your hip. It probably might be less taxing on your upper body, so it might be something he knows that a lot of other people don't. I definitely don't. So could be something I need to look into, but that's pretty cool observation there. I like that. But yeah, like I say, a 14.5-second lead. Marcus Mowlin in third. Looks like he's crept up. It's only a 3-second deficit now, so... Man, that top, it looks like it's going to be a fight for first between the top 3 guys. There's a bit of a gap back to 4th and 5th, but after that, it's going to be tight racing. So, but you could just see that aggression level when he comes through on that, coming up to the finish line here. He's not messing around. He's pushing hard. He's trying to get every little piece he can where it's smooth and flat. He's being aggressive. It's smart riding.
Exactly. Still right up over the bars. Plenty of elbows out when I'm not leaning back, relaxing.
So we just saw a Bo Tripconey coming through there, and that looks like Bjorn Cardenas now. So he's just creeping through, nice and patient, very, very gentle on the throttle. And off he goes, hit the green markers, back on the gas hard. This is cool.
And he'll be keeping officials pretty happy because that was very content right up until that green flag zone where he can get back into it. Now we see a few of our pit stops. I think that's Ollie Gear on bike 521 on the screen. So it doesn't really seem like Bjorn pitted on that stop. It seemed to be pretty efficient, in and out.
He either didn't pit or he pitted, and that was a quick pit stop. So, again, maybe they might have a bigger tank. They might know they can pull 3 laps. I mean, I'm new to this stuff, so I don't really know what you can exceed or not. But if he's going for 3 laps on the one tank, then I hope he's riding conservative, but we might have just missed that pit stop.
Yeah, it may well have happened. It seemed very efficient nonetheless. So McDonald second as they left, Nolan third, Gilbertson, Cameron Shaw, Drew Kremer, Ollie Gear, Bo Tripconey, Jackson Rossi. One of a remarkable teams. The family have had so many wins in seasons past. There's a bit of work still to be done for Jackson Rossi, a 2-minute buffer to Bjorn Cardenas in front on that 250 KTM. That's, of course, in the 4-stroke category, sponsored by Mildura Crane and Access. So he's got Mototech on board, Choice Suspension, Swan Hill Power products.
I think a 252 would be nice out there. I think it would be really
definitely
good just to ride kind of a lazy gear, have plenty of torque, and probably feel a little bit lighter too. It could be a nice machine out there to be riding.
There's plenty of them. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, Jackson Rossi, I think Levi, his younger brother, won this 85 small wheel class last year. So the Rossi boys, I do know them from South Australia. They're very competitive in the motocross scene as well, and they've both come off injuries right now. So I'm not sure if Levi competed, but it's good to see Jackson out there on the 250.
Yeah,
and
that's him on screen
keeping it. Here we go.
now as well.
So yeah, his body position's looking strong. He knows it's a long race. He's nice line selection there too. He's been smart. So that's telling me maybe he knows how to operate himself in a 2-hour race. He's going to take smart, smooth lines. He might be losing a little bit of time to swing wide, but he's being smart. So he wants to obviously play the long game, be strong at the end of this moto, and that's pretty cool to see from still a junior rider to have that mindset and smarts about him.
No doubt. As Toby Huston, we're on board with his pit stop now. When he's come in, he's got the Camelback on, but he still went for the bottle of water. So he's trying to conserve the water, or potentially he's running supplements or something other for hydration in his backpack. Now, that's super smart to use the water bottle where you can. You're there in the pit, you might as well use something else. Keep the Camelback for while you're on track.
Keep the Camelback for that dusty section out the back where your mouth gets dry and you want to just kind of wet things down and clear the dust out. But I will tell you, the one time I did do the Lake Elsinore Grand Prix, which was kind of a historic one in California. That's where a lot of the old pro riders would do and stuff, and I've always wanted to do it. You go down the main street of Elsinore on the tarmac, obviously another rider crashed right before the finish line here. Hopefully he gets going in the nick of time and hits that transponder beam. But in that race I did have some supplement, just a hydration fluid mixed in with the water. And you got to make sure you clean those things out afterwards.
They go bad, don't they? Really quickly.
So I found that out. So you go to use it, 6 months down the track, and you're like, whoa, there's a bit of mold and stuff in there.
That's right.
That's a throwaway. So
even the shakers alone, maybe a day to 2 days. If you forget about that in the race bag, it's gone.
Yeah.
Kill it.
And here I just looking out the window here, not on screen, looking out through the window. Declan Smart, young rider from South Australia. I've been helping out a little bit here in the last few years. Is coming through. I can't see which position he's sitting in, but good to see Declan out here on the Big Wheel 85 running, and a kid with a lot of talent and a big heart.
It is a massive step too, isn't it? When you go from junior big wheels this year, say you're right on that brink, you're 16 turning 17 this year, to next year step straight up to the senior category. When you go from an hour 45, hour and a half thereabouts for your main race, to over double that next year, that is a massive year of physical development.
You're staring down the barrel of 4 hours.
It is just...
Yeah,
how do you really
scares
prepare?
Me, man.
That's
scares
right.
me.
That's right.
These young kids, they're not afraid though, and that's what's cool. When you're young, you can they say young and dumb, but it's really just they're fearless. They don't feel the pain as much.
Yeah, that's right.
Tend
to recover a little easier.
With this sport, you got to be smart. You got to be obviously, let your riding style do a bit of a, I guess you could say loose. You got to be kind of a loose flow out on these tracks, high speed. Things can happen, but it's more mental. You got to be so mentally focused. It's not so much a technique thing; it's a mental focus when you're traveling at these high speeds.
And a lot of their fitness in some of the kids. Let's talk about the kids for now. Is obviously they're on track. This 13 to under 16 division at the top table of the junior big wheels. Not too many of them you wouldn't think are out running and bike riding. I think they're riding their motorbike more often than not. But when you get into the senior division where the body is starting to decay at a rapid rate compared to the kids, it must be so important to be riding push bikes, to be whatever that might be, weight training, all these sorts of things, so important to try and keep up with, say, these kids that have come straight out of the junior ranks. They're still naturally, their heart is much stronger than, say, some of the older men in these divisions. To try and keep on a level playing field with those, you obviously got a lot more experience, but then you've got to step up the fitness program in a major way, because it just comes naturally at this age. You can just seem to run for ages, ride for as long as you feel like riding. To try and dial that back as a senior and an adult in this category, it must be so important to be switched on mentally, but mostly physically. I think is a very big part of it. When you start to age and you don't just have that natural spark like a kid does, they'll just run around the backyard for days on end. But for an adult, it starts to decay a little bit quicker than it does at that age.
Yeah, it definitely. If you don't, you don't use it, you lose it, and you just got to keep your fitness up. I don't ride as much as I used to in my younger days on the bike, but I do a little bit more off bike training. And as long as your heart's continually pumping and you're working your cardiovascular system, then you can kind of keep your fitness level at a decent rate for motocross. And that's, especially me, I'm at 40 now, and I can kind of still tick over pretty good for a 30-minute moto. It's definitely getting tougher, but I can still pull through. But that's what would be nice here on these events. The intensity is a little lower, so I'm not spiking up to that red zone in your cardio capacity, hitting that VO2 max level. You kind of just sit a little bit below it and maintain yourself. So I do look forward to that part of it. But still, some of these kids, I know they're out running and training, and they're being active, and that's what my brand with Go24 is. It stands for Get Outdoors. The GO is Get Outdoors and be outside, kids. That's what we love about motocross, and we're always outdoors with the family, but so much more to it during the week. And I think the kids that are showing a high level of fitness, they're not the ones that are sitting on the couch or on the games. They're outside doing basketball or going for a bicycle ride, hanging with their friends down, just doing stuff. That's what's cool.
We've got so much work that goes into the bikes, right? We've got mechanics for the bikes, you've got shock doctors, everyone that's working so hard on the bike, but the biggest part of it is the bloke that's keeping the bike on the track, and we've got to be really looking after that, because the bike's not riding itself.
That's right, yeah.
No two ways about that.
You got to work on every aspect, and the rider at the end of the day is the number one piece, number one component that makes it go around. So, but yeah, it's cool. Like we mentioned before, I've seen a couple of Kawasaki's coming through. I mean, every manufacturer's out here getting support or being represented. It's great to see. It's not just a dominant brand of one thing or another. It's everyone out here and getting a piece of the pie of this Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
It seems to come and go in droves of 2 or 3 years where one brand will dominate in the numbers for so long. We've seen patches where Kawasaki has led the way in the numbers for the longest time, and then it'll switch out to Honda for a few years, and KTM and Gas is probably really in their glory days at the moment. It has come and gone in droves, and someone will bring out a new bike that just sparks, and they go straight back to the top of the table where they haven't dominated, say, the market in numbers. They've still been there in value and rider quality and everything like that, but you have 2 to 3 years where one brand will just dominate the numbers, and they'll just sell out. And that's so hard to keep up with. I mean, if you're factory loyalty, you're not going to be riding anything else. You're going to have stuck with that brand that's looked after you for the longest time. But nowadays, when something starts to sell and sell out remarkably, and your local shop might then bring on Gas or bring on Sherco or Beta or all of these new things that are coming on board, it's so hard to keep track of what's coming through, what's going to be the number one bike for the next few years. But when you're brand loyal, it's not even going to matter who else is selling whatever bike is it.
That's right. That's where it comes down to the sport and the professionalism of these manufacturers, hiring the world champions. All the kids now are watching, the MXGP, the Lawrence brothers. You guarantee Honda are going to get a spike because of the Lawrence brothers.
Exactly
It floods around. But we're still here in Australia, and, the Daniel Milners are coming back. That helps that brand. The Callum Nortons, they have a strong following. So the kids always look up to it, but obviously the junior ranks, the KTMs are very strong, the Yamahas are strong, and Kawasaki trying to re-emerge now with their Team Green effort. It's cool to see, but like I say, everyone has a bit of a run where they dominate, and then someone else comes along with a new bike that's great, and they have a run, and it just goes back and forth. Bit of a ping-pong effect, but that's what's cool. It's not one thing or another. It's you've got opportunities out there in our sport. It's good.
Yeah, and particularly I think in the senior ranks tomorrow that you'll see as well, there's such a vast range of people that are out there to win it and people that are out there to be in it.
Or
that are on
to finish.
That's right, which is a whole lot harder than people think. Most races in any other category, if you enter, I'll see the checkered flag, but this is definitely not the same case. This is absolutely your heart and body. You've got to be in this completely if you're going to finish. But you can still be on a 5, 6, 10-year-old bike tomorrow in that senior rank and still rank really well by being the right rider, the right program, all these sorts of things. You don't have to be on that latest 2024 bike to be still competing so strongly, which is cool to see in the juniors as well. That Dad doesn't have to be burning every second cent just trying to get you on a brand new bike. The right team, the right family, the right attitude, and it doesn't take talent. Talent plays a big part, but I think the hard work kicks in when talent runs out, right? It's always been the saying. So the guy that just wants it more than anyone else usually will still be able to rise to the top.
Yeah, that's right. I love hearing that, Liam, because it's, like I mentioned to Wade before, that's what's more special in this event. I think, I don't see every single bike on the start line brand new. In motocross, you do see that nowadays. It's trying to keep up with the Johnsons a little bit too much. And I can tell you, when I was a junior coming through, we didn't have no new bikes. We were just out there competing on what we had, and that was what we had. We made the best of it. And like you say, the hard work and the determination will shine through. But this event, no matter where your level is, you have an opportunity to get out there and experience. This event is such an experience. And confidence building, being out there for 22 Ks a lap or whatever it was.
22 Ks in this race.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big feat for a junior rider to be out there. I mean, I would get nervous. I'm going to be that far out there away from my pit crew. They can't see me. It's a huge confidence thing for these kids to be able to do that. It's incredible. So looking at the screen now, we've got a rider off the main line. I don't know if that's someone in the race.
Yeah, it might be a sweep rider.
Could be a sweep rider, but
a little bit of yellow. Yeah, I think should be on that sweep rider track. And so that sweep rider is probably pinned as well compared to this kid on the racetrack there that clearly is one of our riders.
When you look at him coming through, I mean, it's starting to look pretty rough out there. I did see that in the junior 85s. There's a lot of bumps that starting to appear again from probably years in the past. They just come back, and whoever's on screen now is absolutely on the hammer. Whoever it is, he's definitely up front because he is absolutely cooking. And look at the line choice. He knows where he's going. He wants to position the bike where he can carry his speed, flow through these corners nice without using too much brakes. That's what's key about here, keeping that flow and that momentum up. Looks like he's coming back into maybe...
The sun is so deceiving, whether it's orange or red. I think they're the main two colours we're looking for at the front right now, is whether that's the KTM of Bjorn Cardenas.
I think that is Cardenas.
Then it goes orange again in the sun, and it is brutal to try and
my memory was a little bit better. I'd recognise the gear colour. I'm pretty sure that's Cardenas, but whoever it is, he's on the gas. So I would say it's definitely someone up front here.
Yeah,
and
look at the closing speed alone.
Look at that, standing on the peg. So that's what's critical. He's overcooked that line a little bit, but that's smooth. Did you see the inside line, how rough it was? So he's very experienced. I picked the number up, 761. So that's Cardenas. So you can tell why he's out front. He's obviously a very experienced off-road rider. Hard on the brakes right now. He's overcooked it, but he obviously wants to get in front of the track position before they get through to this pit area. So it's pretty smart riding. No, he's going to hold off. That's smart. He's not going to force the issue. He's going to tuck in. And now you start to take some deep breaths, regroup.
And now we can see that fanny pack again.
And
that's
look at that lead.
What it is.
Look at that gap. That's why he was pushing so hard. It's down at 2.7. Marcus Nowlin. What a race we've got.
Somehow we missed that on track, hey? He was tucked right in behind was Marcus Nowlin. Now, we missed him completely on track. Right, so there we are, Marcus
That's
Nowlin.
First and second within sight of each other. They both, I guarantee, Bjorn's looking back saying, okay, if he pulls in, he'll get the... he's having a good time.
How good is that? Mid-race,
so I'm going to guess he's
to
pulling in. He's got the goggles off. He's going to be ready for maybe a pit stop or a fresh set of goggles and some refuel. So this is pretty cool to see. You don't get... I wish I had a pit stop where I could come in and I'd look forward to doing this. This is cool.
I love that he's still able to interact. Like, he's not completely locked in. That
says
that he's free, right?
He's free. He's focused. He's relaxed. He's having a good time. I wish we could keep following that to actually
Yeah.
view the pit stop. I'd love to see how that goes. So the guys go down the end
on
here.
screen here, maybe whether we are going to pick it up on the drone or not. Or this could have been us up here, up at the Yamaha team.
You can see everyone hustling. It's no joke in that. Ooh,
Yeah, I
okay,
think
so
that
they're
might be it,
refueling.
yeah.
Nice zoom work for the drone. How good is this drone action now? So it looks like they're getting fuel in the bike, but I can't really tell
Yeah, I
what's
think that
going
might
on
be the
here.
gear
Yep, so
colour. Goggle change potentially.
Yep. So that's a good look at pit lane there. It's a long pit lane to get down for the kids. To be patient, 25 kilometres. And there is penalties. They will throw out some penalties if they go over. So they really have to be patient, stay focused on what they're doing. So this looks like Bjorn coming out of pit lane now.
So Bjorn might have pitted the one prior. Yeah, that's 761. So Bjorn Cardenas on the KTM.
So that's potentially why that lead shrank down. So he must have pitted the lap before. So he hasn't pitted in that lane. So that if provided he makes no mistakes and keeps it up on two wheels, I'm going to guess he'll come around with probably a little bit bigger lead than 2.7 seconds this next lap. Looks like one of our female riders, 178.
Talia Feltham.
Talia Felton. So off she goes after a pit stop. Regroup. She didn't look like she had a camelback on, so I guarantee when she's coming in for the pit stop, she's trying to refuel the body and the bike every time as much as she can. Take her time, get some deep breaths in.
And that's a little bit rough too. When you come in and scull water, you play any on-ball sport where you come in and the coach's first thing they're saying, don't scull it. No matter how drained you are, you come in and you scull it, you get a stitch almost immediately.
Yeah, you do.
That's so important. If you're not running a camelback, to just settle a little bit. You go, right, I've only got 2 seconds to try and have a drink. Well, don't neck the whole bottle because you're going to be rolled out there halfway through the next lap, stitching up, cramping up. It's got to be smart. And I think a camelback is a major part of that. But the guys and girls that have chosen not to, there's obviously a strategy behind that too. They feel more comfortable without that on their back. And
again, that's what we said. You got to have a strategy coming in. So obviously, their part of their strategy for the game plan of racing is to not carry that, keep the weight off of the rider, less fatigue, but you do run the risk of drying out, throat, getting a little bit hot and dehydrated. So, hopefully their game plan works.
That's right. That's right. It's all down to knowing yourself. You do so much development leading up to this race where you would practice with and without and work out what's going to work best for you. And some people are just gifted that they'll just never get arm pump no matter what. They've got a slightly different cardiovascular system and they're able to take on fluids at a bigger rate
back
or
on
not.
the gas. Love it.
So cool.
A little bit of head shake there, a little bit of the bike moving around. That's Hattah Desert Race, man. It's getting halfway through our race here for the junior big wheels and up, and I guarantee the track's getting absolutely chewed out. But look at the dirt. It looks just awesome, man. What perfect conditions this year for the 24 Penrite Hattah Desert Race.
There have definitely been some less than ideal conditions over the years, and we don't tend to cop the heat here at this time of year. Obviously, the Sunraysia region, we can be running in the 40-degree mark for weeks on end here very regularly. So it's nice that coolness is a very big gift to us here this weekend, but that can certainly come with torrential rain. Like we have seen remarkably biblical-sized portions of rain come down here that have really rained out events and things. So this absolutely is as perfect as it gets to have that nice cool start where you're not overheating before the things even began. The body's cool. Everything works so much better when it's cool.
Yeah, and dating back to when I did do the Lake Elsinore GP in California, I believe in 2014, it was hot as heck. I was done after that. Let me tell you, I was hollow, and but I got finished. I did finish second, which was pretty cool, but hydration was important. And just like for these junior riders, even though it's not hot out here, because it is a little bit cooler, you tend to not get as thirsty or drink, but your body's still working. Your body is still using up your energy sources, and you got to replenish. So it is actually I've found it more difficult when it's a little bit cooler out, especially when the sun's still beaming down, to keep the fluids up, because you don't think, I need to drink. It's not that hot today. I'm pretty good. But then all of a sudden, bang, you run into the dangers of getting a little bit dehydrated. As soon as that happens, you lose mental focus. Out on this track, 5th, 6th gear wide open, not a good
place.
recipe.
No, you don't want to see those couple of stars at this point of the day. And we can See, it's very clear. A lot of that fueling comes long before the race too. You have
Yeah.
to set up your few days prior.
Yeah.
Carb loading much earlier. You don't want to be carb loading today. Today's a bad day to wake up and go,
Yeah.
I'm going to scoff breakfast, eat as much as I
You're-
can and get
you're
all
a
the
little
proteins.
late. You're a little late
Way
to
too
that.
late.
Yeah.
Missed
Yeah.
the party.
Yeah.
So it's cool to see our senior riders now. You'll notice them walking past our window. A lot of them have got their camelbacks on today,
Just
hours before their
sipping
prologue
through.
time.
Yep. Yeah, they all got it. They know tomorrow's a big day. Even though the prologue's super important, it's not going to tax them a lot.
Yeah.
One lap, hard lap, it's not going to tax them. But tomorrow, they all know, big day. Got to stay focused today. Food, supplementation, waters, drinking, staying hydrated, and also using minimal energy. They're walking around, but they don't want to. I've often got caught in the trap of talking to a lot of people and a lot of things going on, and then all of a sudden, I missed lunch. I didn't. You get
that's
a
right.
bit tired. So
you have to be selfish.
You do.
Like if
you
you're
have
going to
be-
perform exactly
Yeah.
how you want to perform,
Yeah.
you have to be selfish. You have to make that sacrifice that.
And I take that back, young Levi Rossi is out here in 44th position right now. So that's cool to see him on the track as well. Last year's winner of the
Yes.
junior lights class. So moving up obviously into the bigger junior class, I guess,
Yeah.
big wheel and doing very well.
And it's a massive difference. Like, not enough can be said about going from small wheels to big wheels.
Yeah.
And you'll win your small wheels class, and he did that pretty comfortably. He had 5 or so seconds. So
Yeah.
you win that class last year, and then you jump into the big wheels, and he's 44th right now, which is no mean feat. We're not taking it all
yeah.
away from that, but you go from, last season's winner to now he's 44th in the next division up, and I have no doubt he'll move further and further forward.
Levi up into 39th on the screen.
So that's a big
here,
step.
so
That's a very big step.
Doing very, very well indeed. And then I believe Declan Smart was second last year, I believe. So those two from South Australia, I know them both well. So that just shows you the competitiveness moving up a class, the difficulty. They're up against 254 strokes, 252 strokes on their big wheel 85. So they're both doing exceptionally well. But again, up front, these guys are on the gas. And Cardenas, I think, can't wait to see him come back around this finish line to see what that gap to second. I believe he will pull back out a little bit.
Yeah, it should end up being thereabouts 18, 20 seconds. That's at least what we'd seen when they were leaving out of the pits, but that doesn't factor in a lot of things like what happens out on the track in the places that we just don't see. So that won't be too far away at all from timing in as the rest of our riders look to confirm basically lap number 3, so their first 3, and that's where the pit stops have really started to come into this race. The first 2 laps are a lot down to your riding, and then this is now where the strategy starts to come into it and how long you can stretch the fuel stops or how much fuel you put in. If you're pitting on lap 4, you might not need a full tank, so you're trying to measure what the bike has taken each time, so you've got marks on your fuel churn to work out how much it took to fill it, how much we should pretty much need next time we come in. So you don't need to go out with a fuel load in the last 2 laps when you might only use half of it. You're carrying a heap of extra weight for no reason.
And they're carrying massive fuel tanks, so there is a lot of extra weight. It's almost like another regular size
And it's
fuel
high
tank.
too.
And
That fuel is high on the bike.
Yeah,
Like
it's high.
It's wanting to roll you over. It's going to be harder to pull that bike back up coming out of the corners. Yes, that's a good shot of the tank on our safari type, desert type bikes that are you see in Dakar and Fink and all these sorts of things.
Yeah.
It's a massive difference to your standard dirt bike tank.
I'd be guessing here, but it probably 10 plus litres of fuel maybe on board, so it is a big fuel tank that these young junior riders are carrying around, and they probably do have to adjust in that a little bit, just the feeling of it, the extra weight. I'm just staring out the window here. It looks like Milner is cruising around right in front of us, having a look, getting a feel for it. He'll be up soon. Can't wait to see him back out here this year. It's cool to see, one of the Aussie legends of this discipline in the sport back in Australia.
Yeah, and sure to make a massive impact too. There's another
100%.
couple of our senior riders, again, as we mentioned, in their camelbacks, and that is so important to be fueling on the day before race day. Yeah, they'll still do their prologue, and the fastest fuel make it into that shootout as well, but to be fueling the day before, the weeks leading up, everything has to be perfect. No one's going to go out and win this senior race or any of these junior races just on a whim. This absolutely has to be dedicated. You might say, yep, I'm going to race. I end up locking myself into Hattah. You don't do a whole lot of preparation. You can run 400th before you know it. It can be so easy to do.
Yeah, 100%, and it's little bits of food here and there when they come into the pit. I got a guy behind me that could tell you a hell of a lot more than I do about doing pit stops and what's needed and necessary, but I do look forward to having a go at it one day. But again, how cool is it, just being out here and as a fan, really, just being back at Hattah and just watching the kids, the juniors, doing such a cool job. But I do look forward to the Prologue. That blew me away last year. The speed that the pro guys are running around here, absolutely tapped out because they know how important it is to start up front tomorrow. So it's pretty cool to watch that. Everyone get beside the fence when that goes down.
Really can't wait to be a part of it. We will now have a chat to a few of those guys that should know very much about this event and what it takes to stand at the very top of the table. Brett Metcalf, it's been an absolute pleasure. We look forward to you joining us right throughout this coverage and the weekend as well.
Yeah.
Looking after Penrite and all things down there. There's plenty going on. We'll chuck in Wade Oranger and
Penrite. All
that's
things
right.
Penrite goes good. Thanks for having me on. I'll come back later, guys. It's been a blast. So let's hand it over to one of the best in the business here.
How good's Matty Lamb? Just good, isn't he?
Epic.
It's very, very good. Been around it's not his first rodeo. Hey, what a battle this is between Marcus and Bjorn.
Killer, isn't it? The pit stop played a major role in the way this race looks right now. That strategy is so important. We're talking to Brett about all of that and what it takes to be absolutely on the pin and be able to still have some body left. So to regather yourself a little bit in the pit stop and fuel again, know exactly what the bike needs and what the body needs to get both in sync. And that's what we're seeing right now from Bjorn Cardenas. He stretched that lead the lap prior and then it got dragged right back to that 2, nearly 3 second gap with Marcus Nowland. So now that pit stop that we obviously saw Marcus take, the lap just gone. So that'll really set us up for how this looks. Both of them should have pitted at least once by the next time they come past, and we'll have a really clear look at how this race actually looks.
Fairway back to that 3rd and 4th position with Harry Gilbertson, Cam Shaw, Dylan McDonald, Drew Kremer, Ollie Gear, then Bo Tripconey, back to Jackson Rossi and Josh Whitehorn. That is your top 10 right now. We have about 2.5 laps left to go, might even be less than that. And this battle for the lead is an absolute beauty. These drone shots have really helped us to get more on top of the bike. I've just shown Milne just then how good our coverage is when it comes to just getting onto the bike and getting behind the bars, in the pits and out onto the track in the wider sense. It's changed a lot since Daniel won the race in 2021. Our coverage is just so much more in your face. I was just talking before really quickly, Edmund Milicevic just walked by to go up and check out the action. Gussie Reardon came by as well. He was all eyes forward, like already in the zone. Some people have a different way of reacting. Milne's pretty cruisy and laid back, but Gus was very much, he had the angry eyes on.
Yeah, intensity, isn't it? You see a very different part of riders on a weekend like this. You need to bring the A game. If you've got any chance of meeting the results that you expect of yourself, it has to be perfect.
Can't miss the fuel jug. It's like, come in here, mate. So here we go. Going to bring the team in, the 830. Bit of plumbers, just to kick things up and keep it real. A little bit of a gel here, just real quick to get some energy up. We've got about 2.5 laps to go. Just trying to check that number on the 830.
No one will tell you just how bad those gels taste either. No matter how much they try and sell you that they taste good, they just do not. Doesn't matter what flavour you think you're having or how good the brand tell you they are. I don't think there's a good tasting gel out there.
I think it's more
about
be
rattling around with that for the next couple of laps.
It's more about the hit. I think really it's just that hit you want, isn't it? Wow, what a huge, huge field. This could be our lead up. You can just see by the body language, sitting back on it, absolutely pinned. Major rooster tail action here. This might be around our leading situation. This could be Bjorn.
Well, this is exciting ahead of him. A rider up on the bars just ahead of him. It's going to be pretty tight heading in, so we'll try and get the shots of whether this is Cardenas or Nowland or indeed anyone else in our top few runners.
Either way, it's
try
a good
and
battle.
track down.
Gosh, narrow through there, isn't it? Really rutted out. Of course, the big wheels borrow bits and pieces of the track from the small wheel action from before. So there's parts where the racetrack is even more heavily populated over the last couple of hours. And there's parts that are just been affected just by big wheel. So not quite, just 2 laps to go. We take a look down at our real air imagery angles. Wow. That even hurt my brain. Wow, look how wide they run there, just trying to search. I think that might be Bjorn. We'll just see what, just the body language on the bike generally tells you a bit. Let's have a look as we come into this final section here. This is the timing. This might be our leaders coming through here. And we'll just see who clicks through. Best time was at 15:46 for Bjorn. So that is Bjorn, I think it's gone through. Just waiting for Marcus.
Which might be in the middle of our screen just then. I think we might have picked up the 191, or it's going to be Harry Gilbertson.
Ooh, okay.
It's second. Now, that may still have been a result of that previous pitting lap too, I believe.
Ooh, I don't know.
But,
Marcus back to 4th now. So would he have dropped that kind of time?
Potentially. It looked like a pretty solid stop. Now, they definitely fully fueled. Now, that's the shot of Bjorn. And I was talking to Brett about the fanny pack type camelback that Bjorn's running. It's pretty unseen so far. We're pretty used to everyone having the over-the-shoulder camelback type, and Bjorn runs that low down on your hip level, and it makes a lot of sense why you would run that one too, to not having that body roll up over your shoulders. You've got no weight whatsoever strapped to your arms.
There's Gilbo in that second spot. Just a quick drink. Not much else to do. So no pit required for him. Just going to keep on the charge and try and run down Bjorn. Suddenly it smells like spaghetti in here.
It does,
you notice
yeah.
that? That's Milne's fault. He's getting the energy. We've got Matty and spaghetti up there in the corner. I'm going to bring Daniel Milner in, Liam, for a lap before he goes off to head the medallions for the kids. We'll have a chat to him about what this event is like, and we're sort of rotating in and out. People that kind of know what they're doing. Thanks, Matty. A bit later on, we'd love to have you back if you want to drop by. Daniel Milner, good to see you here, mate. And Matty, what a character, mate. And what a jet.
Yeah, he is a legend, that bloke, and he's always good to talk to. He's got so much knowledge of the, motocross, just dirt bikes altogether, hasn't he? So it's pretty cool to hear from him.
How's your day been so far, mate?
Pretty cool, to be honest. It's always good to sit back and watch these juniors hang around. Obviously, they're the future of our sport. So me personally, I try to pump them up and get them going, because I know what it was like for me as a young kid being at this race. I was... I think my first one was I was big wheels with these, same as these guys that are out here now, and it was cool seeing I think it was Ben Grabham back then that was kind of going, and Smarty. It's definitely cool to be that guy, I guess, and pump the little kids up.
You know, different people have a different way of approaching race day. You come back in as a multiple winner of this with nothing to prove. Is that a nice way to roll back in, where you go, you know what, no matter what happens, I know you're here to win, but no matter what happens, you've done this, you've been there, got the T-shirt a few times. When I watched Angus Reardon walk past before, and it was like laser focus in the zone. Can you approach it differently?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, the older I've got, the probably more relaxed I've been with it, because, them younger days, I kind of freak out, and you're always so nervous, and, it makes it so difficult on yourself, where now, as you said, like I've been here, done it a bit. To be honest, I still am quite nervous, but I probably hide it a bit better than what I used to when I was younger. But yeah, definitely, being away from it for 2 years, being overseas and coming back and running my own little team now. So that's, puts a little bit more stress on yourself. But yeah, all in all, everything seems to be going pretty well, and we're just absolutely stoked to be back here.
There's a 25 km/h pit zone speed limit that they're going through right here. Now, I noticed from when you come through the timing beam at the trailer there in that last corner, you come through to register the lap, to when you actually get to where you have to slow down, you're never really supposed to coast in this game, are you? Like, the little bits, if you attack this corner here just in front of our commentary just before you have to shut down, is every second that you coast or on the gas, does it add up to make a difference?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I know personally as a racer, like we're just wired to go fast. So it makes it so hard to being told to slow down when you just want to go super fast. Yep. Obviously, we don't have speedos on our bikes either, so we don't know what that 25...
So how do you measure that?
Well, we just pretty much from the officials on the side telling us to slow down.
So which gear do you click back into?
I think for these guys, they would probably be around second, maybe first, second. Depends how much they want to rep their bike. And then it's also gearing as well. Like a lot of these bikes, they're running different gearing. So, it definitely would be confusing for these little guys, especially knowing that they've just been holding it pinned for however long, out there on the track and then having to cruise through. But also, it would be nice to... they can have a little bit of a rest, grab their camel pack, and, see where they're at with it all.
And the families get a chance to see their kids again really briefly, which is so important. I mean, one day you'll have this moment where your kids will be out there doing this and you'll go, so I've got to wait 12, 13 minutes for my kid to come back before I can relax and take a breath. And that's got to be hard on the families.
Absolutely. Being a dad myself, I'd freak out. Now, to be honest, I'm probably not going to let my kids go riding a dirt bike.
How do you think that's going to work out for you, Daniel?
Well, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I'm lucky enough so far. I've just got girls. So, they're probably going to head towards the horse side of things. My wife's a bit of a horse rider, so... which I don't know if that's any better, to be honest. I think that's probably going to cost me more.
I think, and you should never ride something where you can't put your feet on the ground when you stop, all right? just my history with that. This is such an iconic event. I know you're going to hand out medallions and stuff like that later on, and it's important because you'd have great memories of that happening with you.
Yeah, for sure. And I was doing it with Gus before, and he said something about it, and I said, I remember when you were a little snotty-nosed kid, and I was handing medallions to you. So it's quite cool, and I know, when I was a junior and I seen the big boys, like I was always so shy and scared to talk to them, and I kind of try to, open up as much as I can to them to make them feel comfortable and everything like that, and obviously congratulate them for being out there for that long and doing so well. It's this is probably one of the hardest races I believe in the world what I've done. And it's always a struggle, and some of them kids, you can tell the ones that are tired and you got to help them get going again, but it's really cool.
You went one step further with actually purchasing property in this region that, Hopeton's not too close, but it's not too far either comparatively. Is that just because the conditions were similar? Like you wanted to ride and be around these kind of conditions?
Yeah, for sure. Like every time I came up here testing and getting ready for this race, I never seemed to find a track that's similar to the senior racetrack. So there was an opportunity where there was a bit of property that backed onto the Whipperfield National Park, and it was 800 acres, and Jolsey from Choice Suspension, he was super keen as well, obviously, to do testing and everything there, and we ended up getting that, and honestly I went there with a dozer and pushed in a track pretty as similar as I could have got it to the Hattah track.
Really?
Yeah, it was. I literally got Google Maps out, everything, and studied it, and even rode around and found the right dunes and everything like that, and everyone that's been there.
You've got it bad, Milner. You know that, right? You've got it bad.
Well, it's one of the things. That's what this race means to us, and me and Chucky always had a good rivalry here back in the years. So I always kind of trying to get that upper hand on people, I guess, and we've been there the last couple of months, getting ready for this year's event. So just really getting back to the high speed stuff and get the bike set up to where we feel comfortable.
It's been 3 years since we've had you here. Why are you back? I'm glad you're back. Is it just that the window has finally opened up where you can do this?
To be honest, when I, was negotiating for this year's deal, it was definitely pretty much the first thing on the card was Hattah. It always, no matter what, I was overseas watching it last year, and you're watching it the whole time, and you just and you're getting a bit of,
the FOMOs?
Yeah, absolutely, and I feel for Maso Simmons right now. Poor bugger. He was riding strong. As soon as he got back from America, he come up to Hopeton with us, and he was looking really good on the bike. And obviously a small mistake, which happens in our sport, is it can be quite costly. So if he's back home sitting on the couch resting up now, and it would have been cool to have him here and race with him. I have a lot of respect for that kid, and I've tried to help him along the way. So it's quite disappointing, but as I said, it's the bad side of our sport.
I was watching Emma Milicevic and Angus and those kind of guys. I just saw Kenny Armstead just walk by as well. Everybody walks up and grabs a piece of a spectator perspective of the track. You can't do too much of it. Do you do it, and where do you go, and what are you getting from that? Can you really sample conditions at all?
It's difficult. I know that I do try to go have a look at the first few corners just to see what the track's kind of forming up like. But yeah, as I said, it is very difficult to know what it's going to be like out the back. There could be one section where the corner's blown out, and you don't realise until you're on it, trying to cut up it and stuff like that. I know previous years that I've just gone out just before the top 10 shootout and tried to work out where it was. Where the lines are blown out and stuff like that. This year, it's going to be a little bit different. I'm prologuing a fair way back, so it's going to be quite hard to get into that top 10 shootout, which obviously that's my goal, to get in there. We're going to do everything we can to get in there and kind of see what happens from there.
It's such a great concept. The format is so different. It's very alien to people outside the desert racing world, and this kind of competition, but for you it makes perfect sense. It's a beauty in it, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, we spoke about it the other day, was like how unique this race is, and no one gets to ride the track, the racetrack over, the other side of the road, before the event, where, the last couple of years being over racing the World GPs, whatever country you're in, they kind of go and ride the track before it, and they learn it, whatever native country it's in. So, yeah, to have that, knowing that everyone's on the same level, same playing field, we just need to go out and go do our job.
At what point do you have to tune out from all this outside noise today? And do you like to get away from it all and sort of just put the helmet on early and get away from the noise? Or are you kind of happy just to be as open as you can and be distracted?
Yeah, honestly, it never really gets to me. I'm I guess in the racing side of things, you'd say pretty headstrong with all this stuff. I kind of just go out, do my thing. I know a lot of people get quite emotional on social media and all that kind of stuff, which I think it can mess with a lot of people's heads where, for me, I just go and do my own thing. I just feel comfortable going riding. Obviously, I don't put the headphones on and listen to pump up music or anything like that.
You're not that guy?
No, definitely not that guy.
Not going to have some Morgan Wallen today or anything? What is on your Spotify, by the way? Are you a music guy?
Not really. To be honest, my Spotify right now is full of the kids' songs.
Got it. The dad life.
Yeah, so don't go stalking my Spotify thinking you're going to get some good tunes, because it's just I can't even remember the kids' songs, but yeah.
So it's Bluey and Paw Patrol.
Yeah, there is Bluey on there, yes.
What's happened to you, Milne? You used to be a BADA 55. Now you're one of us. You're just a normal. You're immortal.
Yeah, I'm just a dad now. So it's the worrying part too. I feel that it's kind of at my tail end of my career, I believe.
Okay.
I'm still got the hunger for it, but it's not like I remember years ago. I would do or die pretty much.
Yep.
Where now, there's more away from racing for me. Obviously, I've been quite lucky and achieved some really good stuff over my career, and we've put a lot of work into doing that. And there's definitely once I retire, it's not like I'm going to step away from the sport altogether. I want to have something to do with it. I've been doing it as a living for the last 14 years. So, I definitely want to be involved with the races, be involved with maybe, running my own team and bringing the young people up. But when that time comes, and if we can, be able to do that with a manufacturer, then we'll definitely try.
Daniel, motocross, it's a very much... there's always bikes around you. There's a much more intense environment. Whereas this is a good example of what we're looking at right here. You can ride by yourself for almost 45 minutes and never really see anybody else. The race is always against yourself.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think here, as we're seeing on screen now, like the boys, there's two going at it there, and old mate's kind of he's just doing his own pace and getting through it. So
that's horrible, by the way. When you're out there and you think you're going, you don't know this experience. Us C-grade hackers, we do. You think you're going well, and then someone just rips by you like you're tied to a tree. But did you talk to yourself? Are you out there sort of mentally talking to yourself?
Yeah, it's funny. Like if I had a mic in my helmet, it would be quite funny, because sometimes I literally go off singing to myself. Sometimes I get a bit angry if I come together or something happens, and I might yell and scream a little bit. But I mean, it definitely would be quite interesting to have a mic in the helmet.
That's an interesting idea. We might have to think about that for the future.
That could be next year's one.
I think you're right. And Meddy's going to ride next year. He reckons he's going to ride in this event. So I'm always excited to see crossover. We had Todd Waters come and do that, last year, and then go and ride the Manjimup 15,000. So I'm hoping we see, mate. You're a tremendous ambassador for our sport, mate. I really mean that. The way you speak, the way you present, the way you're mindful of the juniors. And obviously you're a very proud dad and husband and an important part of the Australian motorsport culture. So thank you so much for coming back to ride this.
Thank you for having me. As I said, I'm so excited to be here and looking forward to everything, no matter what result we get. We're just absolutely stoked to be here and get to catch up with everyone and do what we love.
I've successfully made your spaghetti cold. Sorry, mate, there's a little bit left.
No, that's fair. I'd probably need to stop eating. I'll weigh the bike down.
Dan, it's always good to see you, mate. Good luck.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
What a jet. What an absolute jet that guy is. So we've gone from Brett Metcalf, Daniel Milner, and back to Liam Ornger. Well, I know, right? The on-air talent, always good to see him. What a star. What a wonderful champion, no doubt about it. It's so good to have him back.
You worded that lovely, by the way. Yeah.
Well, it's like we morphed back into it. Later on, we're going to catch up, I think, at the end of this race, once we've done with our interviews and we're getting towards our senior prologue. I had a chat with Gus Reardon the other night out at Mototech, and boy, he's an intense young man. And I just spoke to him briefly as he was coming back down from checking out the racetrack, and he was all eyes forward. So different people handle things differently. Daniel's very chilled, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
He said he gets nervous.
As you said, he's much like Chucky Sanders as well. You're always going to get a laugh. He's always just hanging out, doesn't take it too seriously on the face. I know he puts a lot of effort into the preparation, but as far as the day comes, doesn't take that side of it too seriously. Can laugh and enjoy the day for what it is on the lead up to the weekend and things like that. Doesn't get too wrapped up in it that he can't just enjoy himself right the way through as well. It's a
nice,
fine line.
Nice too that he's mindful of Mason Simmons. Like a lot of those guys, I mean, they fiercely battle each other, but they all want to win in the best possible field.
Yeah.
Like nobody wants to win with 2 or 3 riders that are injured or not in the event. So Mason, I'm not sure if you're tuned in at the moment, mate, but we certainly wish you were here. We know that Big Jack wishes you were here.
Big Jack, I'd love that.
He's got a lot of fans out here as Mason Simmons. So disappointing we don't get to see him this year, but I hope he's tuned in and watching the action. We're getting close to the last lap and very interested to see what's going on with that margin between Bjorn and Harry Gilbertson, because Marcus is now back in 4th after running 2nd for a lot of that early part of this race.
Yeah, there's so much to play out in this last pit stop in particular. That really took a vital toll on that race lead, and now that you even things up and everyone should have pitted at the roughly same amount of times. They pitted different laps, but the same amount of times. So this should really start to sort that out as they approach the timing stripe for the last few times. We should get a lot of a clearer look at where the proceedings actually sit.
Now, am I seeing on our timer that Harry is in the lead over Bjorn?
Wow.
Marcus, Dylan, Drew, that's your top 5. So whilst we were chatting with Milne, there has been a change-up, big time. And are we missing a visor just there? I think we are on Bjorn. I think Bjorn's had a get off because he was missing the visor.
Yeah, he did a 25-second longer lap than Bjorn Cardenas did that time.
So I think Bjorn's had a get off.
Yep.
God, that's a great shot. I never get sick of that. But I definitely saw Bjorn was missing the visor on his helmet, which implies that he's had a get off. So business end, last lap. Can he claw his way back into this?
This is enormous now, isn't it? If he doesn't have anything wrong with that bike, if he's able to have just gone down, head-butted some trees or something, usually from a lot of them, that's what will happen when they lose the visor. If the bike's still okay, they've done the coat hanger on a tree and cut a corner a little bit too tight, so hopefully the bike is still A-okay and we could be on for one hell of a race. Wrapping up the last lap of this.
We just got to find out where they are as they head out of the pits, and we'll try and keep them in view for as long as we can to understand the complex nature now of this lead. Harry Gilbertson was outside the top 3 for most of this race, Liam, so that's a heck of a comeback.
Yeah, big step in the last lap in particular. He was 4th looking in, and Now, that's enormous. Absolutely an enormous ride. The strategy is played into his hand beautifully. If he doesn't have to pit here, Wade, this is very important for the race.
God, look at how savage all the grooves are just there. And we're not really getting an idea of just how vicious that is. But where on earth our leaders are, I have no idea. But Harry Gilbertson trying to pull off a majorly, perfectly timed event. Is that him going through the trees just there? Have they already come out of the pits? That's the bit we didn't get. Is that our leader? We're just trying to work out, is that Harry? We'll try and bear in mind there are some riders that are probably a lap down.
Dylan McDonald on screen, so he is 4th place.
Yeah, Dylan's been very consistent. Best time of 15:51. But Harry is cranking. There is the 48 bike right then.
So Harry has the best time still, so that's a lot to take into account. Best time is a 15:31 seconds for Harry Gilbertson. Fastest time for Bjorn Cardenas is 15:46. Now, if Harry led on the way into that lap, at that trajectory, it's going to be pretty hard to reel back in. But absolutely anything can happen. As we have just well seen, Bjorn was leading that last lap, and either in chasing, he might have been passed, and in pushing hard to try and get the lead back has come unstuck somewhere.
There's Marcus Nolan just down on the 191. So there's Marcus just to the left of our screen. So, boy, there's been some swapping up going in this top 5. It's been really cool to have Brett Metcalf and also Taja Morris in commentary with us, as well as Daniel Milner. We just see Cam Shaw, Ollie Gear, Jackson Rossi has yet to come through. So it's Gilbertson, Cardenas, Nolan, McDonald, Kremer, Shaw and Gear. The top 7 that we've seen come through and register this final lap. 1 lap remaining for the big wheel. Look how rutted out that is.
He just lost the entire back wheel of that bike just then. It was completely inside the rut.
And if you're half tired at this point, the bike starts to go where it wants to go, not where you are commanding it to go. Your knees are the best way of determining which way the bike is going. If you're gripping that tank and your knees in together, you're really trying to control the bike. But as you get later in the race, that becomes harder and harder. Concentration starts to go. You start getting to corners and jumps well before you're ready to get there. So this is where you separate who is truly fit and who is making their better laps late in the race. A lot of the pro boys walking by our commentary to have a look at the racetrack and sample as we get closer and closer to our prologue and our top 10 shootout. Always so epic. Just looking through it. Hunter Roosh in 22nd, Matty Simpson 23rd, Geordie Bakes, Mitch House, Ryan Carey, Toby Huston, Lachlan Coppin, Billy Ryan and Lockie Roach. Liam Egan carving out his quickest lap on lap 4, 17:38. In the pits is the 196, Hambo. Fires back out, 25 kilometres an hour. Interesting to hear too what Milne was saying about it's hard to actually measure that.
Yeah, exactly. There's a couple of sad faces popping up on the speed limiter there.
Oh, yeah. Up in that top right-hand corner, Liam, is where you're talking about. Isn't it the green box you just see there?
Like the roadworks we're used to seeing in the middle of the night, and you get the unhappy face. Well, you're just going to deal with that. But here, I'd say there's greater consequences.
Yeah, absolutely. Oscar Harris is 11th. Jet Avard is 12th. Bo Tripconi in 13th. Harry McDonald in 15th. Caden Rangle's actually up to 14th. Xavier Moore in 16th. Nate Munro, Mason Phillips, Mitch Ford, and Bryce Wilds. That is your top 10.
It'd be really remarkable to see the full breakdown on Race Monitor and the timing. Just some of the trajectory of some of the riders that have come from deep, because it's so hard to keep track of during the race of how far up they've travelled. It is really tough to work out. you know, someone might have moved 60 places in this race and you wouldn't even notice they've come up to 20th thereabouts and not known that they've come as far back as that.
Well, we've got 247 riders in this group, 247, which is just over half the amount we'll have tomorrow on the start line. Suck 'em in. Last lap, you got one more to go. The 504 bike is climbing on the accurate electrical entry. And I love this fact. It's mum and dad usually on the tools.
Yeah.
Brother or sister there as well with a bit of encouragement. It's a real family operation, this, like so many forms of motorsport. It's all about the family. Now, we're climbing on board the FPV drone. Looking at the race time as well for the overall for last year in terms of that time. We need to work out how Gilbo is looking in the ultimate scheme of last year's race time. Jackson Verstegen was a 1 hour 40. I would think this is going to go inside there as well.
Yeah, I would definitely think so.
Maybe a 135 or thereabouts if Harry Gilbertson can keep this kind of pressure up. Really interested to find out what happened with Bjorn. I would say we're going to get a chat with him at least in that podium situation if he can't run down Harry and just find out what happened.
There's so many stories that you just wouldn't stop for ever to be able to recount, particularly when they're fresh. I think that's what's always so exciting about the presentation night that is at the end of tomorrow's racing is there's so many stories to be shared, and particularly at the presentation, you don't get to hear from the guys that were 200th that, you know, watch 3 or 4 bikes cartwheel ahead of them. It's all those sorts of stories that take so long to get out, and you could really talk for hours about what went on the course.
Yeah, you'll have someone say, oh man, I saw this guy absolutely eat it in front of me. And you know, there's war stories to be told over the next few days, and the aches and pains will eventually subside, but the memories will be vivid. And that's one of the things we love about the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. For 2024, the 26th running of it, you'd kind of think they would have got somehow if it didn't start in 98, we could have 24, 25, 26, and the merch would be in time with the year each time. But because we started in 98, we're never going to catch that back up. Less than half a lap to go. We're trying to find where Harry Gilbertson is somehow amongst all this text, and the Real Air Imagery team trying to give us some idea as to where our leaders are. Boy, she's dusty out there. 22-kilometre laps, 6 of them. Tomorrow when we do 8, some of the, let's call them semi-pros rather than amateurs, they'll be looking over their shoulder to watch where the pros are coming, so they don't have to complete the extra lap. If they can let them go by in the last couple hundred metres, they can finish right behind the leader.
I love it. How many bikes did we watch past that one guy in particular, I think last year, that parked on the final corner and everyone was cheering him and coming up to have a chat while he waited probably 30 bikes, I think, at least, for the leader to come through so that he didn't have to do...
Is this our leader?
One entire one. He'd be shooting well under last year's time if that's the case. The body language looks pretty good.
Just look at this.
Going to be the case.
Yeah, look at the speed. Is that Harry? It's a long way from us being able to identify it. We're just trying to zoom in. Was that a 49 on the number plate? Texas and the boys are doing a great job just trying to... Look at that. Wow. Just a amount of crisscross.
That helmet is still bright, isn't it?
Yes.
One of the last remaining clean ones.
That crisscross through the scrub just then that we just saw gave you an idea of all the different lines that are available. So if we're at 1 minute 30, are we 4 or 5 minutes away from wrapping this up or thereabouts?
The horns have been a new addition this year, Wado.
They've been an addition. Yeah. You should have heard them last night. It was great.
Oh, I can just bet.
Is this our leader? Is that intent? Not sure that that's the intensity, or is it Harry, Bjorn, Marcus, Dylan, Drew, Cameron, Ollie, Jackson, Josh, and Ashton Hansen Now up into the top 10. Nice ride from Ashton Hansen. About 5 minutes 42. So about 5.5 minutes separating the top 10.
That's remarkable.
Yeah, it is. Just gives you an idea, though, doesn't it, of just how incredibly complex this race is and how many different skill levels and fitness levels and all that sort of stuff come into it. Plenty of people getting out to enjoy. Look at the crowd just there. That's a massive part of the crowd just down there. So you can see that Tex is just trying to pick them off and try and find our leader for us. Big wheels, race number 2 for the weekend. And the seniors prologue to come up very soon here as well. Number of classes within this class as well. So you're going for the outright, but you're also going for the class win. So the most recent lap times I think we've seen have been around the 15-minute mark, 15:46, 16 now.
Yeah, 16:30 Harry Gilbertson last time around. Bjorn was 16:59. So anywhere in the 16 to 17 minute mark we should be predicting. And to just how far under last year's times we can shoot. The track has been absolutely perfect. I don't think there's any real differences from seasons gone that would have knocked that time off other than just conditions.
It looks
in particular
looks
knocked
perfect
some off
to
of
you
it.
and I, Liam.
Yeah, no, yeah, well.
You notice too that the bike retrieval units that are getting around the course as well, it's another thing that's just massive. Sweeper riders off to the right. There's always people. Oh, someone's come down. And just off to the right, sitting up.
Isn't getting up in a hurry.
No, but at least was up on, like at least up.
Yes.
Like not standing,
No.
but at least you could see was conscious of what was going on just there. But that's one thing I love about this. There's the bike retrieval crew, there's the medical team, there's the sweepers. Someone is always watching. For such a vast area to race, there's always people around keeping an eye out for your welfare.
Yeah, you're never too far from home at any point on this circuit. It's so easy to have a swap there.
Oh, my gosh.
None of those ruts are pointing in the right direction.
Back in the day when Johnny Contract would ride a bull taco, the suspension was a lot more fierce than that. He remembers like when the KX first started. It's the 50th anniversary of the KX model, and Stell did a great job with presenting the Empire. They've done the old throwback colour scheme to the KX bikes with a splash of pink through the graphics, and it's incredible. It's a really cool throwback. I'm really hoping that they'll do a bit more of that in the years ahead with the throwback ideas.
Yeah, I
with
think
retro
with everything
and
else going that way, with vintage clothing and car designs,
wow.
I think we're only too close before that is the case, that many of the other brands will be going to those throwback type things. I think Suzuki have had some of the coolest throwbacks in years gone too.
So far this could be our lead up right here. Harry, Bjorn, Marcus, Dylan McDonald and Drew Cremmy are top 5, but we think Harry might be somewhere near our camera angle at the moment.
It's been pretty tough going out the back there. It's been pretty clear that you could go left or right at one position on that straightaway, and pretty few have probably gone the right direction on that space. It's so fast. It is so fast in that section, particularly late in the lap as well, to try and keep a handle on the bike pointing in the right direction at full tilt on lap 6 when you've already done 120 odd kilometres. So we're hunting down our race leaders and who exactly that will be as we emerge on the final lap here. So expecting Harry Gilbertson, Bjorn Cardenas, Marcus Noland, Dylan McDonald, one of the 4. And we could be on board with Harry Gilbertson. Now there's no split time, so there's no updated way to know exactly who is going to be emerging. It's just race numbers that we're trying to chase. So on screen, Gilbertson on bike 49. They're riding along with him. It doesn't look like there's anyone ahead of him. He'll head straight towards the timing stripe and expect the checkers to be waving. Gilbertson on bike 49. Checkers wave, and he will take out Junior Big Wheel. A remarkable ride from Harry Gilbertson, who was outside of the top 5 for the first few laps of this. Then to Bjorn Cardenas now. Clocks in a 15-second margin to your race winner, and there's that visor gone.
the big victory rev as well. You think Harry's pumped? Johnny Contract has got him right there. The Brandt bike pulls up, and there is the missing visor.
Cardenas has nothing left
Does
to
he have
give,
any?
does he?
Does Bjorn have goggles with him? Are they hanging off the bars, or does he not have any goggles? Yeah, there they are.
He pulled up the wrong side. Boy, he's got
Oh.
nothing left to give, does he?
So they're having the war story swap here at the moment.
Yeah, there's plenty of marks on the helmet. The Alpine Stars lid.
So it is Dylan McDonald in that third spot. So nice job for Dylan. Marcus Nolan, they got told, got pulled up. Johnny was saying there was an officials chat with him. So I'm not sure if that was a speed issue or something along those lines. The YZ, I like the colour
it's
schemes.
gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah, very cool. Central West Diesel on board, Dylan McDonald. I love the big victory rev.
Yeah, this is always the action shot, isn't it? The gritty teeth.
Good job, Gilbo. That Brandt Elders bike was a rocket ship, and very interested to hear what happened with Bjorn, because he was honking and he's clearly eaten it.
It might be a blood nose as well in amongst all of the mud.
He'll be just more PI 55, didn't get the win. In the end, Gilbertson got the win by 15.5 seconds. McDonald Kremer got to 4th. Cameron Shaw got to 5th. Ollie Gear. Marcus ended up back in 7th after running within 2 seconds of the leader initially too, Liam. So
A cool shot of Bjorn Cardenas, and now that wasn't just dirt all over his face either. That has been a rather large get off.
bit of claret as well.
Yeah.
But gutsy ride for him to come back to second when you think about it. So Dylan McDonald, solid job for him. As Bjorn just wipes up, getting a bit of help from the Mototech boys.
He's got a blood rule.
You'll be right, mate. So what a ride for Harry Gilbertson, the opportunist. He'll take the win from Bjorn Cardenas, Dylan McDonald, Drew Kremer, Cam Shaw, Ollie Gear, Marcus Nolan. We're still waiting for Jackson Rossi to come through. Wow, you don't realise.
Yeah, you don't get a perception at all of the,
I didn't realise
the
how
incline
much
change there.
That dropped right down. It was like a ski ramp. Wow. First time we've seen
From
that.
a while back, you don't pick that up at all.
That's the first time we've seen that part of the course, you know, from a drone perspective. So, yeah, that was very cool. Very soon, Johnny Contract will talk to our top 3 and find out what went wrong, what happened to Bjorn. Wow, we just saw Jackson Rossi just pull up then, back in 8th position, 4 minutes 30. So back to 15 seconds to Bjorn, 42 seconds back to Dylan. Drew Kremer just inside, a minute behind then, and back to Cam Shaw. But that's what you want to park the bike in front of, that banner right there.
Back to the merch tent up in the food area. Transponders need to go back to the merch tent up in the food area, please. Thank you.
Still waiting on our riders to come back through to finish off as we take a look back at Gilbo. Just laying it down. And very soon, Johnny Contract will be with our top 3. What a ride. And then the big victory rev at the end. He's already on the chip. Johnny will be with him in just a moment.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, we're down here at the Penrite. Look at this, the Penrite presentations tent. And I'm sitting here with Dylan McDonald. Hey, Dill, great days racing out there, mate. You're dusty, you're dirt, full of dirt. You probably can't hear a thing. I'm yelling. That's probably the only way you're hearing me. But, mate, what an amazing day out there for you today.
Yeah, thank you. I just can't hear a thing now, yeah.
Buddy, you know, a long way to come to race here. But this is one of those events that really sorts the chaff from the wheat, right? And you guys are at the top of the heap. 3rd place, you've got to be happy with the finish in the Penrite Hattah Desert Race for 24 in that position?
Yeah, 100%. I was aiming for 1st, but I'm happy with a 3rd.
Mate, that track looked rough as. Watching you guys come in after the first lap, I could see guys shaking arms and stuff, mate. That must have been absolutely tumultuous out there, mate.
Yeah, arm pump was real, just holding on as tight as I can, but yeah, got through it.
Any incidents out there, you know, like any close calls for you, just on the pin, go for it?
No, it's pretty good out there, here and there, just like get some head shake, but no, pretty good.
And there's obviously a crew of people behind you this weekend that looked after you?
Yeah, my mum and dad, Fudge for helping me out there, and everyone who else has supported me, and yeah, McDonald Racing.
Good on you, buddy. Number 3 today in class. Well done. Put your hands together for Della McDonald, ladies and gents.
Yeah, great job. Arm pump was real. I love the way he just said that. He put it absolutely in perspective. Great job for him. I really am intrigued to find out what happened with Bjorn, because he was the form guide. Although he was being pulled in early in the race, then just goes to show you how hard you have to push. But I'm sure Johnny will find out more about what happened with Bjorn, because he was looking the goods. I reckon our winners interview is going to be quite colourful based on the old Victory Rev before.
Yeah, I would think so. I think the energy will still be running pretty high. The adrenaline will be still coursing through him. There's no doubt about that, as we'll get Bjorn into the hot seat in the Penrite, proudly Australian owned and trusted since 1926, down in the interview tent. And get ready to have a chat with Johnny Contract in a couple of moments' time, as the rest of our riders from the junior big wheel division and all of the individual class winners are confirmed. They continue to stream in past the finish line here, just near us, and I think we are all but ready to head down.
We're down here now in the Penrite presentation tent with number 2 for the class today. Please make him welcome Bjorn Cardenas. Hey Bjorn, good day's racing for you. Finishing second, that's got to be a great thing. Obviously you were leading for a little while, but you had a couple of incidents out there, one in particular.
Yeah, I had a pretty big stack in that second last lap where I collided with another rider and put me back a fair bit.
Mate, you kind of sat at the front in what would be only described as a pretty solid attempt at a track that was very gnarly and very rough, yeah?
Yeah, it was pretty good to be out front for them first few laps and have a bit of clear air.
Had a lot of people down here from Swan Hill this weekend supporting you?
Yeah, I got a few people down here supporting me.
Mate, any shout-outs you want to call out for anyone this weekend?
Mum and Dad, Mototech, KTM, Choice Suspension, Sam Monk for getting my motor done.
And how about the guys from Penrite looking after everybody here at the 24 Hattah Desert Race? What an amazing event, mate. You've ridden this a number of times.
Yeah, this is a 4th attempt, I think, now, and last year at juniors, so.
Yeah, so seniors next year, right?
Yep, for sure.
Beautiful. All right. Well, mate, all the very best with your foray into the senior category. I'm sure we'll see you on the podiums in years to come. And again, sensational effort, even with the get off, to get up and get going again and hold down second place. Mate, an amazing effort. Well done.
Thank you.
Good on you. Ladies and gents, Bjorn Cardenas, who did an amazing job today, picked it up and just put it all back together again, come home in second place. That is huge. Well done.
Johnny just hearing from Bjorn Cardenas, second place is well documented. He led a number of laps of that main event race for the junior big wheels and had a major lick. Plenty of blood coming from his nose and dirt and missing the visor off the helmet. That is what the Penrite Hattah Desert Race is all about. You go down, but you get back up swinging, and he hung on to second place in a remarkable race. And shortly we will hear from our winner, who I'm sure will be plenty amped following a climb through the field. He was outside of the top 5 at one point. He prologued well, but it was all about the last couple of laps that were super important in particular for this rider that'll have a chat with Johnny in a couple of moments' time. Of course, that's Gilbo, who got the job done on bike 49. I think they are ready to go. We'll head down to the Penrite, Australian owned and trusted.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're down here now with our number 1 guy for the class this weekend in our junior big wheels class. Please make him welcome, out of SA, Harry Gilbertson. Mate, an amazing effort today to ride up into the front part of the field and to take this one out. Bjorn was on the pin all day, but mate, you scooped it up.
Yeah, Bjorn was going good all day. He had that big crash, and then I seen the big crash, made the advantage of it, made the pass, and then kept going.
Mate, for you, that would have been like, whoa, that's big, right? But you got to consolidate and just get on with it, right?
Yeah, I had to keep going and just keep moving forward and hold it wide.
And that track today was pretty gnarly, pretty tough and rugged, wasn't it, eh?
Yeah, it was pretty rough at the start. Coming into the corners, there was bumps straight away. Out the back was pretty brutal.
And, of course, how good has the crowd been controlled out in those areas, you know, even though they're a bit way off the track? They're all pumping you on and getting you moving, huh?
Yeah, they were still pumping. They were kept there 8 metres away from the track, but it was just sick.
Yeah, absolutely. Mate, for you, out of SA, hailing out of where?
Rendlesham, South Australia.
Beautiful, mate. For you, again, a team of people that's come along to support you. You really want to give them a shout-out?
Yeah, Searsy from Sears Electrical, Scott, Ash Scarlett, Axel, all the boys from Scotty, all the boys from Casson, everyone that helped me out. Thanks.
Good on you, mate. And, of course, not your last year in juniors, is it?
Yeah, I've still got one more year after this.
Wow, look out next year for Big Wheel class for you, hey?
Yeah.
Good on you. Ladies and gents, Harry Gilbertson, who took out number 1. There you go, buddy. Do that. Number 1, Harry Gilbertson. Well done here at the 24 Hattah Desert Race for our junior big wheel class here this weekend. Back to you guys at Central Commentary, hey?
Quietly spoken off the bike and an absolute wild man on it. Gotta love that.
Something about a camera and a microphone.
Yeah,
Either quietens a few up or lights the fire. Either way.
Makes them louder. So we're getting towards, look at the size of some of these people on big wheels. Crazy. We just had Chloe Barton's proud dad, John, just call in to see us real quick before Chloe goes out there and gets after it as well. So it was a big get-off. So Johnny will be out there in the moment with Senior Prologue coming up very soon. He just loves it, Johnny, doesn't he?
Lives and breathes
I know
it.
I know we call Kenny Reid Mr. Hattah, but the Hattah with a hat bloke, he goes pretty good too. So we have a lot of people to catch up with. Harry Gilbertson, there's your winner from Bjorn Cardenas, Dylan McDonald, Drew Kremer, Cam Shaw, Ollie Gear, Marcus Nolan, Jackson Rossi, Jet Avard and Josh Whitehorn. Now we spoke to a number of people the other night out at Mototech. One of those was Angus Reardon, Gus, back from the USA and really hoping for a big ride here this weekend. It's his sole purpose for coming back home, apart from just being home and around his family before he heads back to the States. Gus was very much in the zone even the other night when I caught up with him at Mototech, and wow, you have to think he's a very, very big chance for a win this weekend. Let's catch up with Gus Reardon.
Plenty of orange and blue, Angus Reardon. It's good to have you back. Penrite Hattah Desert Race is something really special. As someone that's won it on juniors, what was special about that for you? Is that something you look back on in pride?
Yeah, I always loved coming home and doing Hattah. Work out this year, my schedule in the US all worked well. And I grew up just across the river in Golgol, so you could say it was a home race as I was growing up, and I still call this place home.
So you won small wheel and big wheel.
Yep.
What do you remember about that?
It was pretty cool winning the big wheel on the 2-stroke. I was on a 150, so that was cool. I think I was the first one in a while to not be a 4-stroke.
Yeah, right. What is the challenge of this place? You had an excellent result last year. Obviously, you want to win it this year. I'm going to just come out and say that's what your plan is.
Yeah, it's super hard race physically and mentally. It's at 4 hours and tracks gets absolutely destroyed. So just got to be strong mentally and physically and just ban it for the long run.
So do Americans talk much about Hattah? Is there much sort of discussion about this world?
Yeah, they always see videos with their accent and whatnot. They call it something funny. And then it's always Hattah and Fink they talk about the desert races.
Yeah, absolutely. Prologue, how important is that to you?
Very important. Nearly more important than the first lap of the race, you could say.
Yeah, okay. The next day, across the road, there's a little bit of a chance of wet weather on Sunday.
Yeah, hopefully it pushes back, but I'm used to the wet weather. Normally I'm racing with no goggles over there in the States. It's normally raining, coming in sideways, windy. Yeah, used to it.
How many events do you run over in the States every year?
Contracted, I do 20 odd, and then I do selected ones. I come here, do some, and then hopefully a few international ones later on in the year.
How different is the industry, Gus? How different is American racing to what we do here?
It's just so much bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot more people in the States, obviously. Yeah, it's just bigger, you could say. But, yeah, Hattah's still up there with one of the favourites.
Given that you are racing over the US, is there any pressure that you think, oh yeah, Gussie's back? You know, is there pressure on you to get the job done?
Maybe, but don't look at it that way. If I put pressure on myself, I don't do the best. Learned it in the past. I'm just here to have fun and
Yeah.
So how do you have fun? Is it a chance to enjoy? Do you ever get a chance to actually enjoy the ride? Is there a moment where you go, hell yeah, I'm tapped out, run along
I've
the
got to be
fence?
out front to have fun, so it's hard. If I'm out the back, I'm not having fun, so I've got to do well to have fun, so it's hard to match it up. But
It's good to have you home, mate.
no, thank you.
Here's a look back at some of our highlights from the big wheel race, and Harry Gilbertson got the job done. But I got to say, Bjorn, we all thought he was gone, Bjorn.
No doubt. We were talking about the fanny pack early on, his low-down camelback, and all the while, those couple of guys were lurking. Harry Gilbertson in particular, Marcus Noland there on screen in the 191. They were all absolutely coming after him before a major get-off with 2 to go. Knocked the visor off, and so to the lead.
Into another rider too, he's saying wasn't just on his own, so intriguing just to know what that story actually entailed. He didn't go into the great details of it, but
from here on,
on the chip,
she was 180 degrees of throttle.
Gilbo was absolutely second twist of the grip. I love it. Great result. Big hug from Dad too as well, and super, super cool stuff. We're getting closer to Prologue for seniors. And our top 10 shootout to come. The ladies, the tenacious ladies, will be up soon as well. 4-lappers and 8-lappers. Someone else has got a big chance this weekend. Another one of the local heroes. Brodie Waters on board with Honda and looking for a big result. He's got, amongst other people, brother Josh on the spanners this weekend. Josh heads off to Suzuka very soon for the 8-hour later this month. But I caught up with Brodie at Mototech. No, in fact, it was at Deakin Motorcycles just the other night.
But I like this colour on you. It's very, very red. I'm liking it. This is a massive weekend for this industry and for this town, isn't it?
Yeah, it's massive for Mildura. It brings all the people, all the competitors and a lot of spectators into the town, so it's awesome for the local surroundings, and yeah, it's awesome to see the event keep growing and growing.
I was talking to Liam Mason before, good Redcliffe's boy, and talking about what is it about this town, mate? Like drag racing, super bikes, supercars, speedway, ski racing, desert racing. What is it about this joint?
I don't know, I think there's not much else to do other than ride bikes or get into it.
Play cricket or footy, but
yeah. But nah, you need a bit of more adrenaline than cricket or footy, so
yeah,
bikes and the cars and all that is the go.
Your family is just so in tune with so many aspects of going fast. Have you always known it? It's just the way you've grown up?
Yeah, Josh was already into it when we were growing up, so we just followed the footsteps. And
that makes him sound old.
Yeah.
So he's got Suzuka coming up in a couple of weeks' time, so he's at the 8-hour heading to Japan, and here you are still chasing, getting dirty.
Yep, so he's actually mechanicking for me,
Nice.
helping in the pits this weekend, and then he flies to Queensland next weekend, races ASBK, then straight from there to Suzuka. So yeah, he's got a busy schedule, and
yeah,
it's a slowdown of mine after this weekend.
What is your best result here?
Last year at 7th. So
okay. So what does it take?
A lot of hard
Even
work.
top 10 is mega, isn't it?
Yeah, top 10 here I say is extremely good because the amount of full factory riders there is, and guys that just do the off-roads and the MX Nationals as their full-time job.
Yeah.
Obviously I do this as a bit of a hobby slash part-time, so for me I look at if I can get a top 10 result here, it's pretty good.
Brad, I've got a ripper photo of you years ago on a speedway bike. You looked really, really good on it, to be honest. I was like, dude, but was that never something you thought about?
I actually always, as a kid, wanted to do speedway. Then I end up into road racing.
Yep.
And then, did road racing for a few years, and then end up back at speedway. Did that for a few years.
Yeah.
And then
I thought internationally you were going to, that was something you're thinking about it?
I thought about it, and I had a few offers, but then I was like, things had changed.
Yeah.
I just built my first house here in Mildura and stuff like that, and I was like, I think I'm sort of missed my age.
Yep.
Thing. I was, and then got into the dirt bikes and did Hattah in 2017 just for some fun.
And that was
then I've been from there to Finnick to here to following all the desert stuff now. So
it gets in. Once it gets in your DNA, that's it. Like, is this the ultimate for you?
Yeah, between this and Fink, I really enjoy both of these events. They're some of the favourite ones to do for the year, and yeah, I just enjoy going out and slogging it out for the 4 hours, and yeah.
You're a lunatic, mate. It's good to see you here, bro. Get after it on the Honda. I love all the ride red. Emma Milicevic a jet, isn't she? Like, she's just such a pro when it comes to the media stuff, and so you're around good people, mate.
Yeah, it's awesome to have the support from Honda that both of us do, and yeah, for Honda it's awesome to have Emma involved, because yeah, she is a pro at all this.
Absolutely, and get after it, and I'm sure you'll froth if you get a top 10 or a better, maybe a top 5 this year. Always good to see you, bro.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
And the locally backed STE Racing team are fresh off of a strong campaign at the Hattah Desert Race a couple of weeks ago, and this guy will come in slightly under the radar, but the locals certainly know that he has a very big chance at taking out this race, and he looks strong heading in. Wade Ornger caught up with Callum Norton during the week at Mototech Mildura to chat about his 2024 Penrite Hattah Desert Race campaign.
Well, it's either going to be a golf course, Callum, or a desert racing track. And today, the focus is all about preparing for the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Congratulations on Fink, another great result for you. Just, what are you going to do with that Walsh guy?
He's just too good, mate. He's bloody good. So 5-time champ now. So no, but honestly stoked to come second again 2 years in a row, and just got through healthy. So on to Hattah now, and I mean, Fink, I love Fink, and I'd love to win it one day, but Hattah's one I've been chasing since I was 12, so it's been a dream to try and win it or be on the podium there. So it's been a long lead up, but I can't wait. So
why do people say that Hattah is tougher than Fink? Because I hear that a lot. Is that a fair call?
Yeah, it is. I believe it's a fair call. I mean, now I've done Fink 5 times. I think Fink's really high speed. It's hard on mentally to concentrate at that speed, but Hattah is just really physical. I mean, Fink is too, but I mean, we're doing that Fink track in sort of hour 40s, hour 50. So it's long, but it's not as long. Fink Hattah can be 4 to 4.5, 5 hours, depending on how the track runs. So it's a long time on the bike, and it's brutal. And the track's super rough. Fink's rough, but Hattah's just next level rough. So many riders, and just obviously the level's really high too. So no, it is very tough.
And you can go up there and pre-ride all year, whereas here, all you can do is come out to Lake Nwinji or a place like that and just ride in the conditions, but you don't get to touch that track.
Yeah, exactly right. Fink, and that's the thing with Fink. I think you ride it so many times, you learn it so much, it nearly becomes like, it's like your home, not your home track, but you spend the amount of time. I was there, I felt like a local nearly. So, which Hattah, you just don't know. Have they? There's some years they change the track a little bit, and they'll give you a bit of an idea, but you don't know until you go around that first lap what section they've chose this year, or if it's a new bit in or something like that. But once you do sort of 2 or 3 laps there, you get an eye for it. But there's so many riders, and the track is so soft there, it changes. Every lap's different, so you just got to really be on your game to pick new lines, as well as getting around lap riders safely. Obviously, they're in their own little race too, so
yeah.
It's just such a different event to anything. I think that's why it's so cool, and we get so many guys. We got motocross, desert, off-road. It's like the best of the best all come for one event, so that's why it's so cool.
Geordie, got to say the bike looks fantastic as usual. Stewie's gone in 100,000%, because that's what Jason Stewart does. Speaking of Stewart's, I've got to say Geordie's ride was good considering back from injury, and he was undercooked, right?
Definitely. He only got really a week before the race, and before that he was coming off a back injury off last year, so he only really done, I guess, a couple pre-runs with us before he got hurt, and then literally a week on the bike before the race. So that was impressive. Anyone to do that is pretty ballsy, really. He rode with, technically a healed wrist, but it probably wasn't super healed, so it would have been very sore. So to get just down and back on its own was a good achievement, and around that 50th mark was pretty cool. So I think he, if he can get healed up and come back up again next year and have another crack, he'll improve again. But hopefully he can just stay healthy for now and get ready for next year.
Who's part of the STE fleet this year?
For Hattah, we've got myself, we've got Sam Bashira, he's back from America, so he's going to be fast. He's only, I think, 19, 20 years old, so he's a young and always keen, so I think he'll be good. And then we've got Kenny Armstead from Alice Springs. Kenny's back.
Cool.
So he's good. He loves it, and you know, Robbie's old man's been around the sport for a long time, and so is Kenny. So and they're good friends with Stu, and just, you know, a good family to have involved. So glad they're coming down. That'll be really good. And I think we might be filling a couple other guys and helping out a few other boys. I'm not exactly sure. Stewie's always got one or two.
Yeah, he does.
Throws in late, or someone needs a hand. So, but at this stage, it'll just be us three on the main dry breaks and everything like that. And we'll have a fair crew. I think we'll have a few guys on pit boards and walkie-talkies and whatnot. So, but yeah, it's going to be a good event. There's a lot of good riders this year. So, I mean, there is every year, but this year's pretty massive. So I think it's going to be tough.
Last year we were looking for a first-time winner because there was no pre-champions. I think that Milne is the only guy that's here this time that has success as well. So again, a chance for another first-time winner.
Yeah, for sure. Milne, obviously 3-time champ, I believe.
Knows his way around.
Knows how to win. He's won a lot of different events. 4 days off, Aussie off-roads, one overseas. Obviously Hattah. So he's going to be, I'd say, he's probably the favourite. I mean, there's always someone that's riding good at the moment, but you just can't not back a guy that's won it. So, I mean, I feel good at the moment. There's Gus Reard and Jack Simpson. I mean, you can name so many. Lyndon Snodgrass, bloody Corey McMahon. There's local boys. There's just boys come from everywhere. So, there's definitely a few that I forgot there, but it's going to be a great race there. I would say there's probably 10 guys, honestly, Wade, that if they had a good day could win the race. So, and it's just got to have everything go right. You can be riding well, but if your bike doesn't hold up, like we've seen, or you know, your fitness isn't quite there, you don't know what's going to happen. So if you can be thereabouts with a lap to go, you just never know. So it's going to be good.
Yeah, he talked about Kenny Armstead before out of Alice Springs. Ryan Bramford is here this weekend as well, just hanging out. There's a lot of Territorians down here as part of all this, and Kenny Armstead is part of the STE racing team. I caught up with him at Mototech on Thursday night.
Kenny, great to have you back here for the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. There's just something special about this event. Why do you come back?
It's just tough. I love it. I love being, the endurance side of it. And yep, it's been 12 months, so I sort of forgot how tough it was. So.
Yeah, okay. So what did you take away from it last time?
You got to get a good prologue, and you got to be prepared for it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Conditions probably about the same thing. They're expecting a bit of rain on the Sunday.
Yeah, a bit of rain on Sunday, so it could be interesting. I'm a desert rat, so I'm not used to the rain, but just take it as it comes, I guess.
How different is it to your local riding conditions?
Very different. So deep here, and yeah, so different.
So what is it, more a hard pack kind of situation back home?
I would say back home is hard pack with a bit of sand on top. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's bottomless.
That's why it's so tough, mate.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people make comparisons between Hattah and Fink. They're just different animals, aren't they?
Totally different.
What is tougher and why, or what are the tougher parts and why?
So I would say they're two totally different races. Fink is, to me, it's like a mental toughness where you don't know what's on the other side of a dune or something like that.
Yeah.
Whereas here you can at least sort of learn the track, but it's just never ending. It's 4 and a bit hours and whatever it is, and it just doesn't end.
How has your season been so far?
It's been a bit quiet. So, yeah, obviously no Fink this year, and we had a bit of a get-off at Deep Wells, so we had some time off recouping from that, and, yeah, a bit quiet, but still working in the background.
Is that the biggest cost of a get-off? Is it the time off the bike? Is that what sort of, apart from the pain of the injuries, is it the time off the bike that hurts more?
Yeah, I'd say so, and also not training either off the bike, so yeah, time's a killer.
Yeah. All right, so coming to this event, what are your expectations? What's the goal?
Look, this year the goal is to get a good prologue and be closer to the front, and yeah, look, just get a good finish. I'd be stoked close to the 30, somewhere there.
So you literally start planning this in terms of the prologue first. It's like a separate day completely.
Yeah, it was a huge learning curve last year, and that was probably the biggest thing I took away is underestimated how important it is to be in that front grid and have fast guys around you and ride that pace. So
another year for this team, another year older, and Stu Balls, you never goes halves, does he?
He never goes halves. Have a look at this. It's unreal, and I couldn't be happier to have an invite back here, and yeah, these guys are like family to me. I love it. So
good to have you back, Kenny.
Cheers, mate.
Good luck.
Cheers.
Sammy Bashir, good to have you home, mate. The last couple of months have been pretty hectic for you. Take us through what your year has been like.
Yeah, just went over the States to do a bit of training and ended up staying there until the start of June. So it's been really awesome. Just been loving it over there. So yeah, it's been really good.
What was the plan to go over? Or what were you initially planning to do?
The whole initial plan was just to do like a bit of a pre-season, and then I ended up doing the first round of the Hare and Hounds and got the opportunity to stay there. And that's just where I'm at now. Yeah, just staying there and just trying to make a bit of a name in the desert sort of scene over there. And so far, so good. So it's been awesome.
What's the difference? What is the difference between Californian desert racing, American racing, and what we do here?
Not a whole lot. Just like obviously the Hare and Hounds are a different type of like setup. Like it's two 40-mile loops, and you don't get to see them for you only get to see them once. And yeah, plenty of rocks, but. And there's some seriously like slow sections in there. Like sometimes you're down to first gear, bashing through rocks. So yeah, it's high desert racing, high elevation. So apart from that though, yeah, it's just another race. Yeah, it's pretty fast, wide open. So yeah, I love it. I also do the GPs and the works races over there too. So they're good too.
So what is your longer term plan with the States? Is that sort of where you're focused?
At the moment, we're in the works of trying to get a 5-year visa, and yeah, probably just stay there and race Hare and Hounds is really and. Maybe branch out and do a few other things, but I think the Hare and Hound series is probably where I'll be, and yeah, I'll just keep doing those, and yeah, hopefully it pays off.
All right, so back home. Good to have you back home. How are you feeling coming into Hattah?
Yeah, really good. Haven't really changed much for your training, just been, yeah, staying after it and, yeah, keeping busy, and no, it's been really good. Looking forward to Hattah, obviously, back on a 450. Is exciting, be a bit more power, and yeah, I always sort of like riding at home in the area, so it's good to be back. And yeah,
what's the main challenge for Hattah? Why is it such a grueling event?
I think it's the 4 hours. It's just a long 4 hours, and each year it becomes more and more of a motocross race. So yeah, it's just holding the intensity for the 4 hours and then staying on the pace is really what you want to do.
All right, so the goal is to win this thing.
I don't know about winning it, but we'll definitely give it a crack, try and get on the box.
How important is the prologue on the first day?
It's pretty important. I have had some bad prologue results in the past. It's not the end of the world, but it definitely doesn't make the start of your day easier.
Good to have you back on this beautiful STE machinery. There's no doubt about it, mate. Jason Stewart, he goes hard, doesn't he?
Yeah, thank you.
Now that we're about to kick off with the senior prologue piece, this area in here is mapped as part of our racetrack. So what that means is I need all the spectators or the crews and the like out of this area. All I need left in here now will be bikes, competitors, officials. That's it, okay? And then we'll move them out from there. Alrighty, thank you very much, guys. We'll move on to do what we need to do for our prologue. Good luck to you all this afternoon. And please have a safe afternoon out there. We'll see you at the other end today. turn, Mike. Right. We need you out of the compound, guys, please. It'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Righto, guys, we've got about 10 minutes. So Mark's about 10 minutes before you send the first. Don't send them yet. We've got about 10 minutes before we send them. Just sit tight for a couple of minutes, guys. Don't forget, any spare officials, we need you up on that sand hill. Give us a hand to do some crowd control and a little bit of marshalling up in that area, please. So any spare officials, can we have you up on that sand area, please? Prior to the running at the Prologue and the top 10 today, guys. Really important that we have as many up there as we can to help out. If you're an official and part of your duties are done for the day today, and you can please help us out by heading up onto that dune to give us a hand to marshal and official up in that area, we'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
How else are we meant to get over?
bikes down is now part of our racetrack, so please don't challenge us on this one. We'll try to make sure we keep it clear. I'm giving you plenty of notice. We'll be running bikes through here shortly. Please make sure you're well clear. We don't want any incidents. All right, please work with us. Our officials are only following the instructions that have been provided because we want to run a safe event and look after it. All right, please help us by doing that as well. Thank you. Rightio, Max Legeri. Max Legeri, if you can hear me, I need you to head back to Mum and Dad's car. Head back to Mum and Dad's car, please. Max Legeri, if you can hear me. You need to head back to Mum and Dad's car, please. If you do that for us, we'd greatly appreciate it, mate. Thank you. Rightio guys, we're getting close to being able to send our bikes shortly. I wonder if anyone up on that hill can hear me. Can you hear me up on that hill? The grandstand up there, can you give me a wave if you can hear me up on that hill, please? Right, that means you can hear me. I'm going to make it really clear. Up on that hill area is an awesome spot to watch these guys prologue and to watch our top 40. You have a distance you need to be off that track. Please make sure you are well clear. This is all about the preservation of running this event year upon year because we adhere to the rules, right? We adhere to the rules, everything stays the way it needs to be. The fact that you can hear me up there means you can definitely hear this announcement, and I want you to make sure that you work within those boundaries. We'll have a ton of officials up there that will be marshalling. Please, no abuse. If you're asked to step back, do that for us, all right? It's about keeping the event alive, and that's what we need to do. So if you've heard that announcement up there, can you give me a wave to tell me that you've heard it? Give us a wave if you've heard it, come on. Rightio, really clear. That's what we need you to do. Thank you.
Intensity has just gone up a touch as we prepare for your senior prologue. And the cool part is it follows a bit of a sequential order for us numbers-wise, Liam, which it hasn't always done in the past. But we are about to see the top 40 ranked riders from last year. And, of course, top 10 is where you want to be. Coming into this, Jack Simpson knows he's got smooth track in front of him. As he ranked number 2, there he is, off to the right alongside Shannon Moyler. So look in that little group right there.
He's nearly got the same outfit as Shannon Moyler.
Yeah, he'll watch this later.
Yeah.
Corey McMahon is right alongside him on board the number 3 with the O'Neill gear. And likewise, the number 5 of Corey Hammond, who's in there. Throw in Angus Reardon off to the left on the KTM on the 4. The 13, the background, Aaron Mason. Jaden Pilgrim on the 11. Gunny standing at the front. So Liam, it's a one-lap flyer for 8Ks, and it's an individual launch.
And you deal with the heckling that greets you at the top of the hill. And the crowd is absolutely packed in at the top of that flyer.
Look at Angus.
It is.
Banging his hands together. The young man out of Goal. Jack Simpson back. A lot of these guys are back from the USA, riding at home. And hello to Mason Simmons. I'm sure that Mace is tuned in. Bittersweet moment for him. Interesting that Brock Gates should be giving Jack Simpson advice. It's the only time.
You just go up the hill and turn left.
You go that way for 8Ks. I'll see you at the end of it. Yeah, good chat. So, Jack will be the first one on clear racetrack. We're underway in Prologue for the Penrite Hattah Desert Race. Simpson immediately on the pin on the Yamaha. This is going to be so good. Smooth racetrack for him. Doesn't have to worry about choice of lines. He'll make his own. Joining us in the box, bit of royalty, some TV royalty.
Next away, Corey McMahon is locked in. So bike number 3 for McMahon, and now Gussie Reardon on bike number 4, the KTM 450 for Mototech.
He's going to be good
KTM
today.
Factory Racing.
Gussie's going to be so good. Look at him. Oh, look at him roosting this thing. Boy, he's going to be fast. He hasn't come all the way home to be an also-ran Angus Reardon.
Bike number 5 away now as well, Corey Hammond. He was a strong competitor last year. Crept his way inside the top 10 and then went bang into the top 5. So he's aboard bike number 5. Is Hammond riding along with Brodie Waters now. Bike number 7. So Waters the next to chime in. And the Honda, the all-red gear. And now bike number 8, Jai Dixon, will launch 2.
Gorgeous looking Motul entry, the 9 bike about to leave as well.
The Sherco.
Jonty Reinders. Cool posters this weekend as well for Jonty on board the Berserko. The Sherco, the 714 on his back. The number 9 on the bike. So they're ranked in terms of their finish last year with their riding numbers. Cody Stevens up next. What an amazing performance from him last year into the top 10. Over 450, 4-stroke. This guy will be quick as well. The 11 bike of Jaden Pilgrim underway.
Course on the 450 KTM for Page and Tully is Pilgrim. Well, we're not too far away from Simpson looking to clock in his first lap and officially time in.
Doesn't take long, does it? Aaron Mason out on the track as well. Bike number 13, Aaron Mason. Boy, they're all swinging wide out of that right-hander. And you go through the middle. Look at the crowd around that area there.
You don't make a mistake at that point. It is the last place you want to have anything go wrong. Next on track is bike 15 of course, is Tom Mason on the KTM, the 450 for Peter Stevens, Alpine Stars and Moto Cred.
Billy Hargy and Johnny Contract came out last night and said Billy Hargy is his wild card here this weekend, expecting big things of him. So anytime you in this top 40, this is where some of the Jets are, but there are some guys that aren't in the top 40 you absolutely expect will go hard. Luke Shellis aboard the number 17 bike. Oh man, ripping shots. At least these guys are giving the guys that'll follow some kind of defined lines to work with.
So bike 18 away, Riley McGillivray is the 14th bike in our top 40 group.
Jacob Sweet away as well on the 19.
You're going to eat some dirt in that corner, aren't you?
Pro guys make it look so easy, don't they? Just the speed, the smoothness, the body position, the elbows up, right over the front of the bike, just making the thing work. Will Price, he's out there too on the number 20 bike, the young man out of South Australia, aboard the Empire Motorsports Kawasaki. He is the 16th bike away. Josh.
Bike on screen this time, the KTM. Number 22 is Josh Anderson in the over 450 four-stroke. His 17th bike away in the top 40 group. Now we'll rattle through the top 40 and then go straight through to the ladies 8-lap, followed by ladies 4-lap groups. And then the rest of the senior competition will time in from there. Bike 26 on screen. What just missed on screen was Taylor Adams on the bike 25.
One of our local hopes has been in some good form too, as Taylor.
So bike 26 was Chad Sparrow. Now we can see Jack Simpson returns home. First time locked in is 4 minutes 42.982. Just nudges ahead of Corey McMahon, who does a 4 minute 44 seconds. So McMahon is second quick from Simpson, who was the first out and his first quick so far. We await Angus Reardon to time in next.
Jack Bithell on screen right there, working the gas through that left-hander. Jack Bithell, he's our 20th rider, and Tim Sherman on bike number 29 on the over 450 four-stroke class, your 21st bike to set sail.
Reardon times in at third quick, 4 minutes 46. He'll go third quick behind McMahon and Simpson. Corey Hammond will be the next one to lock in his time. Sam Handley joins the field. He's on bike 30. 22nd bike to leave the starter so far. Hammond will also go fourth quick with a 4 minutes 58.874. He's not going to be overly happy with that. 12 seconds outside of Angus Reardon.
Travis Silk hoping to be as smooth as that on board the 32 bike. I love the format for this. Just gives you a chance to shine on your own and see what you can carve out. Boy, have a look at the 33 of Caleb Goulet. Really cranking it here through the middle of that right-hander.
Jai Dixon goes fourth quick on bike number 8, followed by Brodie Waters, who goes up a couple of positions into position number 5 with a 4 minutes 55 seconds, just behind Dixon with a 4 minutes 52. Jonty Reinders now as well goes 4 minutes 59, enough for 7th quick.
Sam Prashira out on track now on the number 34 bike for STE Racing. Prashira coming back from the United States of America as well, hoping to leave a real impact here this weekend. One of the local hopes. Jake DeSwart on track right now on the 35 bike.
Todd Smith on bike 685 is 27th, and now these are the first of our riders outside that top 40 finishes from last season, and now they get added into that top 40 with riders not participating yet again, so you'll see higher numbers now starting to join in. So Todd Smith
class.
And Jeremy Carpentier in bike 37.
How good that the veterans class represent Todd Smith, Jeremy Carpentier, as you said. 37 bike is the 28th bike on the line. Liam Jackson carving. 29th bike on track on the 450 four-stroke, 250 to 450 four-stroke, and he's carving.
Big lap for Aaron Mason He goes to 5th in the standings with a 4 minutes 54. Next mover was Tom Mason. 4 minutes 57. He's quick enough for 7th. He pushes back Corey Hammond, Jonty Reinders, Cody Stevens, Jaden Pilgrim. All timed in the first 11 bikes home.
Jake Cobbin on track right now on the 39 bike, and the first of our ladies, Emma Milicevic. 31st bike out there, Emma Milicevic on there along with Mia Tung. To the ladies, here is Emma Milicevic on board her steed, as she likes to call it. And right behind her is Mia Tung on the 85. What a day. What a day, Liam.
How good is this?
It's actually warmed up a little bit now. It's actually really nice conditions. Lauren Dunstan as well. 34th bike out, 86th bike, Lauren Dunstan.
Jessica Gardner on bike 89 joins Monique Simeone on bike 87 for the ladies 8-lap category. Next up should be ladies 4-lap. 2-time in, if I'm correctly, and it looks like that is happening as we speak. So the ladies 4-lap group head to the starter line.
Maddie Healy, very quick. Watch out for Maddie Healy this weekend, the 37th bike, number 94. And Courtney Ruby on bike number 82, the 38th bike on track. We now have them in double file. Immediately our telemetry telling us Amy Butler and Chloe Park launching now, side by side. So top 40 go individually, Liam, and now we go into pairs. Will Price is 14th, Pilgrim is 13th, Cody Stevens is 12th, Riley McGillivray is 11th. But you want to be a lot higher up than that because there's some heavy hitters still to come.
Alex Dre and Ella Harrison, the next two ladies 4-lap competitors on bike 56 for Alex and 57 for Ella Harrison. Next couple, Emma Haylock on the 59 is joined by the 58 of Chloe Barton. Some fierce competitors in that ladies 4-lap division.
A lot of these girls have just finished running Fink as well. So just watching the 15 bike, just coming through to lock in that lap. That's Tom Mason. The moment he will be 8th. And we are up to Chloe and Emma. They've just launched just then. And the ladies 4 laps. Waiting on our next pairing right now. Slight hold up. 64 and 65 respectively. Gee, it helps when they're moving in chronological order.
Yes, that's Brooklyn Kapobis on the 64. Now they might be waiting for one of these riders that's dropped it. That was bike 30 in the men's competition.
Sam Hanley down in 21st. So just having a bit of a break to allow some spectators through.
And it'll bring the nerves right back up to the next two
Gemma Gers
starters.
And Brooklyn Kapobis. You got Audrey Moller and Rochelle Descent to come up next as well. Bella Bennett and Meg Pitchford. Amity Cork and Letitia Foster. Such a well-drilled system. Taylor Adams, 21st. Sam Hanley, 22nd. Josh Anderson, 23rd. Caleb Goulet, 24th. Timmy Sherman, 25th.
Next couple, good to go. You're going to get back into the swing of it in a second. Now they're holding them again. Kapobis and Gers ready to get it on the Honda 250 for Gers, and Kapobis on the Sherco 300 for Kapobis Tattoo.
Oh, there you go.
They're away. So next up, bike 66, Audrey Moller on the KTM 250. And Rochelle Descent on the 67 for All-Star Motorcycle Training on the Kawasaki 450.
Is Brooklyn going to get her Prologue result tattoo?
Have to.
Here is the 66 bike on screen, Audrey Moller and Rochelle Descent. You got Meg Pitchford and Bella Bennett coming out right now as well. Somebody's just dropped it, or at least stalled it just then in that left-hander. We're up to Amity Cork and Letitia Foster. 52 bikes so far in your seniors prologue, which includes Holly Blake and Kelly Catanese. I love this. It's so many different classes all in the one, but this is how we'll seed tomorrow's big race. A lot of really cool sort of camaraderie going on, Liam, before in the lineups, before they came out, before everyone, big hugs and high fives and knuckles. Boy, these two are getting after it.
There's not a lot in this, is there? Catanese on the Husky. And
Mac.
Holly Blake just ahead of her gets a pass done over the top of the hill. And next up, Mac Fleming on bike 78 will be the last of the ladies' 4-lap class presented by Sunnyland Press. So Carpentier brings it home.
Emma Milicevic comes in with a 5:32.69. Danielle McDonald, 30th right now. Solid for Danielle McDonald. We heard Brett Metcalf singing her praises earlier on. Currently 30th outright. Solid. Tim Sherman, 31st. Emma Milicevic, 32nd. Just waiting on the 117 to just go through on that run just then. So Shellis is 21st. Billy Hargy, 22nd. So it's Simpson, McMahon, Reardon, Dixon, Mason, Waters, Brashira. Good start for Sam into the top 7.
Right, so a bit of a break now behind the ladies' 4-lap group, with the last of them starting to time in.
Probably just a way to give some space between the ladies and that next group of seniors, because we're going to have some absolute rocket ships in this next group with a number of guys that didn't actually qualify in the top 40 or even finish or race last year, including Daniel Milner, including Callum Norton. So there's a bunch of guns, Nathan Trigg, those kind of guys that we haven't seen out there yet. So they're just holding and waiting to bring them in. Ripping day. Tomorrow we go across the road. Then we get after it. So far, 55 bikes have launched or are thereabouts.
Amy Butler on screen in the 54. The Husky 250 for Butler's Mechanical. Castrol Australia Fly Racing. An Amex Superstore.
She goes to 39th overall. But bearing in mind, there are classes within classes here. So it's incredible how they dictate where the track is, and there's little off sections, and it's just a myriad, a maze of racetrack out there, but everybody knows which course to use. There's so much planning involved in this event.
Such a cool shot of the crowd looking over the Prologue track.
The old grandstand's pretty chockers up there, isn't it?
The shootout is so phenomenal after this. When we lock in that top 10, this is how they look. For right now, though, Jack Simpson tops the table from Corey McMahon, Angus Reardon, Jai Dixon, Aaron Mason, 5th quick. Awesome lap for Maso. Brody Waters, Sam Prashira, Jacob Sweet, Tom Mason and Corey Hammond make up the top 10, but there's so many big guns still to lock in their times that didn't go in that top 40 shootout. So there's some big hitters still to come in all of this.
Amy Butler, 40th. Chloe Barton, 41st. Alex Dre, 42nd. Chloe Park is 43rd. Charlie Creech out there. Nathan Trigg. Cal Norton, Lachlan Terry. Here we go, Liam. Here we go.
It starts to get ultra exciting when these bangers come from in their classes and put their stamp into the top 10 if they can. Reese Mickelson, Lars Carlton, likes 5:07 and 5:08. As the last of the ladies' 4-lap competitors will finish their times.
Connor Terry, Lachlan Wilcock, Lars Carlton, Reese Mickelson. So you have to ride with someone else out there, and if you're quick like some of these guys like Triggy and Cal, And Creechy, you might just catch the riders in front as well, so you could be losing some space. Dylan Reethus and Daniel Kessner on the 503.
So Matthew Mills on the 513 and Bailey Davies on the 515, both out of the over 450 four-stroke category.
So Matty Mills, Bailey Davis, Brenton Kerr. Kerrbox is out there. And Dylan Rose, 69th bike to time. So Brenton Kerr, very, very handy sidecar passenger with one of the greats of the game in Mick Hedlund. So still Simpson is the man to beat. Silk 11th, Reinders, Sparrow, Jackson, McGillivray. As we let loose Paddy McGillivray and Clay Bilney, 70th and 71st respectively. Mark McManus, Josh Knights, Max Wood, Matty Lyle. Those guys are already motivated. Keeping our eye on this top 10 to see who's going to work their way in. Lachlan Bulk on the 528, Thomas Lindsay on the 533. These two on screen right here. So keep your eye on Trigg and Norton. Their times. They must get into the top 10. Lindsay and Bulk, the last two bikes out there. 76 and 77 respectively. Rochelle Descent. Lars Carlton, Lachlan Wilcock. Connor Terry is 63rd. We've had 77 bikes launched so far.
Out of many, many, many more to come.
Keeping our eye on that top 10. Is it going to change? Bearing in mind, Simpson was the quickest with a 4:42. 64 bike just making its way through here as well.
Yeah, Kapobas to lock in her final time in the ladies' 4-lap group. Does so now at 55th outright.
Still looking to see if anything changes inside that top 10. Waiting on Milner too, the triple champ, to see how he fares in all this. Simpson still comfortable, you would think, inside the top 10. Excellent crowd here this weekend. Can't wait for tomorrow.
Cal couldn't be far away. Now on bike 501 and Lachlan Terry on bike 500.
Ori King, what a great name, Ori. Darcy Russell, Ryan O'Sullivan, Jess Keller.
Bang goes Norton in the top 5. So Callum Norton, bike 501, goes 5th quick. Locks into the top 10 for now. Terry just outside the 10, goes 11th quick. 4 minutes 57. Triggy, bike 504, 14th, just outside of the 10 as well.
And you got to think that there's still some hot rods to come, so Triggy is not safe in 14th by any means. You know what? Callum's not 100% safe in P5 either.
No, there's some heavy competition still to come in all of this. Connor Terry still to come. Reese Mickelson yet to time in. Lars Carlton, the next few expected. Lachlan Wilcock.
How good the Mason boys.
Yeah, big statement.
10th. So at the moment, your top 10 is Simpson, McMahon, Reardon, Dixon, Norton, Mason, Waters, Brashira, Sweet, and Mason. Must be in the top 10. If you don't get any further forward, ripping shots from the drone. How does he miss the trees?
Narrowly would be the answer.
Yikes. Ethan Maywald, Lyndon Snodgrass out there as well on the 400. Keep your eye on him aboard the Kawasaki. Back for the USA, Lyndon Snodgrass. He'll be quick as well. Charlie Anderson, Brent McLeish. We're almost at 100 riders, Liam. We're almost a quarter of the way there.
There is no sign of it stopping either. The queue goes well and truly back into the pits. They're queued up beautifully.
Bryce Ognenis, Harrison Baker, 98th and 99th respectively. Prologue for the Penrite Hattah Desert Race for 2024. The 4:10 and 4:11 respectively.
So that means Daniel Milner just away ahead of them along with Jake Henderson. So Jacob Sinclair, one of the strong local contingents. On bike 410 is joined by Ryan Hollis. On bike 411 is the 102nd and 103rd riders to leave the station. And they just keep streaming in. It is a sea of riders to time in James Lambie and Jaron Dunstan. The next couple on bike 418 and 412.
Sweet. On the bubble with Mason. But they know that the three-time champ, Daniel Milner, is coming. What is he going to do? Can he get himself back into the top 5, the top 10, or the top 1? It's a tasty proposition, Liam.
Hunter Simmons on bike 420 and Jamie Dunstan 419. Christian Springer and Max Price 422 and 423. Now we should not be far away from Milner to time in as well.
You can't
They're ripping through.
You can't underestimate, Liam, either how difficult it is to ride as a pair like this compared to the top 20 guys that got out there by themselves or top 40 guys that got out there by themselves.
Exactly. It's one thing if you got that whole shot and headed into this thing.
You get clear space. So Milner, you would expect will be around here fairly soon. Daniel is 407. Lyndon Snodgrass is 400. For the Kawasaki. We'll keep an eye out for Milner and see if he can burst into the top 10. The 440, and Matt Jordan and Kenny Armstead out of the Alice for the STE Racing team. Ethan Tyrant aboard the KTM as well. That looks quick. Boy, you just got to pin it, don't you?
So that'll be bike 538 of Dylan Casey in the over 450 class as well. Casey locks in his lap.
We're trying to get a bit of a look. We're searching around to see where the three-time Hattah champ is and see how that looks in the timing. Still Simpson, McMahon, Reardon, Dixon, then Norton, Mason, Waters, Brashira, Sweet, and Mason.
So Alexander Cameron on screen, bike 531. In the over 450 class as well. So this will wrap up most of the over 450s.
There's a bit of pressure when you're starting in front of guys like Snodgrass and Daniel Milner and stuff, just to stay out of the way. Ride your own race, but stay out of the way. So waiting to see where Milner and Snodgrass end up in all this. Boy, battling all the way to the end then. It's got to be close. It's the 555 going through there. So Mason is on the bubble. He's top 10. Got to be feeling nervous. Mason, Sweet, Brashira, Waters, Mason, Norton, Dixon, Reardon, McMahon and Simpson. Lyndon Snodgrass coming in 12th, just outside the 10. We're scan and race monitor. Will Price is 23rd. Jack Bithell 22nd. Here's your 408.
Yeah, we should be very, very close to Milner if he hasn't just ticked in as we've been speaking.
That looks hectic. That looks very, very quick. Milner comes in at 10th. Right on the bubble. He bangs Mason back to 11th, and Daniel Milner goes to position 10. He's not safe.
No, not by any means. Not by any means. Has Wilkshire timed in yet either? On 405. That will be close.
So just looking through the amount of riders we've had through already, 135. We've had Jack Leanett, Zach King, Bree McKenzie, Devon Martin, Jamie Macon, Henry Birkin, Brad Learson, Jaden Brewster, Logan Petering, Nick Wilson, James Bruce, Jack Leanett. So we're almost at 150. Snodgrass is 13th now. Silk 15th. Trigg 16th. Jonty Reinders 17th. Chad Sparrow 18th. Liam Jackson 19th. And Riley McGillivray 20th right now. Who haven't we seen yet?
Next few are Ryan Hollis, we should expect, and Jaron Dunstan, Christian Springer, Taylor Hollis, Jalen Lesio, Matthew Thompson, Matt Jordan, Ethan Tyrant, Liam Mason still to come on bike 444. So he left at 118th. So Mason still to time in. Chislett, Mowat, Chris Byrne.
No! That's not the start you want. The thing just pig-rooted. Didn't get off the line at all. Prologue. About a third of the way through, Liam. Just to put that in context.
Does it feel that way?
No. So you got Kenny Armstead on the 441. Josh Griggs on the 466. Thomas Field, the 457. Lockie Vernon, Daniel Houston, Matthew Kuhn, Clint Miller, Xavier Oakley, Brody Peters, Aaron Dent, Riley Finlay. We're up to, or thereabouts, 146. 151, Cameron Barber, Jake Green, Stewie Butcher, and Ryan Dutton. Again, just keeping our eye out for any of the big players that we expect have started very late in this event.
Yeah, Liam Mason's about 5 bikes away from home, give or take, on bike 444. Could be a factor with the right lap.
He's really got a short trip home tonight to Redcliffs. So am I just looking at this order right now? Has it updated? It has. Jacob Sweet has bumped Daniel Milner to 11th.
Well, yeah.
So wow, Max Purvis came to 5th. Maximus.
Boy, oh boy.
What a ride. That is Maximus. He goes into P5 and says to the 3-time champ, you're out of here.
That is massive. I mean, there's no problem at all with starting 11th or 12th, but that was a major chance for Milner to punch right up, you know, to those front couple of rows.
How about Maximus? Yikes. 5th. Right now, he puts Norton to 6th, Mason to 7th, Waters to 8th. Brashira is 9th, Sweet is 10th. So Jacob Sweet is on the bubble now. I love this.
Boy, as we can see, it's far from over. Liam Mason went 44th on bike 444.
We just saw Tom Mason walk by us just at the moment. The riding gear looks $1 million. Tom knows he's outside, unfortunately, top 10 with 12th right now. Just letting the bottleneck of spectators through. Gee, they've done a good job with this system. They hold everybody up. It's a real traffic management concept, isn't it? Jack Simpson all the while. Sitting there with the quickest time. 4:42.98 with a smooth racetrack.
Yeah, this would have to be enormous if anyone's going to get it done over Simpson. Purvis out of nowhere. 10 seconds that Simpson had over Purvis. So if Purvis could muster that up after 150 bikes had been on the course, just imagine what he's capable of in the shootout. If he can stay in there, you would think he's probably safe at 5th from here, but man, anything can happen. As we've well and truly seen, so top 10 looks like this so far. Jack Simpson from Corey McMahon, Angus Reardon, Jai Dixon, Maximus Purvis, huge lap. Callum Norton, Aaron Mason, Brodie Waters, Sam Brashira, and Jacob Sweet at the top 10. Just outside that, Daniel Milner, Tom Mason, Lachlan Terry, Lyndon Snodgrass, Corey Hammond, Travis Silk, Nathan Trigg, Jonty Reinders, Chad Sparrow, and Liam Jackson in the top 20. And there's still droves of riders yet to come.
Track is really rutted up now. Probably the good bit is you can use it as a bit of a guide. Some of these pro guys have carved out some grooves. And we are, I would think, around the 200 mark now or thereabouts with riders that we've unleashed. 170. Max Royal, Ty Keane, Lloyd Woolman, Jamie Spencer, Lockie Presswood, Sammy Collins, Kyle Tupperainen, Richard Carroll, Angus McIntosh, Ryan Waldhuter, Brodie Knott, Jimmy Flanagan, Shane Mason, Lewis Tyrrell, Dion Bartholomew, Cade Ackland, Andy Miller, Henry Cox, Jasper Baker, Cam Barber, Jake Green, Stuart Butcher, and Ryan Dutton.
There's the horn. Jacob Horn, 493. Luke Panagakis, 490. Jackson Devitt, Samuel Dunn. Nathan Huamaya on bike 499 is 176th to take off. Bradley Ladd on bike 497, and Ryder South on bike 485 is 178th to take time. Nathan Andrus, X402, and Cade Geddes is X401. Start to get into the overlap of numbers.
Max Coombs on the 404. Don't forget, we spin him around for the top 10 after all this. I know that Milner would have thought he was never safe at 10th.
No chance. You just couldn't be.
Somebody can do exactly what Purvis did. That's a massive ride. And that's what you can do in this event. I mean, it's different to doing 8 lots of 34K laps tomorrow. That doesn't matter. Get yourself in the show. Snodgrass 14th. Hammond 15th. Bithell 25th. Price 26th. Oh, man. Yeah, a bit of a
close
lock-up.
not to eat the,
Yes.
eat the hay bales for breakfast. Breeze Blackford, Hayden Kelvey, Cameron Harvey, Hayden Bryce, Jacob Craig, Andy Rowan, all in the 251 to 454 stroke for Mototech. Brock Ritchie and Sam McGinty next up on X412 and X410.
How many millions of dollars worth of bikes do you think we have here this weekend? Oh man, big tank slapper on the pin just then.
I wonder if this bloke knows how Hollywood he is in the Penrite vest over the back. You'd have no clue that he's in every shot.
Lewis Stalin, Patrick Dunn, Michael Orr, Matt Parkinson on the 411. God, this chronological order is just all day. I love it. Simpson still at the top. Hard to see anyone beating him at this point, but then we reshuffle it anyway. We have to do it again. The top 10. Stalin, Lewis Stalin, Blake Walden, and Tyson Wickham on the 421. 195 bikes so far.
Does it feel like we're halfway home? Jordan Hovey, Aidan Parmesan, that's a name. Kyle McTavish on the 221, out of the 251 and over 2 strokes. So first the 2 bangers. Starting to time in. Oh, that was an ugly lap. Bit of a moment in Prologue. That was 421 was Tyson Wickham, who had a major moment in his Prologue lap. And now 489 on screen.
So we're into the 200s, numbers-wise, that is. Jack Moyer, Patrick Saint, James Hulsel, Trav Cooper, Mitch Dower, Carl McTavish, Aidan Parmesan, Jordan Hovey. As we get closer and closer to our top 10 shootout. Come back for the top 10, Betty. Simpson, McMahon, Reardon, Dixon, Purvis. Milner is 11th. Tom Mason, 12th. Lockie Terry in 13th. Boy, it's really rutted out there now on that right-hander. So Sam Prashira currently in that top 10. We're almost into the 500s. The numbers, that is. 496 of Jackson Tibbetts and Bradley Ladd on the 497. .250 to 454 stroke is a big field as well, you would imagine. Then we get into the bangers, the over 450s, and then under 19s. Then the 2 strokes. Then the up to 254 strokes. They just keep coming. Liam Guinea should be out soon as well. Pretty handy rider and also ski racer in terms of a bit of freestyle action like wakeboarding and things like that. Not much he can't do. Nobody really threatening the top 10 at this point, Liam, I don't think.
No, it's going to be hard work from here on out. The under 19s, there's a couple of chances in there, but it is going to be very fierce given the track condition now to have over 200 riders already go through it and another 200 to come. He's going to make things very difficult. Oh, it's getting very built up. These couple of bikes are starting to queue up. There's 3 of them going to come to the line together here.
Yeah, there's a bit of traffic to deal with now, isn't there?
It's dense.
Be a lot of PBs as well for these guys, and you just wouldn't know it because we're dealing with such a huge volume of riders. We're up to 221 now. Brooklyn Bulmer, Jake Salems, Brock Healy, Jack Colbert, Mathieu Clays, Cody Ryan, Zach Van Dolderen, Jared Hilston, Mitch Bruce, Ben Novak, Cody Greshke, Daniel Cooney, Ross Lierenveld, Aussie Gardner. What a great name, Aussie Gardner. Clay Kennard, Adrian Schreiber, Jack Moyer, Paddy Saint. 221 riders so far.
Shane Mason will be one of the next few to time in and have a tilt towards that top 20 group. Look for bike 492 to be one of the next to time in. See where Shane Mason can put himself for the big race.
See
Certainly a chance.
That GPM Bobcat has not stopped, probably all week, if not longer. I should try and drill down into which different classes there are in which field and where everybody is overall. I'm going to try and find the first of our ladies in this. Veterans at the moment, Todd Smith in 47th overall. But ladies, there you go. Danielle McDonald, 55th right now. Maddie Healy, 59th overall right now. And just going back to Emma Milicevic in 71st overall. And Jessica Gardner, 84th. Nice job from Jessica. So we cycle through. We're up to 230 or so coming up. Today's just a spring roll in the Chinese restaurant of life, because tomorrow we roll the Lazy Susan out for 8 laps. It's fierce.
There's still no time for Shane Mason either. He's getting bumped back in the standings, which normally isn't a good sign. So no lap for Mason currently, but plenty of things could have happened with transponders or any of the like. So we'll still look out for a Shane Mason lap to be confirmed. But as of the moment, one of the locals not registering a time.
There's a lot to be said for going out first, isn't there? Not that Jack Simpson doesn't just have talent falling out of his body, but he was the first bike out and nobody really got close. Corey McMahon was within 1.68 seconds and Angus Reardon was almost 4 seconds behind Jack then. Then you go back to Jai Dixon, who was 9 seconds. Max Purvis, 10.5 seconds. Cal Norton, 11.3 seconds off the pace of Jack Simpson right now. Aaron Mason, 11.9. Brody Waters, 12.3. Brashira, 13.1. Jacob Sweet in 10th, 14 seconds off the pace of Jack Simpson. That's what separates them. So, starting to unleash the 800s.
We should be coming out of the under 19 category in those 800s. So we're looking for Max Phillips and Levi Stevens, the first couple of those. So Stevens on 801 and Phillips on 800. The gas for Stevens, a KTM for Phillips. And then Nate Keedy and Kobe Wright on bike 802 and 804, respectively. And they are riders 224 and 225 so far. The 804 for Wright, and the Kawasaki, and the Fast House gear. Fletcher Tucker, the Gas for Peter Stevens, Motocred. And Jake Fellows on bike 806. The KTM SXF 250 for Central Towing, Cycle World, Launceston. And Outboards Plus, I dare say, one of the Tasmanians, backed by Lonnie. And then bike 808 is Jet Kips on the Husky TC 450 for Jark Racing. Zach Sawyer, Max Hall, and Clancy. Sponsored by Mum and Dad on the Husqvarna TE 300 is Clancy. And Max Hall also backed by Mum and Dad on the KTM 350. Riley Moritz and Crew Johnson. Moritz for Maxis Moto Australia and Berry Sweet on the Honda CRF 450. And Crew on the Yamaha 250 for Powersport Solutions, Goat Brand and Bairnsdale Bikes.
We're up to 235 bikes so far. Will Depler and Daniel Kennedy, 234 and 235 respectively. Bearing in mind, some of these riders right now are competing for 212th position on the grid tomorrow. That's Meg Pitchford and Rochelle Descent, Letitia Foster, Clay Kennard, Bella Bennett, Ella Harrison. They're back in like literally 213th, 214th position, but in their class, that's very different. Boy, she's getting roosted here. The 823 getting absolutely hammered just then.
It'd be Mally Mudd for lunch then.
Yeah, Rylan Eustace, the Build Ride KTM, was just eating it. It's all part of the fun. Jacob Bongiorno and Seth Birchall, Trevor Chapman, Benny Dixon. Those riders out on track right now for M1 tyres, under 19s. This is the class you go when you pretty well come out of big wheel and move into under 19s. There's the 832, James Barry. Might be alongside either John Kennedy or Edward Johnson. Didn't quite catch a look at. It'll be James Barry and John Kennedy, 831 and 832 respectively. As Liam said, we're into the under 19s. Fiercely competitive, these kids. They're not here to make up numbers, Liam.
No, not by any means.
They're here to put their name on the, carve it on the tree and say, hey, I'm here.
Edward Johnson and Patrick Johnson, 833 and 834. KTM for Edward, Husky for Patrick. For Paint Tech, Mount Boothby Pastoral, and Underclass Manningham Car Care Metas. For Patrick Johnson, next up will be Nicholas Sweeney and Ethan Bashtanik on the KTM, a pair of KTM, so 250 for Sweeney, 450 for Bashtanik for Dubbo City Motorcycles, and just Dad sponsoring Ethan Bashtanik on the KTM.
On your dad. Mitch Johnston aboard the 840. Mitch just leaving at the moment with Callum Penny. These kids all have a bit of style about the way they ride. No disrespect, there's no one out there in their 40s or 50s that are just having a skid. They've all got the style. This is where you carve each other up. Doesn't help you to do it, but you got no option, Liam. You can't just wait. I'll just wait. You can't just let them go. You've got to get the minute your bike crosses that line, your time starts. So you've got to carve up if that's what you're doing. Hamish McLaren, Jet Williams, Regan Mace, Tom Harvey. We're into 261.
Whoever that was
goes hard.
Was not afraid.
You can't really use the hay bales as a berm, but some people try.
Yeah, that's what happened.
Well, I mean,
it never seemed like it was going to get pulled up.
It's your last 5 meters, isn't it, really? So you've got to have a crack. Regan Holyoake, Cruz Rikus, your next pair out there. Oh, I love that shot. Yikes. We'll just pull back and take another shot. The 8:58 on screen right now. That's Ashton Murtaugh and quite possibly Ethan French. No, it's Benjamin Zanker. Benny Zanker with him on the 8:56.
Should be looking for Trey Morrell up next in the Kawasaki KX 250 for Peter Stevens Cycles. And we didn't time in a couple ago, so might have just missed the spot. Instead, it's Ethan French, Jack Harris, bike 860 and 859. French on the KTM for Max Bakery, and Harris on the Honda 450 for A-Line Trading, Malley Engineering, Deacon Motorcycles, and Presto's Hunting and Shooting. It's hard to gather where Jack Harris might be from.
Hey, look up for me, Kenny Reid. What number is Kenny Reid? We need to keep an eye out for Mr. Hattah on board the Gas this year.
Here in front of us, is it? Been sitting here waiting in the all-red Alpine Stars gear, I think.
He's been fully kitted out. I know that much. He's factory Ken. Boris Bunder, Tate Nettle, Glenn Brotherton, Jack Clancy, Ethan French, Jack Harris. Those guys on track on their lap right now. I can just tell you now that Kenny will not be in the under-19s. I think he's on a 352, Liam, if that helps you at all.
Sure.
So he might be 251 and over. Let's have a look. Can't see him there. You know, I don't think we've seen him. So he didn't ride last year. He had an injury. It's great to see him back. What an amazing story. Maybe he was in the 250 to 450 four-stroke class. We should know. Interviewed him last night. Seems like a long time ago, though. Where is Kenny? We're madly sashaying through the numbers.
Will be a late edition, potentially.
Excuse me. William Dennett, William Sheppers, Ben Follett, Jonty Dark, Cody Attridge. We're up to 278. Where are you, Kenneth?
I'm certain he's been sitting there on the bike ready to go for a long time. I think that's him directly ahead of us, but
maybe he's one of the last few to go. Although I wouldn't think so. Emma Haylock there, 138 currently. Sammy Collins, Mark McManus, Ryan O'Sullivan, Lewis Stalin, Courtney Ruby, Mac Fleming, Holly Blake, Nathan Humeyer. Apparently he absolutely loves the gas. We'll wait and see when he appears on our live timing. Guy that's ridden about 25 Hattahs. The one he missed was COVID, and last year, due to injury, had a big wipeout. Not at this event.
So William Dennett and Ben Follett, Willem Sheppers will be the last few in the under-19 class. And now should start to see the first of the up to 250 two-stroke. For the most part, expecting Liam Dinage to be one of the first of those. Charles Stonnell next few as well, so I think they'll hold up proceedings just a little, buy a little bit of time. There is just bikes for days.
Yes, there is. Still got to see Will Price. We saw him come out earlier on. You look to up to 254 stroke for AgTech Machinery. When you look through, there are some names that you would expect would be in the top 40 or so, but for one reason or another, either didn't race last year or they had a DNF. It's not a hard event to DNF either. That looks quick. So I think just a quick hold up while they let the next group through. So Brooklyn Kabobus, 261st right now.
Big day tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Very big day tomorrow.
Today's a walk in the park comparatively, that one lapper. So as you said, Liam, we now have Liam Dinage and Charles Stonnell. Now your camel spitting nothing but sultanas, Ado. Valentino Villani. Sounds like a MotoGP racer. We jump back on board with the drone shots. And that two-stroke smoke. Yeah, baby.
So Dinage on screen. Sponsors Mum and Dad on the KTM. The 2024 250XC. And Stonnell. Go with either. And the Yamaha YZ250 for Barry Francis Motorcycles.
What about Valentino Villani, mate? Should be riding
a superbike.
Should be riding in Spain. Very, very cool. So we now have Aidan Keedy and Nash Jones on the racetrack, along with Jack Silcock and Valentino Villani. Thomas Gray also out there. On the 111, 286 riders so far.
Trent Puddy, one of the factory-backed teams for Carbide Race Team. Peter Stevens, Yamaha. Maxxis, Motorex, Motocred. Plenty of corporate backing behind Puddy, be one of the next few to launch with James Nichols. Nichols on the KTM 250, backed by High Country Beard Oil and Motofix. Now Reese Kratzat and Oakley Haddon. So Kratzat on a KTM with no sponsors on the 250 SX. And Oakley Haddon, the Yamaha 22 YZ250X for Watkins Electrical. Thomas Gadsden on bike 143 and Hayden Cook on bike 162. Gadsden on the Yamaha YZ250 for 44.3 photography. Mental for Moto and Wonthaggi Motorcycles. And Hayden Cook, sole trader, no sponsors to think of, and Husqvarna TC 250 run. A lot of numbers to get through.
Zach Slide on the 178, cool name for a dirt bike rider. Jackson Heil, 179. We're up to 294. We've almost got to the 300 rider mark.
It feels that way.
It does. For our prologue, the 187 on screen right there. Jordan Starrick, Thomas Livesey, Blake Halls and Tyson Goodchild. 204, respectively. And keeping us on, that would be Arthur Radford on a 250 and over two-stroke. This is where I thought we would have seen Kenny. Will Reardon on the 203 and Arthur Radford. Blake Halls, Tyson Goodchild. Boy, she's rutted out over there. First look at this. Uh-oh. The 222 is down. The good news is Jason Priest is okay. It's not, there's not any point where you want to drop it.
No,
that
not
doesn't
by
help.
any means.
Where are you, Kenny? Taylor Stanton, Matty Horton, Josh Harris. And that was Jason Priest. Let's have a little lie down. You're looking out there for a gas, aren't you, with an old guy?
Well, I think he's been right ahead of us the whole time.
Tom DeVries and Matt Kellett. Boy, you can't imagine how chopped out that section is right there. It looks pretty smooth on our cameras, but there's no way it is. Aidan Sontag and Sam Bell on track, Matt Kellett, along with Tom DeVries. 308 riders so far, Liam. Getting to the business end. You're still pouring out of the pits. Uh-oh. Off the edge as well. The Husky. Is that the 253 of Matt Kellett, I think. Ironically, High Side Motorcycle sponsored. It's maybe what he just did. Oh, another one down. So another one down. You just got to pick it up and whip it.
Pretend it didn't happen. Get right back to business.
Well, if you drop it by yourself out there, it's probably better than right in front of the
Tomorrow
mob.
in the race,
Right in front of the angry mob. So Sontag and Sam Bell, the last two bikes on active duty right now. Aiden on the Husky. Now, do we then go back to, from there, don't turn the next page, it's still at the back of the program.
Yeah, should be up to 254 stroke.
And there's thousands of them. Now, Will Price, we've already seen. So I'm thinking it'd be Tommy Buxton and Jason Gibson or thereabout. Kyle Leach, Jimmy Callahan.
Is this Kenny Reid just waiting out the field? Wants to go out
Just
and sweep.
wondering if he can do that. He's Kenny Hattah. He can do whatever he likes.
I suppose.
He probably just wants to get back on board and ride anyway. So maybe that's his plan, to sweep it at the end.
I'm pretty sure that's been him standing with Brendan Gledhill for the last 100 or so riders.
We need to get a camera over to him somehow and scope it. Where's Brendan? Oh, yeah, right here. Oh, yes, I think you might be right.
Been there a very long time.
I think you might be right. He's got all the good gear.
He should be able to hear us, right?
There we
right.
are. You are there, Kenny. We were wondering. Brendan's giving him a few last-minute tips. He just said, Brendan said, get on it and we'll get on the red later. It's appropriate they're both dressed in red, actually, because they've both consumed a bit of it.
So can we hear the game plan from here, then? Are you going last, Kenny? You're going to be the final rider to take part.
Yes, Kenny, are you riding last? We need to confirm this. Is that what you're doing? You're waiting? Yes. He's a sweeper.
He's waiting for it to be in its prime.
I heard a rumour that Brendan is camping here, actually. I'm not sure if that... Yes, he is.
So the taxi wouldn't come this far?
A bit of red gum and a bit of red wine. Bike 319. Well, 319, I should say. He's actually 314 on the bike. You know what's sad is someone has recorded 120th and is ecstatic right now.
Yeah.
Because we...
Potentially 200 positions better than last year.
We have no way of knowing that. That's exactly right. Zach Senior, Gus Ryan and Zan Kurger, Braden Kelly, Benny Davis. They're the last ones. Ethan and Zane Kurger. 317 and 318 out there together.
Next up, Braden Kelly, Benjamin Davis, Ethan Alderton and Zach Wright. On bike 320 and 321, 325th and 326th to take time. Couldn't even imagine walking this track right now.
How about maximum permits? That has got to be the story of the day.
Yeah.
Maximum overload, just straight in there. It's the 322 on screen. Jai Cornwall on the WBR Yamaha.
Jai Cornwall, Cade Chapman, Nick Boyd and Seaton Broomhall in the up to 254 stroke class.
There was Gus Ryan supposed to be out there and
might have pulled back, maybe.
Yeah, didn't go out. Caden Gates is out there. Tommy Sidlowski, Seaton Broomhall, Caden Gates, the former, well, probably still current Australian Junior Sidecar Speedway champion. This old man's a bit of a legend around these parts, old Gator. If I had $1 for every time I heard Brendan Gledhill say Gator at Olympic Park, we'd both afford a very nice drop of wine. Mills. That's James Mills, Matthew Roberts, Jamison Hines, David Morgan. Still Gus Ryan keeps sliding down the order. He's not sure whether he's missed his spot or what's going on there.
Shane Scott and Luke Harjar. Good chance I'll say that wrong. But Harjar in the up to 254 stroke.
I'll back you.
Spike 333. On one of the last pages. Although it's a long way from home. It's some of the last. Kawasaki 2018 250F for Harjar.
Got Charlie Ingham on the 335. Jackson Lumen on the 334 on the KTM for Malley Motorcycles. Pretty sure it's Malley. It's missing an E.
Yeah.
But we'll go with that. We'll read between the lines. Hayden McNeil on the 336, the KTM for Spiker Australia and Mash Direct. Look how rutted out it is there,
It's
Liam.
fierce. Absolutely fierce.
They make it look smooth until you get a shot close up like we did at the track. Then you go, oh, wow. Seriously rutted out. Here's the 348. Neat little 3 written on the side of Brody Peshawar.
Yeah.
It's probably not. Sorry, Brody. WBR Racing, WBR Motorcycles, T-Dub entry on the Yamaha YZ250F. Harry Guy, Sam Turner, Dale Carroll, Oscar Peterson. We're up to 348. And blitzing through. On screen is the 353 of Dale Carroll for First Class Motorcycles aboard the Yamaha. Getting to the business end, Liam.
It seems like it.
Well, Kenny has moved the gas forward. So that tells me something. John Hasler, Eli Tripconey, Hudson Air, Ned O'Hara, Oscar Peterson, Dale Carroll we spoke about before, and that Harry Guy, Jet Bryan on the 365. Cool to have Jet here. 303 on screen. Just coming towards us just then is James Callahan on the Maddox haulage bike. We now move forward to Clayton Boguski on the 374 and Jackson Verstegen. Oh, just got roosted then. So I'm seeing more riders in the lineup than I am on the program, but not by a huge amount. Not by a huge amount. Billy Black on the 381, Ashton Jory on the 378. I'm not so sure whether Gus Ryan's even going to show up. Jesse Hansen, Hugo Thomas on the 388. Should be Cooper Lees. Maybe as our last in this class. No, we're going to move over to drop into 251 and over 2-stroke. Kenny really is going last.
Yeah.
He obviously doesn't want a smooth track. He's like, no, I'm all about the research and development. He's got the super team down there. He's even had Johnny Contract down there as well. So literally,
all of the
go
advice
on, Johnny,
you could
get
have.
him for us, would you? Ask Kenny what does he think. He's going out dead last. You got the mic. Get him for us, mate. He can't go out without you chatting to him.
Brand spanking rollout.
I call him Factory Ken, and Johnny's calling him the Icon. I think it's more appropriate than Factory Ken. I think I'll give that one to Johnny, but I haven't seen him stretching or anything, Ken. Are you just right to go straight out? I haven't seen him doing any star jumps or like stretching or anything.
Yeah, he's pretty warm.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Now he's stretching his right leg. Oh, he's definitely listening. We just need to get a shot. He's got that right leg stretched over. factory rider these days. The intensity's gone up. He's even got all the good gear. So, I think we're set for 251 and over 2-stroke. Jonty Reinders has already been out. We already know that. But we'll see who is left in this group to go out in front of us. I'm going to say there's about 25 riders still to go.
The pit is definitely empty, and the marshalling zones are finally cleared. There's some daylight over the back.
Oh man, whooped out. Look at that track, it's just evil. The 317, one of the last of our riders in this group. That's Ethan Kurger, the Kurger's coach's Northwest Motorcycles bike. Just waiting to get a break while we finish up this class. Then a big day tomorrow. Going the opposite direction too. Anti-clockwise tomorrow. Something completely different. Great weather forecast too. Just going with that.
Yeah. Yeah. So, final class to roll out is the 251 and over 2-stroke from Mildura Waste and Recycling. Long-time local supporters of this event. As well as Yes Optus, Sunraysia Region, Costa, Well Grown Pastoral Panels, and Lindeman's Winery. Such strong local support for this event. As we get set to start launching the last, let's say, 20 bikes, including Kenny, to lock them in and make it all official for our prologue for our senior race for the 2024 Penrite Hattah Desert Race. And this last class is 251 and over 2-stroke. Blake Halls, Tyson Goodchild, Will Reardon, Arthur Radford, Josh Harris, Kyle McTavish, Jason Priest, Matthew Horton, Tyler Stanton, Matt Kellett, Tom Devries, Alexander Cowan, and Aidan Sontag. The last of our riders to get it on. Now, that may not actually be the case.
Yeah, it's not. 601 of Ben Adam just went past us with the headlights on. Nick Malseed on the 600. Johnny Rumbold, this is veterans class now. Craig Shepley. Yeah, that's why Kenny's going out. He's going out of the veterans at the very back. That's why. We'll go back to where the riders' numbers start at 600. It's not their age, it's their value. Veterans seem to Monaghan Logistics. So you got Wayne Jenkins out there, Daniel Allen, Matthew Boyle, Matthew Shanks, Josh Murphy, Kevin Bunsma. And let loose now is the 612 of Josh Murphy and the 611 of Kevin Bunsma. Darcy Poole on the 613, Shannon Gebby on the 614.
Shannon Matthews, 616, and Marcel Van Nierop on 615 is 377th.
Well played.
To time in. There's no chance that was pronounced well. Ryan Barton, got that one right, 618.
Go you.
And the veterans, 35 to 44 years old rather, from Monaghan Logistics. Proud supporters of the veterans class.
Daniel Welsh and Adam Beck. Still they're coming out, Liam. Incredible. The 619 on screen, Daniel Welsh. In behind him, I think might be Corey Mansfield or Adam Beck. Nathan Mackay and Darcy Bryden 6:22 and 6:23. Luke Staff Race, Marcus Maragliani, 384 riders. And still they stream out of that pit.
And we're going to nudge well over the 400.
Just saw the 6:25. I thought of Marcus Maragliani. Ian Derwent on the 6:26. Corey Arnold on the 6:27. Boy, she is rutted out everywhere you care to look. Braking bumps, acceleration, corrugation, ruts. No smooth racetrack, but that you didn't come for it. Oh, that's
you
where
can't even ride that quickly, can you?
No, that's where the bike suddenly goes where it wants to. Clear Grace on the 6:29. Corey Banks on the 6:31. There's the 6:48 of Pete Bedford. Followed, I think, by Damien Pendlebury, Scott Butler, Jared James, Michael Cornish on the 6:45. So far, 371 riders have taken time.
I think that's 392 now.
Just crazy how quick it clicks through.
It's just...
Well, he's out there, but the last one I think I saw that actually locked in that time was 371 or something like that. Matthew Shanks. But anyway.
Damien Pendlebury is 6:52. And Jared Harrison, 6:57. Followed by Greg Bishop on bike 6:58. And Tristram Girdler on bike 6:87.
Man, the way that drone pilot misses those trees every time when he comes out left-hander is just epic. Martin Convey and Peter Rossi. The Rossi name well represented here this weekend as per usual. Jura Waste and Recycling and Living It Live. Thank you for their support here for day one. It's really day two. Day one of getting noisy.
So next couple will officially make it 400 riders set off. Andrew Hall on bike 682 and Tim Price on bike 686. The 399th and 400th. James Bevan and Carl Moser. The bike 401 and 402 on bike 688 for Bevan and 690 for Moser in the veterans class, sponsored by Monaghan Logistics. Daniel Demaris on bike 698 is 403rd to take part. And they just keep steaming in.
There's that big drop down.
It could be very ugly if you hit that at speed.
You just really don't get an idea of just how much that drops down until we get that drone shot in like that. So Demaris, looking for some Demaris points, 403. And Moser, 402. We get ever closer to our top 10 shootout. We get ever closer. Look at this for a battle. Have a look at this. The boys going at it to lock in their times. A couple of very, very good rides there in our veterans class for Monaghan Logistics. Where is Mr. Hattah? I want to make sure we get his launch. Don't think he's gone yet.
No, still safe. Still the whole Masters class to set off, and that is proudly sponsored by Decentralised Demountables. Will be 7:05 is Kenny Reid in the Masters class, so we'll be one of the first 5 to launch.
I don't know why
for the Masters.
I don't know why we didn't just go straight to the Masters class. That was always where we're going to find him. There he is. Have a look at the gear. All the gear and, yep, a fair bit of an idea. He's dropped 13 kilos this year to go racing. You cannot stop him. He lives and breathes this event. Great support from Peter Stevens Motorcycles and Regan, who handed over the keys to her bike very proudly and said, you can keep it until Farmers, and then I want it back. Where are we up to now? Still waiting just to wrap these guys up before we move into Masters for Decentralised Demountables. Still got top 10 to come. The 701, Lance Moose and Craig Kenny. And these two are off. 701, 405 riders. It's a bit more intense tomorrow when we launch them pretty well simultaneously. And the 702, Kenny is on the gas.
Next up, Danny Dietrich on the 703. And Baz Densley on bike 704 should be going with him. And Kenny Reid. Is that him away? Not yet. So this is our first couple. Mick Thompson and Jade Frankel. Might have missed his spot, Kenny. Went back a row.
Surely he didn't miss his spot.
Should be him ready to go now.
Vito Porto, Tommy Hogan. 410 riders so far. Kenny looking to make an entrance. Daryl Senior. Is he out there somewhere? Joe Andrus. I haven't seen his name pop up on our...
He might have really rolled back.
Timing.
Again, and is going
Nothing-
last of the last.
Nothing
maybe.
surprises me.
He was there, wasn't he? He was lined up.
I thought
but he
so.
still hasn't timed in. Maybe he went without a transponder. Could be the other problem.
Surely he wouldn't do that. Or is that what he wants to do? He wants to start dead last tomorrow.
Could be the case. Could well and truly be the case.
Nothing would surprise me. Philip Dunlop, Anthony Harvey, James Graham, Miller Hines. 416. Boy, you've waited a long time to finally get your ride, haven't you? When you're out there now, you want to enjoy it. 725 of Pete Sullivan. You got David Duncan out on track and Troy Henderson. Hendo looks very smooth. So does Sullivan out of that right-hander. M1 Tyres, Mildura. Also Lindemans, thank you for their ongoing support. Ian Sorrell on track on a 737.
Darren Alessio and Jason Pierce.
How about the next guy to come out after that? Byron Gates on camera right there on the Husky, the Gator. Used to riding in events with 3 other teams. In this instance, he has 418 of them. Although he's done this event many, many times as the Gator. Jason Gunther on track with Byron Gates. Gator's got the camel back on already.
Looked pretty sensible, didn't he?
Yeah. He's a sidecar rider, mate. Let's not use that term loosely.
He's a big rooster.
So Kenny's on track now. Kenny and Eden Haley. So Mr.
He
Hattah
did pull himself right back to the last pair.
Doesn't surprise me. He's probably done it on purpose so he starts last. He's the entertainer. No doubt about that. Whee! Feel like we're on the red with Brendan for a second there. So 705 is Ken Reid. 760 is Eden Haley. We've got 428 bikes looking to lock in so far. And I reckon we're awfully close to wrapping this up. Yeah, I think they are. I think that's pretty well us. Well, we talked a lot about Kenny Reid's big turn back to getting in, and Kenny, what a job to have him back. He's loving the bike as well. I spoke to him last night at the Show and Shine. He was absolutely amped to be back in riding. Mr. Hattah. Let's catch up with him from last night. Oh, Ken Reid, factory rider. Factory. Pete Stevens.
Yeah, this year we
How
are.
good, Pete Stevens?
Unbelievable.
Hey?
Nearly 25 years, and these guys just been amazing.
Now you've got a tent and everything, mate.
Yeah, Cam and Sarah Peters gave me the bike to ride. Peter Stevens jumped on, sticker kit, gave me new riding gear. Mate, I'm living the dream at the moment.
Well, it's taken you how many years to get a factory ride, mate?
25.
Yeah, there you go. You can't rush these things,
No,
Kenny.
no.
Where is your team bike owner?
I don't know where he is. He's not here. I haven't seen him. Sarah was here before, but I don't know where Chewy is. I don't know.
All right. Either way.
Yeah.
How many Finks now? How many Hattahs and Finks?
No Finks. Been a couple of times to have a look.
No Finks, all Hattahs.
No, all Hattahs.
I like it.
Got a rough idea. It's 25 this year.
25 of the 26.
Yeah, the first one. Well, if you go right back, it's 24, but it's the first one never counted. But anyway, we'll take it.
Either way, this bike looks very, very nice. You're all gassed up.
Yeah, we are. In a little MC350, nice and light. Like me, 13 kgs lighter than last year, so we're looking good. Cannot wait to go and share the honour for my dad and my late uncle.
Absolutely. You said you got on this bike and fell in love with it. That's what you said to me.
I did.
What do you love so much about it?
Just you're at one with it. It's so easy to ride. 500's brutal. This thing's easy to ride, a lot easier.
Track conditions were going the opposite direction, I heard a rumour.
Yeah, well, I've changed it this year, anti-clockwise, just to keep them on their A-grade game. So those that thought they knew where they were going, it's total different direction. Track conditions, probably the best they've been. It's very moist, drivey, well marked, as per usual. It's good. We're looking great.
Weather forecast?
18 degrees.
And possible showers late afternoon?
Late Sunday, but 18 degrees tomorrow, 18 degrees Sunday.
Mate, a lot of riders coming back from America to be part of this, which says mountains about why this event is so special to people.
Yeah, it is. It is iconic like Fink. It's a great event, and they are now travelling to be a part of it and want to be a part of it. And entries are still selling out in record time. It's a great spectacle. It's affordable. It's positioned well for people to get here. That's the only downfall of the one in the middle of Australia. It's a long way to get there, whereas here's, people make a holiday, and it's school holidays too, obviously.
Look at this lineup. Look at the old, mate, the old Peter Stevens super team, mate.
Hey, mate, I think they've got 17 bikes.
Is that right? 17,
yeah. They've got a whole range of manufacturers.
Now, I often make the comparison between Fink and Hattah purely because they're the two biggest in their respective worlds.
Yep.
They're very different animal, and everyone tells me that mentally they're different, physically they're different, all those other things. Is it something you would ever want to do? Just do one Fink?
I was always wanting to do it, but I never actually did it.
Well, now you're a factory rider.
Yeah,
now you're Peter Stevens equipped.
I don't know.
The world's your oyster now.
You never say no.
Baja, let's get dinkum, Kenny.
We're talking 4 wheels for that sort of stuff, mate, not 2. 4 would be good.
Yeah, but I've seen you in a Polaris.
Yeah, Polaris would be good. That's good. Good fun. Here's one of the team owners here, which I'll bring.
Yes, bring the team owner over, please.
Come here, Regan.
Come on, Regs, come on. Come on.
Come here.
What am I getting in? Come on.
So this bike belongs to Regan.
Why would you do this, Regan?
I love Kenny. Kenny's my favourite.
So
Kenny's my favourite.
We've had to lift it up a little bit.
Oh, come
just a little bit.
Sure.
Wow.
But it's an absolute little rocket ship. It's a great bike to ride.
And you have to give it back in time for farmers.
I will give it back for farmers, yes.
And then you can take it after that.
Or I might ride with her in farmers. Ooh, we could do that.
See what Dad says.
Yeah.
He's not the boss. You're the boss. We all know that. Kenny, it's always an honour to see you saddle up, mate. You walked under the Penrite Arch before and you looked around like, this is my kingdom.
I'm home. And to miss last year was tough.
Yeah.
But we're back.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really good.
Don't ride by yourself.
Don't ride by yourself.
Never ride on your own.
Don't ride on your own, right?
Never ride on your own.
That's well. He was only just tough enough.
Yeah, just beat it.
Look at all these beautiful Peter Stevens bikes. Good luck, Kenny.
All right, thanks, mate.
So joined once again in commentary by a good friend Brett Metcalf as we look to recap the top 10 shootout that's about to take place. Those top 10 riders will come and join us, but a bit of a highlights package from what was another remarkable prologue. To get through 420 odd riders in the space of time that we did, and of course those top 40 riders from last year get the chance to time on their own, and then everyone else rolls in double file after that. There's no other race in the world that runs something like this, to qualify 400 or so riders in such a short space of time.
That's incredible. To get through that amount of the volume of riders out here is just phenomenal, and it's super cool to see. And I love this format. It's a good idea how they do the top 40 from the previous year, getting a clear track and a clear run. But I think all in all, I think the top 10, the 10 best, still got through to that shootout is where they want to be. I kind of can relate to that in the Pro MX series, getting top 10. It's kind of a bit of a prestige. You're starting the day off right. You're where you want to be. And now it's, we've got the 10 best in the country right now, about to go head-to-head, one-lap sprint, all-out speed battle. It's awesome.
So just the two riders really that weren't in the top 40 last year have locked themselves in. Callum Norton, we know, would have gone on to that top 40. He had issues with the bike. I think it was a fuel pump or something like that, and he didn't end up finishing. Of course, last year's Penrite had a desert race, so he had to do it the hard way from deep in. Oh, that is not a not a happy place. Boy.
The track's brutal.
My
from when
goodness.
when I was in here earlier to watching to what it is now. I mean, the 450 machines, and I mean, these things are pumped up to 500s. I mean, there's so much horsepower at the rear wheel. It chews the track up. The sand just moved around a lot, but Big Cows moved into the top 10. And who else we got?
Maximus Purvis was a massive
Maximus
step.
Is out there.
Yeah,
How
by
good is
4:27, went fifth quick just ahead of Cal. So that's a massive effort. I
What
think
a
he was
weapon.
out nearly 200th or something like that.
What a weapon, Maximus.
Make it in.
I've raced against him a couple of times here in the Pro MX series. Awesome talent, incredible on the bike, and that's cool to see him in the top 10 because I don't really think he. I don't know how much he does of this stuff. I'm not quite sure.
Not a great deal. Not a great deal, we've heard. So this is going to be a major step tomorrow. I think today would make a little more sense. The Prologue's always going to suit, motocross type riders, that shorter sprint type race.
Well, I know
compared
for
to
a
tomorrow.
fact the dude can go fast on a bike. There's no doubt. But this is going to be cool. I mean, this is what we came to see. Really, is this shootout here.
No doubt at all. So now we'll look to see where they actually line up in what positions they'll choose to go, whether they go from 10th back to first. So I don't think we could agree there's any real surprises about Jack Simpson topping the charts. He was the first bike out, of course. He was second last year, and he rides bike number 2. And first bike out, he goes fastest time so far. I don't think we should be really surprised about that. He had the clear track ahead of him, but he held off some very quick guys behind him. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, it's only a 2-second gap, and I would imagine being first out on the track, it's a little bit of an advantage. You don't have any dust, maybe a little bit clearer, but also it's more challenging because you don't have the lines formed up. So you're going to set the pace and the line, and the other guys can kind of copy that a little bit. So it is a little tricky going out first, but I remember watching him last year. He was laying it down hard, and no surprise there at all. Quick shout out to Milner. I was talking to him earlier. Obviously, he was on here. He's missed out on the top 10 by looks like 0.6 of a second.
It wasn't much in it.
Wasn't much in it, so I don't think that was his forte, really sending it hard for one lap. But tomorrow at 4 hours, I think he'll shine. Shout out to Milne. I know he's watching probably bum, but he's still going to be in the mix tomorrow, no doubt.
That's right. Still to be in that first 20 or so riders really puts you in with a chance.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
First of our riders away will be Jacob Sweet on bike 19. The Sweet effort to lock it in. He was very deep in the field as well to actually take time. So to lock in top 10, big ride in Prologue for him.
Big moment of the day right now. I mean, this can really set you up nice for tomorrow. Get a good run. I love watching them last year. I like how they take off and then a quick straight into the chicane. So if you get a good start, you've got to be real patient and smooth. You don't want to break the rear end and swing it left and right. So Nice steady takeoff and then get through that first chicane and on your way is important.
The crowd is so exciting at this point of the track as well. Like, they absolutely packed them in for this top 10 shootout. Some of these shots are just phenomenal. All right,
Here we go.
and Sweet is away. Bike 19, how good an angle is that?
Nice, smooth style. I say he's executed that chicane perfect. Railing, head over the bars. I love the form. He's on the gas. Let's go.
So Sweet will be the first to take time. Pirelli's underneath him, the Yamaha. Boy, the crowd is chockers in through there.
It's good to see the crowd so thick and strong out here cheering it on. This is the best part of the day, I think, for the seniors. Obviously, getting to come and watch the top guys go at it, especially when they come up around this back section here at the top. It's pretty cool.
Sam Prashira is away on bike 34. We didn't actually catch his launch, but he is away and on track. And next up in sight on the Honda was Brodie Waters, bike number 7. Be a massive part of his weekend, this effort here.
I think a lot is expected of Brodie this year, and I think he's in a good position to have a go, so should be pretty cool.
Backed by Froth and Honda. I think this has been his best look in a few years, that's for sure. So we keep our eyes on that. Aaron Mason next away on bike 13, one of the strong local boys. Meso's in, and now Callum Norton as well on bike 501. He come from very deep in this, courtesy of a DNF effort last year. I know he wants to work back hard against that. He had a strong Fink competition.
Yes.
Sets him up beautifully here.
Yeah, I think I talked to him a little last night. He seems very confident. I know he's hungry. He wants to do it well. I can guarantee he wants to lay a hot lap and try and take the pole here today.
Maximus Purvis next up, we spoke about. A little surprised.
Yep.
He'll be very happy with that effort so far up against some of the desert guys, but this is going to really count for tomorrow. We kind of expected that he should have been quickest in the prologue. If anything was going to stand out for his weekend, it should be that prologue effort. So now to back it up again tomorrow and see where he can come in this lap. Guy Dixon is away on screen as well as Angus Reardon takes off as well. Another one of our strong locals competing overseas.
Yep, Angus, I think, is going to be going hot this year after last year's effort as well. And he looks confident. You can tell he's come back. He's got that confidence about him, and he'll be pushing hard in this prologue.
Strong factory backing behind him. Next up, Corey McMahon on bike number 3 takes off, and we have just one rider set to fly. And of course, that is Jack Simpson, current fastest out of Prologue. And he awaits his launch as we watch on with McMahon. Simpson is now away as well. So our top 10 shootout well and truly underway. And we wait in for Jacob Sweet to get his first time of this top 10 shootout.
Got to love that fluoro gear. You can see where
not
Jack's
missing
at.
that, are you?
I still remember Jack running last year. He just had that thing absolutely pinned, valve bouncing. He did not care. I'm going to take that top spot, and you just know he's going to be going for that again. Yeah, look at the speeds these guys are pushing down this back straight here. This is such a cool image to have from these drones for the just to get a good view of the overall package here at Hattah, how big the track is, how fast it is, and you can see they're kind of zigzagging some lines now. I think that it's going to be a lot different from when they did their first initial lap. It's going to be way rougher. I mean, there was probably 300 bikes that just ran through it, or more, 400 bikes that just ran through. So the line that they would have seen before is completely blown out and probably wants to throw them off the track. So they're going to have to be really smart. And obviously these guys are good at what they do, so they're going to know when to pull the line in tighter and save some time.
And anything can happen here. You just had to get yourself into this top 10 shootout. So if you're Callum Norton and Maximum Purvis that probably didn't have that chance looking in, they really had to work hard to get into that top 10. Now's when they can really do the work. They can have that maximum impact and go for the top couple of spots. We'll try and pick who exactly we're riding along with. It might be McMahon, potentially one of our first riders to get back home. We can normally hear them coming towards the box before we see them. But just that scenic shot of them coming through the crop out the back.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, I'd imagine that's probably 5th gear right there, wide open.
Wide open.
Into a chicane. Why not throw a chicane here to slow them down? But yeah, cool. You can see it's getting rough, so it's good to see the water out here. And even though it's getting a little dusty, but I think tomorrow is still going to be really, really good. And if a little rain comes through, it's going to be perfect for them anyway.
Yeah, settle it again. All right, so first of our rides we should be watching on Jacob Sweet. Over the top of him, nice aerial view of the Yamaha.
You can see there's option lines there and inside and outside. Jacob's trying to keep that speed up so he's keeping his momentum flowing. That'll allow him to kind of not have to downshift, keep a high gear, and just keep that momentum and the bike chugging along. But he's pushing hard. He's always gone a little wide. So that cost him a little time there. You know, he's absolutely giving it his all. This is coming down to the home stretch into the final corner here. It's getting rough. And through, pushes through to the checkers here, and we'll have to wait to see what time he gets.
So 5 minutes and 6 seconds for Jacob Sweet. Next up, Sam Prashira. Now, he was a pretty tight gap, I would say, to Jacob Sweet, and exactly right. Sam Prashira tops the charts. 5 minutes and 1 second, so 5 second buffer back to Jacob Sweet, and that may well have just been that one corner alone. Boy, is Brody Waters.
Brody's pushing hard, and he kind of kept that line in a good position, so if he didn't have any mistakes on this lap, it could be well.
So Waters, what can he do? Stays third quick, 5 minutes and 9 seconds to the naked eye. That looked a little quicker than that, but we're only watching, I guess, a few seconds of the lap, right?
2% of the lap.
Yeah.
So,
you can tell maximum effort. So Aaron Mason next
look
to
at the
time
gap.
here.
Whoever this is caught up, so that's... Is that Cal? I think it was
Callum tops
Norton.
the chart.
He did.
That is a massive lap.
I was going to
4
say...
minutes 56.
Wow, because I was going to say Callum had really caught up to the back.
Purvis now. Huge. 4 minutes 52. Are you
Maximus
joking?
Purvis. I told you the guy can ride a bike. Wow.
That is huge.
We've still got 4 guys to come, and they're all going to be pushing hard. But well done to Maximus.
It's nearly
Take the
10
top
seconds
spot.
clear from our previous few riders then was Max Purvis. So Purvis from Norton, Prashira, Sweet, Mason, and Waters at 6th right now. Dixon next
Coming
to time
through.
in. He goes 5th quick, so bumps Mason and Waters back a couple. Angus Reardon,
Reardon.
Gussie next.
Here we go. What's he going to do?
Reardon will
Up to
go
4th.
4th. Solid effort.
Nice effort.
Backs up his 4th finish last year. Now McMahon on the hunt to the last left-hander. He's committed. You have to be to have an impact here. McMahon will go 3rd quick. 5 minutes 01.
And here's
final
Simpson.
rider.
This will be the interesting one here. And we don't see his
High
time.
tension.
Yeah, there's no
There
time
is.
come through yet. I don't know if his transponder's on. This is pretty interesting right now.
Wow.
What is going to happen here? He might just have to take a 10th place, which will be a little upsetting for him and the team, I believe. But I don't think his transponder has worked, or it's fallen off, or something has happened. But
Hang
there
on.
we go.
We're in.
So he's in second place.
Boy, how would his heart be? Particularly that
keeping
shot
us-
we've got. He can watch the big screen
Yeah,
right
he
there.
would have been freaking out.
Oh, boy.
Kept it interesting there. Second, that is an incredible effort. But shout out to Maximus Purvis, man. Taking
Yeah.
the top spot. That is incredible.
Far out. Has a bit of cinema to finish the top
We love
10.
it. We love that.
That almost wasn't happening for Jack Simpson. Someone somewhere was looking over him then, because that was nearly a very different result for Jack Simpson.
On a track with such high speed and so long, you know, the difference of 5 seconds over the top 3 is really just the matter of maybe 1 or 2 little mistakes. It really adds up to not a lot, but all 3 of those guys are going to be happy with their starting positions. I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue for them tomorrow. Congrats to all the top 10 for making it in. That's a hell of an effort.
I'm sure we'll get Johnny Contract down there to have a chat to our top 10, in particular, our pole sitter for tomorrow. Fastest in the top 10 shootout on screen there is Maximus Purvis on bike 427. That is a major statement piece, folks.
Surely is.
Afternoon. Looks like it's Purvis. They got the jump for the first spot for the weekend, and the separation well under a second. That is absolutely incredible. We'll come down and have a quick chat with him. What an amazing turn of events. Well, ladies and gentlemen, how about you make some noise for Maximus Purvis? Is that all we got? Come on, give it to me. Dude, that was epic. How did that feel out there?
Oh, that was awesome. Track was mean, nice and rough, but had a good flow and yeah, put a good time in.
Mate, you know, like it's an incredible thing. You come to Hattah, the place is just full of surprises, right? You can never predict what the hell is going to go on in this place. The one thing you can predict is the fact that you ride as hard as you can, and sometimes it rewards you very, very well. Mate, you would have to be the happiest kid on the block today, right?
Yeah, no, definitely pretty happy with how I rode, and awesome to be a part of the event and get to come race it.
Tell me, did you ever feel you were ever going to leave that race over there at some stage sitting right here?
No, I wasn't really expecting it, but yeah, put a good lap in and yeah.
Well, dude, all I can say, go and cool off from today, get your thoughts together, saddle up what you need, and ride like hell tomorrow, mate, because as you know that everyone behind you now is hungry to knock you off tomorrow, right? So you do what you need to do to stay there. I know it sounds terrible, but that's kind of how it works, right?
Yeah, nah, that's the plan anyway. Get some good rest and whatnot for tomorrow and we'll get into it.
Buddy, is there anyone you want to thank for helping you to get to where you are right now?
Yeah, huge thanks to WBR and all the boys that support the team and yeah, cheers.
Well, all I know is that we will crown someone the king tomorrow. Could be you, right? Best position to be. Let's see if we can continue one tomorrow. There you go. One for that, dude. There you go. Happy days. Maximum Purvis, happy bloke, sitting in number 1 for the start tomorrow. I know he'll be a happy guy to line up. And again, we wish him, the top 10, and indeed literally everybody that competes tomorrow in class and in the race tomorrow, hopefully you have a safe day. Please, if you're a spectator and you're heading back into town, travel safely on the roads. Couple of tips for you, okay? If you had too much to drink, leave the keys to someone who hasn't. Make sure you don't do that. And please be careful on the roads, all right? We want you back tomorrow. We want you to see an amazing race and indeed a safe event for everybody. Thanks again for your attendance. Wade, Liam, and the entire crew involved with capturing all the images this weekend. You've done an amazing job again. Looking forward to picking it all up and going over there tomorrow for the running of the 2024 Penrite Oils Hattah Desert Race. What an amazing event. And thank you again for your attendance today, and we'll see you in the morning bright and early.
We all know that Penrite have high quality oils. They also have a full range of extensive motorcycle products, from premium and mineral oils, chain care, filter cleaner and oil, fork oil, and cleaning products. Everything you need to keep your bike at its best on and off the track. Penrite offer a range of full and semi-synthetic two-stroke engine oils. The range includes a semi-synthetic two-stroke engine oil, which is great for your everyday motorcycle riding, or if you've got that old two-stroke sitting in your shed, this is the perfect gear. Or for your modern day racer, Penrite offer a full synthetic, racing grade, high performance engine oil, offering better protection for your racing engine. It's a low smoke, clean burning, high efficiency racing oil. So to get your two-stroke to sing, make sure you check out Penrite's two-stroke motorcycle range. Here we have Penrite's MC4ST range of their full synthetic premium oils. We've raced with this oil all season long. Through the mud, sand, dry conditions, it's been a fantastic oil. I've had zero clutch fade all season long. Engine longevity's been fantastic, and this is truly a product that I trust.